Good morning, Mr. Selega. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
You ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Good.
Today is Mr. Coco.
Yes, hopefully his last appearance.
Please, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Coco.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Registrar, please administer the oath of affirmation again.
Please state your full names for the record.
Machela Moses Koko.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Yes.
He is represented as before, I assume.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, continue.
Chair, I have a question of clarity, if I can
Yes.
ask before we go into the details.
Yeah.
I read in the website that the President of the Republic will be coming.
Yes.
I made statement in December 2020, and I said that Mr. Ramaphosa interfered and instructed the board of ESCOM that was yet to meet to dismiss me.
Yes.
And I've mentioned the names of the former deputy minister and the former acting DG. And I just want to find out if Mr. Ramaphosa has been served with a 3.3 notice like all of us who's been served, because I really want to know why did Mr. Ramaphosa interfere in the affairs of ESCOM by instructing the board of ESCOM that was yet to meet to dismiss me, the instruction that the Labour Court found to be unlawful. And the consequences of that was in the CSIR report that just after I left for between 2018 and 2020, 266 billion rands was lost as a result of load shedding that occurred after I left. So I really want to know, and if the public are not interested in knowing, I really want to know. I will not rest peacefully until I know why did the Deputy President of the Republic interfere in the affairs of ESCOM to instruct the board that was yet to meet to dismiss me. I now know, based on the video affidavit and the testimony of Ms. Brown, that 3 of those board members were not even vetted as they should be vetted. So I look forward to Mr. Ramaphosa coming here. I hope you've served him with 3.3 notices. I looked at the documents that were sent to me last night. They were voluminous. I did not see a statement from the former deputy minister that I've mentioned. I'm not sure if he's been served with 3.3 notices yet. I've not seen the statement of
You said deputy minister, you meant deputy president or deputy minister?
I have not seen the statement of the deputy minister who phoned me and told me that the president will be. I thought that would be of interest to the commission.
Yes.
I also thought that it would be of interest to the commission that the DG who called me and told me that the president will be dismissing me. I did not see that statement. I did not see the statement of the deputy president, and I thought I humbly seek a clarity from you on what's going to happen.
No, I can tell you, I can't tell you for sure whether your statement implicating or to the effect that the current president issued an instruction, whether it was served, but Mr. Selega will be able to say that, but I can assure you that I too am interested in what the president has to say about your evidence in that regard. And he certainly should be questioned on that. The legal team is preparing on such matters, but Mr. Selega should be able to respond to whether or not Rule 33 notice was issued. And the issue of a statement from the Deputy Minister as well as from the DG, you are right, those would be important. Of course, if the President were to admit that he made the statement or issued or made the statement that you attribute to him based on what you were told, then the need for their statements would fall away. But there is no reason why attempts should not be made to obtain affidavits from the Deputy Minister and from the DG or acting DG.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Selega, do you want to say something?
Yes, part of the transcript of Mr. Koko was given to the President when we provided him with the equivalent of a Rule 3.3, which is a request for information, and we gave him documentation from Mr. Molefe's testimony and from Mr. Koko. Because I think in the case of Mr. Koko, that averment was made orally but not in the affidavit, as I recall, that he had instructed somebody to have you suspended.
Chair, my statement is very detailed in it. All what I did not do in the statement was to mention his name.
Yes.
Yes, but you had mentioned his name in your labor court application papers, is it?
We've mentioned the presidency.
Or you didn't mention that, you just said
We
presidency?
just said the presidency.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. But we've provided the transcript, and the President or the Presidency is preparing an affidavit, Mr. Koko. They have undertaken to provide the Commission with an affidavit.
Yeah.
On the Deputy Minister and the DG, I do not have recollection, so I think you will have to help me with the names.
Deputy Minister Martins and the DTG is Makhola Mokokolo.
You want to just give the spelling for the purpose of transcript for the DTG?
Chair, I will do it. I can't spell it now. I'll do it during break.
Okay, all right.
Otherwise, I'm going to make errors. Chair.
Okay, all right, okay.
Is it?
And do you say Deputy Minister Martins, is that the one who was Minister of Transport at some stage?
Correct. I think it's either Martin Dikobe or Dikobe.
Oh, no, that would be somebody.
It's either
Okay, but they can check. Yeah.
Dikobe Martins, I think.
Okay,
Yes, but he was the Minister of Transport before.
at some stage, okay,
He was a Minister of Transport before.
okay, all right.
Okay, the spelling for the DG, if it is Mokokolo, I have it as Mokgokolo.
That sounds right, Mr. That sounds right, yes.
Okay, all right.
I always confuse them with Matsi, that's why I don't want to.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, all right.
yes,
All right, let's continue.
we can start.
Yeah,
Mr. Koko, let's start where we ended so that we can close that part. And that's the part regarding the emails to Info Portal, which you found in ESCOM Bundle 18. ESCOM Bundle 18 bracket B. So we hope to cover or to finalize on that.
Just a moment, see bundle 18A.
18B. So, Chairperson, just by way of introduction, we hope to
yeah,
finalize on this very aspect, and then we go into the transactions, which involves McKinsey Trillion. I think we will start there before we go to get transactions, if we manage to get that far.
yeah, okay, well,
I've got it, Mr. Slick.
Yes, thank you. Page 1018.
10.
1018. So is those emails you sent to Info Portal from the 20th July 2015 on page 1018,
I've got it, Chair.
yes, to page 1088. Remember your explanation to the chairperson was that every time you sent these emails, you would have a meeting with Dr. Ngubane and Ms. Daniels to talk about the document attached to the email. Now, Ms. Daniels has denied orally during her testimony having given you this email address as the email address of Dr. Ngubane, and also denied in her last appearance further that she had meetings with you and Dr. Ngubane after the exchange of, or in relation to the documentation exchanged in these emails. And you had also indicated that you would like to have an opportunity to explain to the chairperson each of these documents. My question to you is, can you explain to the chairperson, insofar as you refer to meetings with Dr. Ngubane? Let's start with the first email, which is internal consulting directive, and the documentation follows thereafter. What meeting would you have had with Dr. Ngubane, and what is it that you would have discussed with him in regard to the document attached here?
Excellent. So, Chair, the document, and the first document is on page 1019. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
1019, yeah.
So, Chair, this is quite an interesting part, and I'm glad we are going through it. The National Treasury has got a directive on the use of consultants. Not only does it have a directive on the use and how you appoint the consultants, but it also prescribes the fees for the consultants. The document you see on 1019 gives effect to the National Treasury Directive, an internal ESCOM document. What ESCOM wanted to do in my absence while I was on leave was to contract with McKinsey on the risk basis. That was wrong. National Treasury does not allow that. And the document you see there that gives effect clearly says so. And the only way that the Board of ESCOM could do that on the basis of a resolution they took while I was on suspension on the 6th of July 2015 was to go to National Treasury and to ask National Treasury for a deviation. But it could not proceed as if there was no National Treasury Directive and as if there was no internal ESCOM procedure that gives effect to that. And that discussion I had with both Ms. Daniels and both Dr. Ngubane. I have read the supplementary affidavit of Dr. Ngubane on that, and I have a lot to say about it, and if I'm allowed, I will do that. But that's the basis of this discussion. The Board of ESCOM could not, on the 6th of July, have approved a sole source motivation that is not consistent with the National Treasury Regulation, that is not given, that has a document internally to ESCOM that gives effect to it.
Well, this may be quite an important part of your explanation. about these discussions with Dr. Ngubane and Ms. Daniels about these emails. So I just want you to take it step by step. First, you say the document at page 1019 is what? Is a directive
No, it's
from
not a,
ESCOM
yes,
on directive for the implementation of the National Treasury Cost Containment Instruction and Government Gazette. Now, on page 1019, we've got the document and identifier, alternative reference, area of responsibility, ESCOM, or area of applicability, ESCOM group, functional area, finance revision 1, total pages 13, next a review date, July 2015, disclosure classification. And then there is compiler and functional responsibility and authorized by at the end. Now, the actual directive, is it the document that starts at page 1020?
yeah, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, does it have 13 pages? I just want to see whether
It's got 13 pages. 13.
1-3. 1-3.
13.
Okay, so that's in line with what is reflected at page 1019.
That's
You said it. So, and this particular document is an ESCOM document,
Correct, Chair.
but it's an ESCOM document that seeks to give effect to a National Treasury instruction. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, and the National Treasury instruction was to what effect?
The National Treasury instruction, first, National Treasury had a view, which I agreed with, that the state-owned enterprises should not unnecessarily rely on consultants when they can do the work themselves.
Yes.
And you will see, if we go into the detail, at that point, ESCOM was spending close to R1 billion
On consultants.
on consultants.
That's quite a high amount.
Right. So National Treasury's scheme framework was make it a bit difficult for state-owned companies to arbitrarily appoint.
There had to be good reasons.
There had to be good reasons. That's one. But not two is that whenever you appoint consultants for good reasons, there has to be
A process.
first a process, and that process must include internal capacitation
Yes. For future.
for future.
Yes.
For future work.
Yes.
But thirdly, it was very prescriptive on how do you compensate on the fees that these consultants must be paid. That's a nice share.
Now, do we have that National Treasury instruction in the bundle, or do we not have?
I have not seen it. I don't think you
We
have
not
it.
seen
Chair.
it. Do we have it, Mr. Selega?
I don't think we have that specific one, Chair.
Okay, all right.
I don't think you have it. I've not
Yeah,
seen it.
it would be good to have it. I assume if it's a big document, we can extract
Yes,
just
the
the
relevant
relevant
portions.
pages, yeah. If arrangements can be made for us to find that. So I guess part of the point you are making is that the type of issue that this related to, because the email at page 1018 suggests that if your evidence is correct, suggests that you sent this document to Dr. Ngubane.
Correct.
So the point you are making is the type of issue that you wanted to raise would be the type of issue that's legitimate to raise with the chairperson of the board.
Most certainly. And,
Yes.
and there's a step forward to it. If there is a third party who stands to get a competitive advantage, this document will not serve that purpose. Because this document will say to the third party, you stand no chance.
Yeah, okay. But you,
But-
I don't know whether you had
But I-
completed your explanation.
I've completed my explanation
Yeah,
on this
okay.
document.
Mr. Selega?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Koko, you also mentioned,
I guess that, you have completed your explanation up to a certain point. What would remain is to say, tell us about the content of the discussion at the meeting where this document was discussed, in the discussion involving you, Dr. Ngubane, and Ms. Daniels.
Most certainly, there's two explanations I still need
Yes.
to, there's two explanations I still need to give.
Yeah,
One is exactly that. And
Yeah.
I made a vehemence previously that Dr. Ngubane, when it comes to processes, was a better version of Zola Mr. Tsotsi. Most often than not, Mr. Ngubane would act out of ignorance. But once you put the facts on the
you
table,
advised him.
once you advise him and you put the facts on the table, I can tell you he even becomes stubborn because he now knows. That's the Dr. Ngubane I know. Dr. Zola Tsotsi is different. When you tell him the facts, he put a trip, he wants to kill you. So there's a difference. So Mr. Ngubane had a posture. He sits and he doesn't talk too much in the meeting. And once he sees it,
As he sees the point you're making.
once he sees the point you're making, he, in a very dictatorial fashion,
Yeah.
says, "Okay, I understand. That's what we're doing."
Yeah. Yeah.
So
No
that's-
further discussion.
No further discussion. That's how
Yeah.
he does
Yeah.
not leave room.
But he would listen to hear what somebody else who might think differently has to say.
Yes.
Yes,
And he
okay.
talked very clearly. And Mr. Ngubane, and those who know Dr. Ngubane, both at the board meetings and one-on-one, all his meetings are very short. So he understood my point. He took my point. And I remember him, Dr. Ngubane, telling Ms. Daniels, and this is what I want to go back to his statement, saying, we must never make a mistake of going ahead without National Treasury's deviation, or we don't do this. That was his last words. I remember them very clearly. I was very happy because this was going to make, this transaction was going to break the relationship between me and him and the board.
Okay, all right.
yeah.
Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Koko, what is it that you were talking about with Mr. Ngubane in regard to this document? What did you say you were talking with him?
The board took a resolution in my absence for a risk-based decision. That decision
In relation to McKinsey?
in relation to McKinsey, we called it Top Engineers Program. That decision was not only inconsistent with the National Treasury's practice note, but was also against the ESCOM directive. So this directive.
It's directive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So ordinarily, if properly advised, the board would have said, go sort this matter out first with the National Treasury before you come to us. The board would not say, we give you a mandate to negotiate without having assurance that indeed National Treasury will indulge them. And that's a discussion that I had with the chairman.
Yes. So you raised this issue. What was his response and what was Ms. Daniels' response at the meeting where you had this document before all the three of you?
Like I said, Mr. Ngubane talks very little. He listens a lot. And he got the message, he got it quickly. And his response was, okay, this is what we're doing. Ms. Daniels, just make sure that we either get a deviation or we don't do this at all.
So at the time that you sent him this document, they had not approached, ESCOM had not approached National Treasury for a deviation, or they had already done so, but the outcome had not been communicated,
They had not done it.
or they had not done it.
Correct.
But had the ESCOM board said to the management, negotiate with McKinsey, or what had it said before you raised this issue?
Well, there was a resolution that was taken in my absence when I was on suspension. The suspension that I conveniently arranged so that they can make this decision. Now, that's how ridiculous it is. The narrative is that my suspension was a sham so that certain transactions can happen. So Mackenzie is one of them. So I participated in a conspiracy and a sham suspension so that the board of ESCOM can take a resolution to negotiate with Mackenzie on a risk basis. And they did that without having been to National Treasury. And the intention was that while you're negotiating with Mackenzie, go and talk to the National Treasury. Go and talk to National Treasury.
Let's take it step by step. Do you, by any chance, recall what date the resolution was?
6 July 2015.
6 July 2015.
I can't forget it, Chair, because the High Court erroneously concluded
That you were at work?
that I was in charge of it.
Yeah, okay. And you returned on the 20th of July,
I
is that
returned on
right?
the 20th. Yes.
Yes. So what you are saying is, on the 6th of July, while you were on suspension, you later found that the board had made a resolution to the effect that the executives should negotiate with McKinsey with a view to, or in regard to the top engineers program. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. And when you came back, you realized that this was in breach of not only the National Treasury Instruction Note, but also of this directive of ESCOM, and you decided to bring this to the attention of Dr. Ngubane.
That's correct.
And you had a meeting, and in that meeting where this issue was discussed, Dr. Ngubane saw your point and instructed Ms. Daniels that she should make sure that National Treasury was approached for a deviation, or otherwise, if National Treasury did not provide a deviation, the program should not be pursued. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Koko, you would recall the
Chair,
evidence.
let me, before you go there, you will see, and we'll come back to it, you will see this transaction comes back again on the 6th of October. And that's a document that I signed to the board, which again makes a reference to National Treasury compliance.
Is that the feedback report?
That's the feedback report.
So while we are here, we should make a distinction between the corporate plan and the master service agreement.
That's a very good point, Chair. So again, I guess Mr. Seleke will lead evidence on the master service, on the business plan. And the business plan is often confused with the services level agreement. And my name gets dragged into that, and I get corrupted in between. And I think that's what the judges of the North High Court did as well. So when the need arose, pursuant to a NERSA decision of the 29th of June, mark that date, Chair, we're going to come back to it, on the 29th of June, and we needed a financial plan and a business plan that is based on what we call a cost, a design to cost, as opposed to a cost-reflective business plan. I listened to the testimony of Ms. Singh, and I don't know why he did not explain this simple concept to you. All along, the business plan of ESCOM was based on a cost-reflective tariff. So we have a wishful list. That wishful list leads to a cost, and we then take that cost, we put it in a business plan, then we go to the consumer, we recover the cost. The decision of NERSA on the MYPD, what we call multi-year price determination 3, we call it, in short, we call it MYPD 3. We applied for just over R1 trillion revenue for 5 years, and they gave us 883 billion rands. We were short 225 billion rands. So the business plan that was there on the table, that the very competent ESCOM executive allegedly put together, was 225 billion rand short. So we needed to restructure our operations and have a business plan that is based on the cost that we have. So designed to cost. And Mr. Singh and I agreed that we must approach McKinsey to put a business plan that was based on the cost that we have, not on the wishful idea that one day NERSA will change their minds and give us 225 billion rands that we do not have. So we approached McKinsey. McKinsey had been historically working on a design to cost model. The reason why I took a decision, and it was my decision, not to use the MSA was because and you'll see that a lot of emails when I send the teams, what is the feedback on the negotiations with the McKinsey? And one thing that continuously came out, even though they did not even say it expressly, because I think they realized, in my view, in hindsight, there was trouble brewing, is that National Treasury is not going to give them a leeway to contract on a risk-based approach. So I took a decision that the scope for the business plan that I authorized from the 29th of September 2015 will not be based on risk-based, will be based on a fee that is approved by National Treasury. So that's the difference. And it's quite a simple concept, and I don't understand why both Mr. Singh and Mr. Seleka struggled to explain this to you.
Chair, I don't want to be personal.
Yeah.
But I don't have to explain anything to the chairperson. You as witnesses have to give evidence to the chairperson.
I'm here to do that, Chair.
So your explanation relates to the corporate plan. Is that right? The explanation you've just given to the chairperson.
Correct.
So you and Mr. Singh, you say, agreed to approach McKinsey in order for McKinsey to provide services in respect of what you say is the business plan.
Correct. And the business plan, let's complete the sentence there. The business plan and the financial plan, that will be based on the design to cost, not a cost reflective.
So, and you're referring to the date of the 29th of September 2015. I think that's the date when you signed, what, the letter of acceptance?
That's the date that I signed. And Chair, while we are on this, that's a date that I did not only sign the letter of notification for the business plan, but I put the contract into effect. Now, one of the things that I'm struggling with is that, let me put it this way. Chairman, ESCOM operates within a framework. And that framework is the Constitution of the Republic, is PFMA, Public Finance Management Act, that gives effect to the Constitution. It's the delegations of authority, and it's a document which we refer to as 1032, the procurement and finance procurement procedure. I'm going to spend a lot of time on it today.
Is that a document different from the one that Mr. Singh was telling us about?
It's the same
on
document.
Friday, namely 10, but I think he was saying 1034.
1034.
Correct.
1034.
He's right, you are wrong.
I'm wrong. 32, 1034. And then what we call a materiality framework. So it's a PFMA delegation of authority 1032 materiality framework. There are other procedures. In my case, I will mention another one on information security because we're dealing with emails. Chairman, if you don't like the taste of that framework, don't prejudice me. I have listened to many submissions, and I get a feeling that you may not like that framework. So
You must use this opportunity to make me like it.
yes. So all what I'm saying is there is a framework in ESCOM, and I am consistently going to tell you that I operated within that framework in ESCOM, and I made prudent decisions that are in the interest of ESCOM, and you can
Based on that framework.
based on that framework.
Yeah.
And if you conclude that there was state capture at ESCOM, the difficulty you will have is that since 2002, I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, that the results in my time were the best.
Well, I just want to say that even though I'm saying to you, you must use the opportunity to make me like it, but I'm actually not meaning that in a serious way. Whatever framework was there, one has got to look at it, and it's not a question of whether I like it or not. I must just see what it means, understand how it works. I'm not running ESCOM, and I wasn't running ESCOM. Those who put it together, rightly or wrongly, may have thought that it was appropriate to put in place. So obviously, if there are issues that I think arise or questions that I have about it, obviously I would raise those. But just on a serious note, it's neither here nor there whether I like it or not. But you must make sure that you feel free to put your case properly.
Chair, thank you very much. And after I've done that, you may still not like it, but it's within your scope to make a recommendation to the president to change that.
But I won't decide according to whether I like it or not.
Yeah, but that's fine, Chair. While we're on that, Chair, I'm saying my signature of the letter of notification and acceptance by McKinsey on the 29th of September 2015 put the contract in place. Whether the contract was signed or not, that's the framework of ESCOM. And while we are there, Chairman, I would like to take you to that document.
Let's see what Mr. Selega's plan is, because he may have intended that to deal with it later. I don't want us to upset his plans. Is it fine that he goes to it now, or?
I think it's still fine.
Okay,
It
let's
will
do
help
that
us,
then.
maybe
Okay,
it will help us
expedite.
expedite
Yeah,
the issues.
okay, all right.
Let's go to MK49.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I see Mr. Berry, your
Yes, I
mic
just
is
want to
on.
give the reference to you, sir.
Yes, okay, sure.
It's
Let's go.
ESCOM bundle 15
Yes,
at page 594.
thank you. And I think you can then switch off that mic, Mr. Berry. I think you can then switch off that mic, yeah.
Chairman, I'm going to take you to, and we'll come back more often to this document, 678.
Okay, I'm at 594. Should I go to another page?
Yes, please go to bundle 15, 678.
Yes.
Chairman, there's a chapter that talks about administration of awarded contracts.
Hang on 1 second. I just want to make sure we are on the same page. Now, when we come to this document, what's the topic that we are dealing with? Mr. Slager, Mr.
No, because I thought,
Skoko?
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
I signed the contract, the letter of award to McKinsey, pursuant to a full board, and Chair, in my statement, I say board tender committee. I've read the statement of Mr. Anosh Singh, and he corrects me that it was actually not the board tender committee, it was a full board, and I accept. I think he's right, I was mistaken. So the board approved the award on a fixed fee basis for 102 million rands to McKinsey for the business plan. In terms of the ESCOM framework, 32-1034, you have to notify the supplier whose contract has been approved by the authority. And that notification is binding on ESCOM. This is why
That is now notifying them of the fact that the fee will be fixed.
No, that's notifying them that a board tender committee in ESCOM has approved the award of a contract to you.
Okay, obviously,
under these terms and conditions,
which include the fixed.
which include the fixed fee.
Okay, yes.
And once you notify it and they accept it, it's binding on ESCOM.
Yeah, okay.
It's a contract. But
Yeah.
remember, at that point, the contract is not signed.
Yes. Oh, that's the point that you said you thought I didn't like.
Yes.
Okay, all
Yes.
right. Okay.
Now, Chair, there's a point that you had, which I'll mention, but ESCOM is going to stop functioning if that is not the case. There are many contracts today at ESCOM that I know of, whose contracts have not been signed, but the letter of award has been awarded. What you cannot do, and that's a point that I thought Mr. Kileke was making, you cannot pay a supplier without a signed contract.
Chair, I think the point of the exercise was to get the passage in the procedure, and that is at page 678, 15678, clause 3.4.8.1.
Yes.
Oh, you
Can I-
wanted to read
can
that
I
into
read
the
it, Chair?
record? Yeah,
Yes.
do that.
Once approval has been given to the award of the contract to the successful supplier, the procurement practitioner notifies the successful supplier of the acceptance of his tender. The procurement practitioner must ensure that this notification is received by the successful supplier because notification of acceptance will become legally binding upon ESCOM. And that's the point I'm making.
Yes, just complete the clause, and then we can talk about it.
Email notification will be subject to Electronic Communication and Transaction Act.
Yeah, okay. Let's, I think it's important that it was important that you refer to this passage, this clause. But let's talk about the issue that you say I didn't like. One, not that I didn't like it, but two, you may recall that in the context of Mr. Singh's evidence, what he was saying was, in effect, look, even though there might not have been a formal contract or agreement that had been signed by both parties, there had been an offer and acceptance. And he was saying, based on his recollection of commercial law that he did many years ago, that should be enough, okay? So what I was saying to him, well, one, his recollection of the law might be based on many years that have lapsed, but in principle, he is correct that if there is an offer and an acceptance, there is an agreement, okay? That's a general principle. But what I was raising with him was whether the position is not that in the context of SOEs, there has to be a formal written contract in addition to whatever correspondence may have been exchanged, which indicates that the parties agree. That's the point I was making, because I've been made to believe that with regard to various SOEs, you might get notification that you have been awarded the tender, but until there is a proper formal agreement, they would not regard the two parties as already having an agreement. Now, if you say to me that was not the position at ESCOM, that might be different. So I was simply raising something based on what my understanding is of the attitude of SOEs. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand the context in which I raised the issue. So it wasn't whether I like it or not.
Chair, I accept that, but
Yeah.
can I also assist you
Yeah.
on that part? Because I think this is very, very important. On the same page, it's a instruction that talks to signing of contracts.
Sorry?
On the same page,
Yeah.
paragraph 3.4.8.3
Signing the contract, yes.
deals with signing contracts.
Yes.
But it does more than that.
Yes.
It tells you when you can assume, it tells you when you can resume work
Yeah.
or not.
Yes.
I would like to read it into the records too.
Yes, no, that's fine. But I must say to you that you are right to point out clause 3.4.8.1, because as you said, it specifically says the procurement practitioner must ensure that this notification is received by the successful supplier, because notification of acceptance will become binding upon ESCOM.
Yes.
So in other words, it has got legal consequences.
Yes.
Yes. So did you say you want to deal with 3.4.8.3 as well?
Yes, and that notwithstanding, ESCOM
Still expects that there would be a contract.
ESCOM still expects that there will be a contract, and that contract must happen preferably before the work starts.
Yes, okay.
That's
Okay. Is the position, as you understand it, that preferably the formal contract must be concluded before the work starts? But if, for whatever reason, work were to start without the formal contract being concluded, as far as you know, ESCOM would regard the two parties as contractually bound in a contract.
exactly, Chair.
Yes, that's the point
Yeah,
you make.
exactly.
yeah.
And what we will do in that case,
Yes.
we will discipline
Yeah,
the procurement practitioner.
yes. But as far as the third party, the
We will not,
supplier
we
is
will not
concerned,
interfere with the third party.
yes, yes. No, that's important that explanation is important. As I say, my understanding in terms of evidence that I've had in regard to some SOEs, it might not be all of them, is different. But it may be that it's factually different. But what you are telling me about is what happened in ESCOM, what the documents say, and what the practice was.
Yes. And this procedure goes a step further, Chair. It says once you have notified the successful supplier of the award and he's accepted and there's a binding contract, it's binding, but there is no contract as yet, and you want to start working now because
Of agency.
of agency. The general manager procurement must authorize them.
Yeah. I assume that in a case where you have complied with clause 3.4.8.1 and you comply with clause 3.4.8.3, the conclusion of a formal contract.
Yes.
The terms and conditions that find their way into the formal contract would be contained already in the exchanges that have happened before.
Most certainly, Chair.
And in other words, from the time you send the notification contemplated in clause 3.4.8.1 to the time of the conclusion of the formal contract, there are not going to be negotiations of terms, because when you accepted, the terms were settled.
Chairman, once I give you a letter of award
Yeah,
and the terms and conditions that comes with it, negotiations are complete.
yeah.
So, and ESCOM uses, and this is another part that I thought you've got a misunderstanding about ESCOM. ESCOM uses standard conditions of contracts. None of us is allowed to deviate. And if you want a bespoke contract, you have to. It's a onerous, difficult process that has to go through commercial, and we will also go through the delegations of authority. So the letter of award will say standard contracts, standard terms. Apply, and it will also add additional conditions that the board approved. That's it. No more negotiations.
Would it be correct to say this procedure at ESCOM, which you are telling me about, which includes clause 3.4.8.1 and clause 3.4.8.3, actually means that the conclusion of the formal contract is really for convenience, so that you have all the terms in one document.
Exactly, Chair.
Otherwise, the contract, the terms and conditions have already been agreed and settled when the notice of acceptance is sent to the supplier.
Of course, Chair, and it will be disaster if that's not the case, because
Yeah.
then the board does not know what they are approving.
Yes.
Then the cost is not fixed.
Yes. Okay, no, I understand. Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Silega?
Okay. I think it wasn't particularly a good idea to concede to take this route, but
Well, if you were saying, Mr. Koko, that, if you were saying that you didn't know why, Mr. Selega didn't explain this, is not ESCOM, so you need somebody from ESCOM to know what the practice was. But Mr. Singh, I would have thought, you know, would have explained it, but maybe he was still going to explain it.
Yeah. There's another part, Chair, that we will come to, and I'll let Mr. Seleka deal with
Seleka.
it. Mr. Seleka, I sincerely apologize. Deal with it at the right time when he's ready. It's the issue that the contract was not signed by me, but I was a delegated person.
Yes, yes.
That's another part that I
That
really
you want to explain.
explain. And I said to my counsel, if I get under
Forget.
pressure and forget it, he must
Remind you.
remind me.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
okay. Mr. Koko, let's just finalize on this very aspect where you refer us to page 678 in ESCOM bundle 15.
Do you want me to go back there?
Yes, let's just finalize on it.
6, 7, 8.
Yes. So we are dealing with, and I want us to be clear, we are dealing with here with the corporate plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
With the letter that is it a letter of acceptance on the 29th of September 2015?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Now, just
Now-
to make, I'm sorry, Mr. Selega. You spoke about the business plan.
Yes.
Was the business plan part of the corporate plan?
Oh, so the corporate plan, business plan,
One and the same
is
thing.
one and the same. Chair.
Okay, all right.
Right,
Okay, I just want to make sure, because if we use different terms, whoever reads might think it's different matters. Okay, all right.
Mr. Seleka, I'm there.
You are there, yes.
Okay.
So I didn't quite get your explanation, but I thought the paragraphs 3.4 and 8.2, you could also have drawn it to the chairperson's attention. Because the second paragraph after the first one, which says procurement practitioner is responsible for compilation and administration finalization of the contract / order. The next one says, if a contract, NEC, has been used, the procurement practitioner, together with the cross-functional team, ensures that the contract documents are correct and complete with all drawings and specifications and included as part of the contract. So I thought you would also explain that part to the chairperson. And it goes on, the last sentence in that paragraph says the procurement practitioner arranges for the printing of the contract for purposes of signature. Let me go on to the next item 3.4 on 8.3, which is signing the contract. It says once the contract is printed, the procurement practitioner takes the contract to the official and authorized ESCOM signatory as nominated by the delegated approval authority to sign the contract on ESCOM's behalf. The nomination is done in terms of ESCOM's delegation of signing authority as set out in Appendix B. It is the responsibility of the procurement practitioner to ensure that the contract is signed by the duly authorized delegates of ESCOM and the supplier before order placement against the contract. In other words, orders cannot be executed against a contract where the contract has not been signed by the parties. And any orders placed against the contract in the absence of contract signature may place ESCOM at legal risk in the event of breach of contract, a claim against the contract, or a dispute with the supplier. To the extent that orders may have to be placed before contract signature, consent must be obtained in writing from the relevant GM, commercial, or his or her nominated representative, or the DE, Primary Energy or his or her nominated representative. So I thought that too,
Are you making any point different from the points he made? Because my understanding, I'm not understanding this to be
Yeah, Chair, I
any
think it's
different from what you
making the
said.
same point that I made.
Yes.
It's exactly
is
what
it
I
exactly
made.
the same?
It's
Which
exactly
is,
the point I made.
which is there must be a signing of a contract.
No, I said to you.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let's make sure so that we only spend time on it if there is confusion.
Yes, Chair.
Are you suggesting that your understanding is that the notification must happen after the contract has been signed, Mr. Selega?
No, Chair.
No, yeah, because his evidence is
Yes.
there comes a time in the process where notification has to be done
Yes.
under clause 3.4.8.1. And he says that notification happens at a time when there is no formal contract yet. But he says when that notification happens, then in law, I know he didn't say in law, but it amounts to saying that in law, there is a contract between ESCOM and the supplier, and all the terms and conditions have been sorted out, otherwise there would be no approval and no notification. But he says, nevertheless, there must still be a formal contract. And that formal contract, the conclusion of that formal contract and its signing comes later. And he says, in response to my question, the terms and conditions that will be in that formal contract are the terms and conditions that had already been in place and had been agreed at the time of notification in terms of that. And he says, no work is supposed to be done by the supplier until the formal contract has been concluded.
Okay.
But if there are reasons of urgency that make it necessary that work be done before the formal contract is concluded, there is a process to be followed and authorization to be obtained. That's the sum total of his evidence. You agree?
Agree fully, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, which must be in writing, as the paragraph says there, Chairperson. To the extent that the orders may have to be placed before contract signature, consent must be obtained in writing. And they specify the persons. Okay. So, Mr. Koku, I know you are dealing with the corporate plan as you have watched.
Are we done for now with this, with band 15, or will we need it later, or I must still have it?
Chairman,
No,
I
I
can't
think-
put my hand on it now, but maybe it is relevant in this context to record where that acceptance document is, the acceptance document of the 29th of September. Because my recollection, and I think I've difficulty to find it right now, is that it was accompanied by a contract document.
Yeah.
Which was signed on behalf of McKinsey.
Yeah.
It was only much later signed by, I think, Mr.
No.
Mabalani on behalf of S.
No,
So
that's
the
fine.
contract had in fact been finalized.
That's fine. Let's leave it to Mr. Selega as to when he wants to deal with that.
Yes.
I think the most important part was for Mr. Koko to explain what he has explained. And so what I'm asking now is whether,
I'm done with this document.
done with
I'll
this.
come back to it later.
Yes,
For now,
thank
you can remove it.
okay, all right.
Unless
Mr. Selega, you
Mr.
agree?
Selega wants to deal with it.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What's Mr. Kuku?
I see we are at 11:15. Maybe let's take the tea adjournment. And then when we come back, we can then continue.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn, we'll resume at 11:30.
So what is now the status of that? No, no, I actually asked what is the status of that? I assume that this is the time for Mr. Coker's last day. But Stella, just remind me, where is that contract? Is that part of Singh's stuff? Where is that contract? Where is
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Mr. Koko, we were busy dealing then with the corporate plan. Let's see whether we can finish that so that we can go back to the emails to Info Portal. I would like us to go to ESCOM Bundle 14, bracket C. ESCOM Bundle 14, bracket C, page 877.82.1. 877.82.1. Go further.
Chairman, we received a bundle electronically on Saturday, or yesterday, but that only goes to page 678, not to 817. It appears that there are annexes to this affidavit that we were not supplied. Possibly before my friend goes in that direction, we would seek to have them supplied.
It might be something you want to deal with now or later, Mr. Selega.
Yeah. If my learned friend could indicate which affidavit is it referring to?
Switch on your mic, Mr. Berry.
There's an affidavit of Mr. Singh, I think it's a supplementary affidavit at page 768. And that's the last page in our bundle.
That's not the bundle I'm referring to.
You said bundle 14.
Yes,
Okay.
bracket C.
Okay, all right. Just before you proceed, Mr. Selega, Mr. Koko, I just want to have some confirmation from you of something that I believe you said about the clauses in that document that we were looking at earlier. You remember which clauses I'm talking about? Did you say that what ESCOM would not be permitted to do in the absence of a formal contract is payment, but the actual work can be done provided the relevant authorizations have been obtained and the notification has been given?
Correct, Chair. And this is very important, Chair, because I think we're going to come back to the invoicing and the payment. And I grew up in ESCOM. I keep on saying ESCOM is, my blood is blue. My association with ESCOM is over 33 years. I may look young. There is a course we did, and we do everywhere. It's called Managing Contracts in SEP. It tells you exactly what to do to make a payment. So the contract manager will sign off what we call a completion certificate. And the completion certificate will either say goods have been received, or work has been done, services has been done, and the contracts manager, authorizes that the job is done. Then there's an invoice. The invoice goes to the contracts manager. The only people who pay suppliers in ESCOM is not Mr. Singh, it's not contract manager, it's shared services. So the shared services will receive the invoice. The first thing the finance person does, is that he checks if there's an order number. So if there's an invoice that is not accompanied by an order number, and we loosely call it in colloquial term at ESCOM, a 4-5 number. So a contract, if you see the contract we discussed, is 4600529909, I think. It's a 46 number. You don't pay on a 46 number. You have to create a 45 number. So the invoice comes, the financial person checks if there's a 45 number. In a loose language in ESCOM, when I say where is the 45 number, I'm asking you the question, is the order placed? Is the order signed? So there's a 45 number. Once there's a 45 number, so there's an invoice with a 45 number, then there must be what we call a goods received or services received in SEP. And the goods received and services received is done by the contract manager. We call it a three-way matching. So you cannot do a payment without a three-way matching. You're matching the invoice, you're matching the order, and whether the job has been done. And one of the frustrations that I have witnessed when I'm sitting at home is to see the focus on Koko, the focus on Mr. Singh. I call it Koko Hunt, because the focus must be on the process. The process says there must be an order number. Was the order placed? And if the order is not placed, who did not place the order? Was the work done? Who signed the goods received, Chair? Somebody signs a completion certificate. Somebody put his neck on the block that the work was done.
Yes.
Who is that guy? That's a process.
Yeah.
And then somebody paid. You call it three-way
No, I
matching.
think
That must be, unless the person who did a completion certificate, the person who did goods received, the person who did payments comes to you and say, actually, I was given instruction by the orders above.
To go against the normal.
to go against the normal process.
Yeah.
Then it will make sense.
That's a different thing.
That's a different thing. But I don't see affidavits or statements of the
Yeah.
people in the process that says, I was given instructions to do this unlawful thing.
No, what you say is important. You see, Mr. Singh is still going to come back. He has not finished, but what I was hoping he was still going to do, and I don't know if I said he should do it, is not to just speak in general terms to say at ESCOM there are processes and procedures, but to say here are the documents that outline who has the responsibility to do what in regard to payments. Here is a document that says this is the journey that leads to the actual payment. And during this journey, the following people have got the following roles. He hasn't done that, but he has mentioned in general, but I certainly will be interested in a document that indicates that, and it may well be that Mr. Selega knows that document is in one of these big bundles, but I'm interested in whether at ESCOM, as I would expect, there was a document that says before payment is done, so and so should do this, so and so should do that, so and so should do that. And if one of these things have not been done, payment should not be made. And who the person is who must see to it that they have been done, I assume that the person who authorizes payment must satisfy himself or herself that all of that has been done. So that kind of document I'm interested in.
Chairman, that will help a great deal. It will help you get to the truth
Yes.
and stop the gossip. Can I summarize? In ESCOM, you don't pay an invoice without an order. Without an order can only come from a 45 number. Somebody has to do goods received, and somebody, shared services, do the payment. I heard you asking too many questions that the CFO must authorize a billion payment. It's not there at ESCOM. But Chair, please, Chair. The document you are looking for is called Managing Contracts in SAP.
Yeah.
That's a document you are looking for. It's got all the details of who must do what and when.
Yes.
And if that has not happened, that's a misconduct. If somebody comes to you and say it was a misconduct because the order above said I must override this, then you can hunt me or you can hunt somebody else.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's important. If we don't have that document, we should have. But it may well be that Mr. Singh was still to get it and give it to us, because certainly for his version, it's quite important. And it may well be that it's important for your version as well. I'm not sure, but certainly for his. Okay, all right. Let's continue.
Yes, Mr. Kuku, I had referred to this bundle, but I'm reminded that you say, and sorry, I just need to get this out of the way because otherwise I forget it. You say you and Mr. Singh agreed to approach McKinsey in regard to the business plan. When Mr. Singh was here, he testified that when he wasn't satisfied with the funding plan that was prepared by Mr. Andre Pillay, he approached Eric Wood, Mr. Eric Wood or Dr. Eric Wood, to assist with that funding plan. Were you aware of that?
No, Chair. Again, I'm terribly sorry. I have to do this. The document that we took to the board was signed by Mr. Anuj Singh. There is a reason why he signs it. That reason is not arbitrary. He signs it because he is the user. The user in ESCOM is a defined term and is defined in ESCOM procedures. To answer Mr. Selega's answer, can I take you to the user? Why does he sign?
Yeah, that's fine.
MK49 once again.
Okay. Same bundle that we have in front of us.
Bundle 15.
Bundle 15.
Mr. Koko's.
Okay.
Chairman, I'm sorry I'm going to frustrate you with documents and references, but a lot of this noise is going to disappear because
No, that's important, subject to simply saying that Mr. Selega must indicate where to do that at a particular time might disorganize his plans. But at some stage, those things must be done, particularly when people who are affected feel that they are important in order to put into the right perspective the points they want to make. What page did you say, Mr.?
Bundle 15, page 677.
Okay, just 1 second. So Mr. Selega, you will indicate if you'd like a particular point to be dealt with later, but otherwise,
Okay.
if Mr. Koko wishes to deal with a certain point at a certain time, that seems to be important, I would let him do it. Otherwise, we can always arrange that it be dealt with at a later stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, except that he's asked me a question, so I'm just answering.
No, I'm now talking in general for the future. I'm just simply saying, when you wish to make a certain point and refer to certain documents, I would allow you unless he indicates that he would like that to be dealt with later. Okay, I am there, Mr. Koko.
Paragraph 3.4.7.
Yes.
I will read it into the record. Since the transactions are based on an end user's...
I'm sorry. Did you say 3.4.7?
Certainly, 3.4.7.
Oh, okay. You didn't say you are skipping the first sentence, so I was...
Oh, yes,
you were saying
second-
since, and I was looking at once.
My fault, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right. Second paragraph, so to speak.
Second paragraph, yes.
Okay.
Since the transactions are based on an end user's request and are paid for by the end user's cost center or project, the end user has the responsibility and authority to determine that ESCOM's needs will be met before the recommendation is made to a delegated authority, or before an order stroke contract is placed, by providing his written consent through sign-off of the recommendations being presented to the procurement practitioner prior to the presented to the delegated authority. Now, the delegated authority this time was the board. The user is Mr. Singh, as a finance director.
Would the term user refer to the head under whom the project falls, for example?
Yes, so the user refers to, ESCOM has got cost centers. A cost center is delegated a budget and the scope. He needs the work done. But he can't procure because procurement is a delegated function of procurement. So he then goes to commission and say, I have this need. The need is a business plan. The need is a corporate plan that must comply to the design to cost strategy. And later on, I will take you to the board minutes of the 22nd of 2015, my council has a document, and you'll see where the need arose. In implementing that need, we then approach McKinsey. But the scope can only be signed off by the person who's going to pay, because that person authorizes that I have the money. The money is budgeted for. The delegations of authority enjoins that you don't do any project that is not budgeted for. It's a requirement of the PFMA. But also the scope, only the user knows that. And this procedure says the user consents by signing the documents that goes to the delegated authority.
Is the user the head of the relevant cost center?
Correct, Chair.
So Mr. Singh would have been the head of the relevant cost center in this case?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
So the cost center that was used for the business plan would be Mr. Singh's cost center.
Okay, okay.
So he is the user.
Yes.
He decides the scope. He decides which professional he uses, who he approaches, I don't know that.
Now, when we're talking here about the corporate plan, which led to or will lead to the MSA, is that right?
No, Chair, and this
No.
is where the problem I have.
Yes, yes,
There's a very conceited approach to want to link the two.
yeah.
And
yeah.
the two are completely
Are
different.
separate.
Yes.
Okay,
The two
so
are completely
he is the head of the cost center insofar as the corporate plan relates to his center.
correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Selega, I just want to make sure.
That's fine, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine, because it has been clear in our minds, even with Mr. Singh, that the
Yeah.
two are different.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
But, okay, I think your answer to my question, Mr. Kuhn, because the question was, Mr. Singh, when he was here, he said he approached Dr. Eric Wood to assist with the funding plan. But you are saying you and him agreed to approach McKinsey. So I'll just draw into you the distinction between your version and his version, but your answer is you don't know. In regard to his version, you don't know.
I don't know who he approached.
Yes.
I don't know who he approached. I just know that, and I can tell you, Chair, that Mr. Singh and I think Mr. Mabilane, I am not sure, but I think he was there. We had a meeting with McKinsey, and we briefed them on our request
About the corporate plan.
about the corporate plan.
And is your understanding that that was the first entity that was approached about the corporate plan? When I say entity, somebody outside of ESCOM. Or
In my view, it was the only entity that
it was the only entity.
that I approached. That
Yes.
me and him approached.
Yes.
The rest,
Yeah,
I
it's his story.
have no
You don't know
knowledge of.
anything about it, the other
Yes.
things. Okay,
Yes.
all right, okay.
Isn't it that when you, sorry, because this issue is,
Well, Mr. Seleg, I'm sorry. It might be important to establish when it was, if it's possible, that approach in which Mr. Koko was present when they briefed McKinsey, when it was, because then one can check when it was that Mr. Singh talks about approaching trillion or regiments. Then we can see which one happened first.
Chair, I can assist.
Yeah.
Mr. Barrow, do you want to give the chair the board minutes of the 22nd of July?
which year?
Well, what we can,
So
you can
the-
mention,
the-
you
the
can mention
date-
them and then I can get them later if necessary.
The date must have been between the 22nd of, after the 22nd of July to the 1st of August,
Okay, somewhere during that time.
during the time. And the reason for that is because the need was triggered for the business plan, was triggered in the meeting of the board of the 22nd of July 2015.
Okay,
But the first proposal I got from McKinsey is dated the 1st of August 2015.
okay.
I have those board minutes available, supplied by my client. I have 4 copies of it.
Okay, I don't need to see them now, but arrangements can be made for them to be,
Yes, I just don't know whether Mr. Koko wants to refer
or
to the
wanted,
document.
yeah.
Yes,
For my purposes, what he has told
So
me is
it's
enough
just
now.
for, I wanted, they helped me with the dates.
Yeah,
So it's
okay.
between we will come back to them.
Yeah.
At one point, you will have to see them because one of the things that pains me is people coming to you to lie to you to make me look bad. And I will show you in those minutes
Yeah.
how that happens. But the date you are looking for, Chair, is between the 22nd of July
And the 1st of August.
and the 1st of August.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Yes, we'll return to that later then.
Okay, all right.
I think
Yes.
let me just follow my sequence.
Yeah.
Mr. Coco, please turn to ESCOM Bundle 14, bracket C, the one I sought to refer to just before the T adjournment.
877.
Yes.
Yes, but I did not get 877 point.
Point 82.1.
What is the page number?
877.
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
You're there. I'm sure you will recognize the document.
I do recognize the document, sir.
877, Chair, point 82.1.
Yes. 877.2.
82.1.
Well, I have 877, but I don't have point something. Is it bundle 15?
14, Chair, sorry. Bundle 14, bracket C.
Okay, all
So
right.
we're moving to another bundle. I beg your pardon, Chair.
Eight seven seven point 82.
182.1,
Yeah, okay.
acceptance letter on ESCOM.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes, so Mr. Gogo, this is the letter, I think, signed by you. That's the letter you're referring to earlier.
That's correct.
Acceptance letter in respect of the corporate plan is dated 29 September 2015. And it's addressed to Dr. Alexander Wise and Vikas Sega, notification of acceptance for the provision of consulting services. We accept your proposal for the provision of consulting services on a fixed basis in accordance with the terms and conditions specified.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega. Mr. Berry, I want to try and regularize properly what happens when you wish to say something, so that you don't just stand and start talking. Now, one way in which it could be done is that if you switch on your mic and I realize that it's red, I would know you would like to say something, then I would let you say so.
Are you able to see that if,
Well, that's the point I'm raising, because where you are, I won't see it easily. I wonder whether it's possible for you to sit where I will see it easily.
Mr. Chairman, it's a question of the acoustics in this place. I have to sit here to be able to hear you.
Okay, all right. Okay, so if you are going to remain there, well, I'm trying to see whether if you were to be,
Because I misheard, for instance, when my learned friend refers to bundle
Yes.
16, I heard
Yeah.
bundle 14.
okay, I think maybe what we do is,
But I will do whatever you want me to do.
yeah,
I'm gonna show
no,
you.
that's fine. Let's say you will stand up, but wait for me to say you can speak.
Very well.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. And then the scope of work. Then you have a paragraph called contract, the heading contract. Below that is the terms and conditions of the NEC. Professional services contract will apply. Contract conditions, additional SD and L requirement, subcontracting of 30% of the contract value to a black-owned supplier will apply. Then you have the fees. Turn the page, please. There is a table of rates, and under that there's documentation, and it reads the contract documents will be available for your signature and acceptance within 1 week of receiving the notification of acceptance or within any longer period agreed between ESCOM and McKinsey and Company. Then there's confirmation. We confirm that a contract will exist between ESCOM and McKinsey and Company on the above basis. Please indicate your acknowledgement thereof by signing below and deliver to the undersigned. Now, I would like you to explain to the chairperson how should one understand this. On the first page, which refers to the terms and conditions of NEC, it says contract terms and conditions of NEC professional services will apply. And on the next page, it says the contract documents will be available for your signature and acceptance within 1 week of receiving the notification of acceptance or within any longer period agreed. Could you explain to the chairperson how should this be understood in the light of the conclusion of the contract and the provisions that you refer to in that?
Excellent, Chair. And it ties back to the discussions that we had.
Yes, and I see that that last paragraph on confirmation speaks to what you were saying, namely, a contract exists once there's been that acceptance.
Yes.
And the formal contract comes later.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the issue here, Chair, is that at this point, there cannot be uncertainty about the terms and conditions of the contract. There cannot be. So at this point, the terms and conditions of the contract are done. And in this case, we're using NEC contract, standard contract, no deviations from the standard contract. So everybody in ESCOM, it's like a militarized environment. NEC conditions, you're not allowed to charge, cut and paste, that's what's going to work. Then the next question will be, are there any additional conditions that are authorized by the board? And the answer is yes. The additional conditions authorized by the board is a 30%, if you read it, subcontracting 30% of the contract value to a black-owned supplier will apply. That's authorized by the board. That's additional contract.
That's not in the normal
That's
conditions.
that's not in the normal issues. That is
Yeah.
why it's written specifically. Then the next one is the fees. Now you see, and this is a difference between MSA and this one. The fees are National Treasury's fees, fixed, not risk-based. Now, the understanding in ESCOM, Chair, is that once this letter is signed by both parties, it's binding. And soon thereafter, a contract will be signed. Now, yes, that's, so ESCOM procedure is that if you want to do work before the contract is signed, the GM commercial must authorize you in writing. Right? So I have no doubt.
Yeah. No, I think that you have explained sufficiently. I think Mr. Selega must just be more specific in terms of what it is that he would like you to deal with.
And these letters are standard, Chair. And the fact that it says contract will,
Yeah,
it's neither here nor there.
yeah. Mr. Selega, do you want to be more specific as to what you wanted to explain?
Yes, correct, Chair. Chair, that procurement and supply management procedure Mr. Koko was saying, it was saying if a contract, NEC has been used, then there are obligations of the procurement practitioner to ensure that the contract is completed. Is correct and complete with all the drawings there. They use the drawings, and here the letter specifically says contract, and it says the terms and conditions of the NEC professional services contract will apply. So that's one. And if you turn the page, it says the contract documents will be available for your signature and acceptance. And it tells them within 1 week or within such longer period as the parties may agree. So I wanted you to explain to the chairperson, in the light of what is stated in this letter, when does the contract become concluded when you look at those provisions? And I want to read, just before you answer, that last sentence which the chairperson read. The last sentence, confirmation, says, we confirm that a contract will exist between Eskom and McKinsey on the above basis. Now, Chair, it doesn't say upon your acceptance, but it says on the above basis, which basis includes the documentation to be provided for signature and that the NEC professional services contract will apply.
Yeah, let me maybe ask these questions, and maybe the answers will automatically answer that, or we'll see if there is a need. Some of these questions, your counsel will be thinking, this is law, but we just want your understanding, because you obviously have been at Eskom for many years. You grew up there, so you know how things work. Is your understanding that when you send the notification of acceptance, the contract is concluded when the supplier receives that, full stop, or when the supplier receives that and signs it and sends it back to Eskom? Are you able to assist there in terms of at what point Eskom would regard the contract as having been concluded?
Chair, I can assist.
Yes.
I've seen many of these things.
Yes.
And part of what you will have to make, to determine is the practice and what you can read in the document. In Eskom terms, once a letter of award is signed, that's a contract.
That is signed by Eskom or by
no.
Eskom and the supplier?
Eskom and the supplier.
Okay, all right.
Once the letter of award is
Yes.
signed by both Eskom and supplier,
Yes.
it's a contract.
Yeah, okay.
What Eskom does not want, Chair, is that you start doing the work before the actual contract is signed.
Yeah.
Eskom frowns at that, it discourages that.
Yes.
But you can do that, and I imagine if
There are good reasons.
if there are good reasons to do that, and the GM procurement must
Authorizes,
authorize
yeah,
that.
Yeah. I hope that helps, but if it doesn't help, you can take from there. As I understand it, to the extent that the letter of acceptance, or maybe speaking about documents that on the face of it, the supplier maybe is still to receive, obviously the supplier must see those documents before it signs, because once it has signed, it will be taken to have seen them. That would be my understanding.
Yes, you mean once it signs the acceptance letter, Chair? Yeah.
That the acceptance letter.
Yeah, Chair, I don't think it's the case here.
Yes, okay.
You will
I mean, you can take it.
Yeah.
You can take it for. I'm just sharing with you.
Yes,
My
your
understanding of
understanding,
Mr.
yes.
Koko's
No,
evidence.
correct.
Yeah.
Because, Mr. Koko, you see on that understanding, your letter, you signed it on the 29th of September 2015. It was countersigned also on the same date, 29 September 2015. And on the face of it, I'm saying on the face of it, it envisages that a contract must be signed as the procurement policy contemplates, which is if you use a NEC contract, then the procurement practitioner must ensure that the documents are correct and complete, and there should be a signature of the agreement of the contract before services are rendered.
Chair.
But did you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I
I'm saying on the face of it, it envisages the signing of the agreement.
Chair, the Eskom procurement manual is very clear. The letter of award is binding and the contract is always signed later. All
Yes.
Eskom letter of
But
award.
before you answer, Mr. Koko, Just for me to understand the basis of Mr. Selega's question, what's the basis for that suggestion, Mr. Selega?
That the letter envisages the conclusion of an agreement, Chair.
Well, the letter may well envisage the conclusion of a contract because the formal contract would always, according to Mr. Koko, would always come later.
Yes.
But I understand you to be making a different point, namely, the contract must be signed before this acceptance is signed.
No,
Okay, what is the point?
before the work is done.
Yeah, but that's the point he has made too, that
Yes.
before the work is done,
Yes,
the formal contract must be there.
yes,
But there are circumstances where work can be done before the formal contract is concluded.
yes.
But in that case, you need special authorization from somebody.
From GM Legal.
Yeah, and process. That's his evidence.
Yes, okay. But then, if we take it further, then Mr. Koko, if we take it further, because this is another aspect, but let me take it further, Mr. Koko. The NEC was then exchanged between the parties, which is the next, it's on the next pages.
Yes.
And two things, because you will have to explain to the chairperson. Here, we understand that work was done. Work was done prior to the NEC being signed. And you will have to explain to the chairperson, if that was so, whether there was a permission in writing for work to be done prior to the NEC being concluded. But then, if you go to the NEC, which is, if you go further to the NEC, you see there that the documentation is not fully completed, on the face of which a conclusion could be made that the NEC, if not fully completed, didn't come into existence. So, just explain the first one to the chairperson. If work was done without the contract being signed, was there a written permission to do so?
Yeah. So, Chair, I think we've leveled up on the process. Now it's about application. So there would be nothing untoward if the work is done without the contract signing for as long as it's authorized. There's nothing
By the right person.
by the right person. There's
Yeah.
absolutely nothing wrong with that. And this is where my frustration is. If you follow the ESCOM process, then you'll get to this point that says work was done, we needed a general manager sourcing to authorize it, and the general manager sourcing in this case happens to have been the project manager of this contract, Mr. Kavenda. So then your line of investigation is targeting the right people. Then you're going to go back and say, Mr. General Manager, procurement, who happens to be the procurement manager, there is evidence before us that the NEC contract was not concluded. In fact, the evidence before the commission is that it was signed much later. I want to deal with it too because it affects me. Did you authorize that the work gets done in writing, and where is it? Then you are talking to the right person. I am not in a position to assist you with that. But if you follow the ESCOM process, you then will be able to hold the right person accountable.
But, Mr. Selega, where does it say, this is the terms and conditions of the NEC professional services contract will apply. You see, I take that to mean,
Yes.
I don't take that to necessarily mean the supplier must sign those terms. I take it to mean as long as the supplier knows that those are the terms, if he has signed or if it has signed the acceptance letter, that's in order. But it may well be that somewhere there is a document that says the NEC professional service contract must be signed, because this letter, notification of acceptance, doesn't say that the NEC professional service contract must be signed. It simply says its terms and conditions will apply. So for me, if the supplier is aware what those terms are, even if they have not signed, that's enough. But obviously, if there is a requirement somewhere that knowledge thereof is not enough, but you must sign, then that's a different matter.
No, Chair, you must read it with the, go to the next page, Chairperson,
Yes.
under documentation. Because that too,
Yeah.
must be read with the policy Mr. Koko has referred us to.
The contract documents will be available for your signature and acceptance within 1 week of receiving the notification of acceptance or within any longer period. Yeah, well, contract documents, I guess, would include the NEC
Terms and
professional services contract.
For signing and
But
acceptance.
I don't know whether, I don't know how much point you want to make of it. But you must make whatever point you would like to make. Let me hear what Mr. Berry has to say.
Just having regard to the most basic principle of understanding and interpreting contractual documents, being that one reads the documents within context of the document as a whole, as well as the context of what would have been attendant upon the parties' intention at the time. What is relevant here is, Mr. Chairman, that indeed, as my learned friend pointed out, under documentation, it states the contract documents will be available for your signature and acceptance within a week of receiving the notification of acceptance. That acceptance, of course, is right at the very outset of this document. But what then further occurs is that on page 877.82.3, there is the following. We acknowledge receipt of your notification of acceptance dated 29, and this is now filled in by Dr. Weiss, here, confirming that the contract will exist between Eskom and McKinsey and Company from 1 October 2015 or soon thereafter. So that is now the acceptance of the contract. You'll find that on page 877.82.3. And then furthermore,
Yes, no, but Mr. Berry, you might be addressing a different point. I think my issue was simply whether it's necessary to sign the NEC professional services contract. But if Mr. Selega says it is and wants to pursue that, that's fine. I just wanted to say I wasn't sure that if the NEC professional services contract is not signed, but the letter of acceptance is signed, I wasn't sure that there would be no contracts in that case. Yeah.
that is the issue that I'm addressing, because it is confirmation of what you put across.
Okay.
And in that regard, further, you will find, in other words, that document says that the contract will exist then from a certain date that
Yeah.
is signed. And then, in fact,
Do you want to say where you're reading from so that?
I referred you to 2 pages further on than where you were, at page 877.82.3.
Yes.
You will find there an acknowledgement by Mr. Weiss, I think it's Dr. Weiss, on behalf of McKinsey, completed in his handwriting on the same day, 29 September 2015. Signature appears there. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm there, yeah.
So that is then the concluding of the contract. And the documents that would be available for signature within a week, they are also here, and that you will find from the next page, page 877.82.4. And in fact, these documents were also signed on the same day by McKinsey.
Okay.
And that you will find on page 877.82.6, where Dr. Weiss's signature again appears,
Okay.
dated the 29th of September 2015.
Okay, all right. Mr. Slager?
Thank you, Chair. That NEC contract, to the extent that the letter refers to it, Chair, you will see the policy under that paragraph 3.4.8 has two paragraphs. One is that acceptance of the award or notification of award, and then you have a step dealing with the contract. And there, the step dealing with the contract specifically says, if a contract, bracket NEC, is used, then the procurement practitioner has the steps to do. But let's do this, Chair. Let me ask Mr. Koku this question, because in the second paragraph, signing of the contract is explicitly required in that policy. Let me ask then Mr. Koku this. Mr. Koku, if you're saying the letter of acceptance creates a contract between the parties, because the policy only says it is legally binding on ESCOM. It doesn't say it creates the contract, because the contract is dealt with in the next paragraph. If that letter creates a contract, what is the need to send the NEC, which you say should be signed?
Chair, we're dealing with practice here, and I can't undo the practice. That's how ESCOM worked
Yeah.
all along. That's how it worked. You sign the letter of award, the contract without fail gets signed later. In many cases, in a lot of cases, contracts don't get signed for years, actually. And
Which is wrong.
ESCOM gets embarrassed afterwards. After ESCOM gets embarrassed afterwards. But that is why the contract, the third paragraph I read, it's very clear. It's very clear. It says, first, the letter is binding and it creates a contract. And if you reach a different conclusion, you will create a revolution in ESCOM. It's okay.
Well, no, I do want to ask Mr. Selega what it can mean if it says legally binding, if it doesn't mean a contract comes into being, so that I can understand his thinking.
ESCOM is 90 years old. Binding in ESCOM terms for ESCOM practitioners, we've always understood it to be creating a contract.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You hear my question, Mr.
Yes, no,
Selega?
I heard your question.
So that I can follow if, because for me, coming from the general principle of that an offer and acceptance creates a contract, and then you have a situation where now an acceptance is contemplated and the document says it's legally binding. I can't think of any legal consequences other than contractual legal consequences.
Yes, Chair. When you read it in the context of the policy, where they say notification of an acceptance of the award will be legally binding on ESCOM. So that means you have accepted as ESCOM the offer made by the supplier. But the policy goes further, Chair. It doesn't stop there. It says if an NEC agreement or contract is used, then ensure that it is signed. And it tells the procurement practitioner what to do. All the documentation must be in place. And if I may say, the law, the law says if the parties envisage a written contract to be in place, the contract doesn't come into place until it is signed. And that's the reason why I was asking Mr. Cook. If they contemplated the NEC terms will apply, the next page is saying the documentation, the contract documentation will be given to you for signing and acceptance. Why did they send the NEC to the supplier if it is sufficient to simply have a letter of acceptance, which created a contract? But he has answered that.
Yes, because the letter of acceptance says the terms in the NEC will apply.
Yes.
Therefore, before the supplier signs, the supplier must satisfy itself that it is happy with the terms and conditions of the NEC because they will apply. But if the supplier chooses not to wait for the terms and conditions of the NEC before it signs the acceptance letter, it seems to me that once they have signed, they are deemed to know those terms and they can't complain. And on the face of it, that's what seems to be the position as I see it. But what I'm saying is, if you have a different understanding, I'm not saying don't pursue it, but I want you to have the benefit of what I make of it.
Yeah. I think Chair and I,
if I can,
I think Chair and I are slightly on different
Yeah.
points.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I think
is
we're slightly
your
on
point,
different points.
is your understanding, just articulate your understanding in terms of the substance of what all of this means.
Yes, Chair, because my, what is it? What I'm putting to Mr. Koko arises even from the policy itself, one, and then from their own practice, which is what Mr. Koko is referring to, two. One is, they've done the first step in terms of the policy. They exchanged the letter of award, or the letter of acceptance.
Yeah.
Yes. Number two is the next step in the policy, which they also do, which is to exchange the NEC for signing and acceptance. Now, my question to him is, if the letter of acceptance creates a binding agreement, what is the need for the second step, which the policy contemplates, which is also executed by them, by him in this case?
But is there something that says the NEC document must be sent to the supplier after the supplier has signed the acceptance letter?
Yes, and that's where I think, Chair,
Yes.
yeah.
No, on your understanding?
No,
It
No,
doesn't,
it's
because
not.
if it doesn't, if your understanding, if it's not your understanding that the NEC documents must be sent to the supplier after they have signed the letter of acceptance, and if your understanding is that is to be sent before or at the same time as the acceptance letter, I don't see a problem. But I would see a problem, I would see your problem if you say the policy and the documents contemplate that the sending of the NEC document should happen after the supplier has signed the acceptance.
well, when you read the policy, Chair, and when you look at the steps taken, because this, I think Mr. Koko's letter is in accordance with that policy. So the acceptance between the offer.
Let's read the policy, just read the relevant
read it?
policy so that we don't speculate about what it says.
Yes. It says, first is notification of award. So once approval has been given to the award of the contract to the successful supplier, the procurement practitioner notifies the supplier of the acceptance of his tender. The procurement practitioner must ensure that this notification is received by the successful supplier, because notification of acceptance will become legally binding upon ESCOM. Emailed notification will be subject to electronic the Act, the Electronic Communications and Transitions Act. That's point one. So they do the acceptance. Here is, we accept your award, and they would sign. My understanding is they would then sign that acceptance letter, both ESCOM and the supplier. Then you have point two.
Well, why do, obviously, ESCOM would have signed the letter of acceptance before it sends it to the supplier.
Correct, yeah.
But why do you say that before there is step two, the supplier would have signed? What's the basis for saying that?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that's the
Step one might consist of only ESCOM sending the notification
Yes.
without necessarily the supplier signing as
Yes.
yet, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Yes.
one scenario. You
Yes.
accept that. Okay, then what is
Yes.
supposed to come after that?
Then two is compiling the order/contract. It says the procurement officer responsible for the compilation, administration, and finalization of the contract/order. If a contract, bracket NEC/FIDIC, bracket has been used, the procurement practitioner, together with the cross-functional team, ensures that the contract documents are correct and complete with all drawings and specifications and included as part of the contract. And the procurement practitioner arranges for the printing of the contract for purposes of signature. And then you have step three, which is signing their contract.
Let's talk about step two.
Yes.
On my understanding, there is nothing inconsistent with Mr. Koko's evidence about step two.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Let's go to step three.
But you will see the point I'm trying for Mr. Koko to explain is, if step one creates a contract, what is the need for step two?
Hang on.
Yes.
If, remember that on your approach, step one consists of the sending of the notification.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Koko, as I understand his evidence, didn't say that upon the sending of the notification, a contract is created. He said the supplier must sign.
Well, he was reading the legally binding chair from step one.
Well, it was clarified. You remember I asked him a question later on,
Yes.
and he said it's got to be signed by the supplier. Mr. Koko, am I putting
That's
words in your
correct.
mouth?
Yes.
So his evidence is the contract will come into being will not come into being before the supplier signs.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't take it a step further, which might be legal, whether after the supplier has signed, the fact of the signature that they have signed must come to the attention of ESCOM. You know, that's, I thought it's enough for his purposes that he has said the contract will come into being after the supplier has signed. So, and that part, the signature of the supplier, need not be on the same day as when when ESCOM signs the acceptance letter.
Yes.
But it could be.
Yes.
But it could be a day later, it could be a week later, or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's accept that, Chair. Let's accept that. The question is, the signing of the contract is envisaged in the policy. Not only in the policy, well, in the policy, and hence, I think, they may have done so in this letter, Mr. Koko saying, we will send the documentation to you for signing and acceptance. And I think that's where my question lies, which is, if then we accept the notification is out and it has been accepted, because step 3 here is signing the contract in terms of the policy, which is also what is envisaged in the letter. Why do we need that if the acceptance...
Why do you need what?
Why do we need the signing of the contract when the letter, once signed by the supplier, creates the contract?
Well, you remember, I think I said to him, it may well be that for purposes of having all terms and conditions in one document, that might be necessary convenience. That's what I said. Mr. Koko, you may have dealt with this, but you want to respond to that. The question is, if there is already a contract after the supplier has signed the letter of acceptance, why is there need for a contract to be concluded later?
Chairman, I've got two answers to that. Besides telling you that it's precedent and it's the culture, we found it working that way. But in my day-to-day life, I found a signed contract that clarifies a lot of issues. I've always been better off
With a contract,
with a contract than with a letter of award.
then different pieces of
And
documents.
different pieces, it takes away
Yeah.
gray areas. But Chair, I need to say the second thing, that the 321034 contemplates any form of contract. It's got, I think we are overemphasizing NEC, whether it's FEDIC or NEC or bespoke. The design of the 1032 document is that once there's a letter of award, the procurement practitioner must put together contract documents, and it is his or her responsibility to make sure that it is signed by a person who is duly delegated by the board and tender committee. So whether it's NEC or not, it's irrelevant. Whether it's FEDIC is irrelevant. Whether it's bespoke is irrelevant. But all put together, they must be in place and be signed by a person who is duly authorized by the board tender committee, and it's a responsibility of the procurement practitioner that he or she does that it happens.
Mr. Silaga.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, if the offer and acceptance stage creates a legally binding agreement on the face of that very letter with minimal details, can you imagine SOEs contracting on millions like they did, the 101 million, on the basis of that letter?
Well, you see, Mr. Silaga, as far as the law is concerned, we all know the general principle that if there is an offer and an acceptance as a general principle, there is a contract. Okay? Obviously, the offer and acceptance must include all the necessary terms and conditions. If they are not included, then it's not a valid
And
contract.
in this case, they were included.
So that's the general principle of law. Now, of course, it is possible that in a certain sector or scenario, there could be legislation or there could be a policy of an entity that says, until there is a formal contract signed, nothing is binding that the parties may have exchanged, But if you don't have anything either by way of legislation or by way of the regulations and rules or policies of an entity that deviate from that general principle, one would expect that that general principle would apply as long as all those terms and conditions are there. But if ESCOM has, maybe there is legislation that says, well, when you deal with ESCOM, you won't have a contract just because of exchanges of emails and whatever and discussions, there must be a formal contract, then that's different. So as I understand it, in this case, nobody has said to me that there was such legislation or rules or regulations, but you have made a certain point with regard to the policy, but I don't know whether you go that far.
Yes, Chair, can I say this? Because and maybe that will close it on that.
Yeah.
The offer and acceptance principle doesn't stop there, Chair. If the parties envisage that they should sign a contract, which is what is contemplated here, contemplated in that letter, then the contract comes into existence as contemplated by the parties upon them signing it.
No,
And that's to the extent I'm taking.
I think that's in order as a principle to say,
Yes.
if the parties say for a certain period we'll be negotiating,
Yes.
and during the negotiation certain things might be said to each other, but we don't want to argue about whether while the one party thought we were still negotiating, the other one thought we already had a contract.
Yeah.
Therefore, there'll be no contract until there is a formal contract. That position can apply. So if you say this is what you believe is the position here, then it's a question of going to the basis for that, and then you can put it.
Yes, I think Mr. Cook, I think I've travestied with you, because from the policy, I see the policy being staggered in terms of process. One of notification of award, the next is what the practitioner should do in terms of preparing the documentation for the contract, and the third step is the signing of the contract itself. And I see your letter being consistent with that process.
Chairman, I have said my say. I can't take this further. A letter
Yes.
of award and acceptance
Yeah.
in ESCOM terms is legally binding. Put a contract in place. That's a practice. But let me say another issue, Chair. I appreciate the risk that is raised by Mr. Seleka that
About SMMEs.
not about SMM, is about doing the work without a contract with a letter of award.
Yeah.
And the policy is very clear as well. If you read it, it's very clear. It says it does not, it does not take kindly to work starting without a signed contract. It's very clear. But it does say also, there are circumstances that may
Which may render it acceptable.
render
That be done.
except that it be done.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to put it to you is that, and I'm not saying so, I'm saying there may well have been, but if there
Such a case.
there may have been such a case,
Yeah.
and if you are not targeting, if you are not on a cocoa hunt, you may get to a decent answer to that. And if there is no decent answer to that, then you are zooming into the right person. I'm simply asking you, Chair, stop the cocoa hunt.
I'm not doing a cocoa hunt,
The
Mr.
people
Coco.
here must, but they,
Mr.
if they
Coco,
follow, if they follow the procedures.
you did say you can't help with the question of whether work was or wasn't done before the contract was concluded.
Correct.
Yes, and you did say the person who would know about that, I think it's Mr. Govender, is that?
Correct.
And whether or not, if work was done before the contract was concluded, whether the requirements of the policy for that to happen were met.
Correct.
Would be him.
Correct. What I need to help you with, Chair, and here it's again following the process. When Mr. Singh was here previously, it was put to him that the contract, this contract we're looking at, was actually signed by Mr. Mabilane and not by Mr. Koko, who was delegated. This question arises again in the High Court. ESCOM makes a case that says we can't find a delegation of authority
that Mr. Mabilani relied on to sign this contract, because the delegation was to Mr. Koko. I have a duty to assist you there.
May I assist you?
And if I can, I will do that now.
Yes, may I assist, because
Yeah.
I didn't ask the question why Mr. Mabelane signed. That was a piggyback from Mr. Singh's answer that he doesn't know why Mr. Mabelane signed because the delegation was given to Mr. Koko. And then I said to him, oh, but does it mean Mr. Mabelane then didn't have authority to sign? In which event, even if he had signed properly, the contract would not have come into existence. Then he said, no. He can't recall whether the delegation was given to the person or to the position. Yes. So I didn't put. Mr. Koko is burning to deal with that question.
Yeah.
But I've seen that point.
Yeah.
And I have to, Chair, because the following day, the headlines were, Mr. Singh throws Mr. Koko under the bus because Mr. Koko did not sign as authorized.
Yeah.
So my name has been dragged in the mud. I have to correct it, Chair.
No,
It's
no,
a
that's
personal
fine.
issue.
But
It
that was not
affects
my
my
issue.
5-year-old. My 5-year-old comes to me with a newspaper clip. Daddy, what's going on here? So I have to correct that.
No, that's fine. Mr. Seleka?
No, that's fine. And you know then, Mr. Koko, just to close off on this, that we have put to Mr. Singh something that we can also put to you, that the NEC contract that was contemplated to be signed was in fact not signed properly by Mr. Mabelane. You are aware of that?
Chair, and this is what I want to be allowed to deal with, Chair. So I am going to give you a set of a document that answers that. I have to.
Yeah.
I
I'm
have to
sorry,
do
I
it
didn't
now.
hear the
Just
question.
tell
What
us.
is the question?
What I'm putting to him, Chair, is that the NEC contract that was envisaged to be signed, it's in the bundles, also in Mr. Singh's bundle, is not signed properly or completely by Mr. Mabelane.
Yes.
Yes.
So were you asking him whether he was aware
Whether
of
he
that
was
or
aware of
not?
that, yes.
And he would like to deal with that?
Yes, I want to deal with that. And
Okay, all
my
right.
straight answer to you, and
Yeah.
I will answer you straight, and I will show you the documents. I don't know. I did not know. I couldn't have known. I was not in a position to know.
Okay.
Then that's fine.
No, but I want to show you the documents because this question is going to come back again when we deal with Ms. Mutepu's argument.
Let's
I want to deal with
let
it
him
now.
refer to the documents.
Do you want
Mr.
to go to the document?
Yes, I want to do that.
The NEC,
No. Last
Yep.
night,
The document signed by Mr.
yes.
Mabelane, that's the one you are looking for.
No, I have it. I'm just removing. I'm just
Okay.
removing this file.
Tell us once you know which bundle we must look
Yeah,
at.
it's not in the bundle. It's not in the bundle.
Yeah,
But after Mr. Singh's statement,
Yeah.
I went to dig. But I've got the documents here.
oh, they are not part of the bundle?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? Because we are close to lunchtime. Why don't you share the documents with Mr. Seleka, and I can be given those, and then when we come back, you can deal with it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let's
Chair,
do it.
maybe the witness must first just specify what document he's referring to, because I believe that it might be in them.
No,
Yes.
Mr. Barry, you don't have it because I picked it up last night. It's not in our bundle, so
Okay.
I know.
Okay, all right. All right, let's well, we are at 10 to, but when he deals with them, it's better that I have a copy and you have a copy. We can do one of two things because there's still 10 minutes. Mr. Koko, you can deal with this issue when we come back.
Yes.
But if Mr. Seleka can use the last 10 minutes, next 10 minutes to ask other questions, let's do that.
can I do that? Right. Chair, Mr. Kruger, I want us to go back to those emails, bundle 18, ESCOM bundle 18. And, yeah. ESCOM bundle 18, page 1018,
My apologies, Mr.
bracket B. That's the one we were using, we started off with this morning.
Yes, I must find it.
Yeah.
I've got it, Chair.
You've got it, thanks. And Mr. Cook, I want to expedite the issue of the emails. You mentioned, yes, because we gave you Dr. Ngubani's affidavit, you mentioned that affidavit. Before I get to the affidavit, you have said every time you exchange these emails with Info Portal, you would have a meeting with Dr. Ngubani and Ms. Daniels. Correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. The email regarding the visas,
I'm sorry, can I just check this? When you received an email from Info Portal, would you have a meeting with the two, or would you only have a meeting with them if or when you had sent something to Info Portal, or both?
Chairman, what I would normally do, I will have a discussion with Ms. Daniels, and I will tell her what is coming. And then I will send the documents. Then she will arrange a meeting, and then she will print the documents. And then we'll have a discussions with Dr. Ngubani.
Yes, but what I'm asking is whether you are saying, irrespective of whether you would have sent a document to Info Portal or whether you would have received a document from Info Portal, an email, there would be such a meeting, or whether you are saying there would only be such a meeting if you had sent or were about to send.
Chairman, I have received one or two emails from Info Portal address.
Yes. Most of the time you sent.
Most of the time I send.
Yes.
And the first one that I received, I was in Indonesia, and I was not even aware that it came from Info. Yeah, that was a visa one. The second one is the one I forwarded to Ms. Daniels on the 10th of December 2015,
Okay.
which I also followed
Yes.
up with her to say, do we need a meeting? And he says, no, we don't need a meeting. We have it. She's got it under control. So most of the time is when I send.
Yeah.
When I have a consistent to the briefing that I got when I first came back, that when you have an issue that you think that you are not seeing eye to eye with the chair or with the board, make it available to the chair and let's discuss it before the board really meets and deals with it, and you clear the air on that.
Okay.
please turn to page 1078. 1078. Yeah, there. Right. Yes. So this is, again, an email from you, Wednesday, 30 September 2015 to Info Portal. And it says, attached to this is this letter on the next page. Yes. Which is Dr. Ngubani's letter to Minister Brown.
Yes.
So why, on your version of this being Dr. Ngubani's email address, why would you send his letter to himself?
Yeah, so Chair, this is the more, what's the right, I must choose the right word. This was the most horrendous letter that was,
You chose a very strong word.
that I could have chosen the worst word,
Okay.
that Ms. Daniels made available to me to implement. I was at that point the Chief Procurement Officer for ESCOM. The board of ESCOM irregularly and unlawfully takes a decision to boycott Mail and Guardian, City Press, and Sunday Times, for whatever reason. And then it comes to me to implement. It's an unlawful instruction. I can't implement it. And it was never implemented. And again, we discussed it with Dr. Ngubane, we discussed it with Ms. Daniels. And it was never implemented and I was never in trouble. If I decided not to send it back to Mr. Ngubane for discussion, and I did not implement it, I would have ended up, same way I've ended up with Mr. Tsotsi.
Now, just for the sake of completeness, the attachment to the email that Mr. Selega is asking you about is a letter signed by Dr. Ngubane on the 30th September 2015, and it is addressed to the Minister of Public Enterprises, Ms. Lynn Brown, and says, "Dear Minister Brown, and the subject is suspension of contact in any form whatsoever and or commercial relationship with the Mail and Guardian, City Press and Sunday Times." And the letter reads, "The above matter has reference and Minister's correspondence of 28 September 2015. The board has deliberated on the issues and found that ESCOM is experiencing a similar trend as the Transnet example. Accordingly, the board has resolved that, as quote, ESCOM shall suspend any dealings, be it the placement of advertising or any other commercial relationship with the Mail and Guardian, Sunday Times and City Press, pending the resolution of the complaints that the state-owned entities have against the three newspapers," close quote. Mr. Anuj Singh has abstained due to a conflict of interest as he was the subject of one of the articles published. This decision has been communicated to the Group Chief Executive to implement with immediate effect. I trust that the Minister will find this in order. Yes, that's the, are you therefore saying that this letter, which seems to have been sent to the Minister, was given to you for purposes of implementing the
Correct.
resolution?
Correct.
And you believe that the instruction was unlawful, and you then wanted to discuss it with Dr. Ngubane?
Chairman, I don't believe it's an unlawful instruction.
Yes, yes. But you then wanted to discuss it with Dr. Ngubane?
Correct.
Yes. You say that's your explanation for your email at page 1078.
Correct.
Yes. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Well, that paragraph, Mr. Koko, says the decision has been communicated to the Group Chief Executive. Were you the Group Chief Executive in September 2015?
No.
So why are you placing yourself in the Koko hunt?
Because I am the Group Commercial Officer. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer. The Chief Executive does not execute a procurement decision. The delegations for procurement is with me. It's with my office.
So to the extent that the letter or the resolution of the board, according to this letter, said that the group, or not the resolution, but the letter, to the extent that it said the decision had been communicated to the group chief executive to implement with immediate effect, the point you are making is that the GCEO would actually, in order to ensure that the decision was implemented, would require you to implement it.
Exactly.
And you were raising the issue because in the end you were going to be the implementer. let's take the lunch break. We'll resume at 2. We adjourn. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Chairperson, we were in ESCOM Bundle 18 on that page 1079, dealing with the letter from Dr. Ngubane to Minister Lynn Brown, which Mr. Koko attaches to that email. If I may, I would like to expedite this by referring Mr. Koko to the affidavit of Dr. Ngubane. Mr. Koko, you will have a bundle with that affidavit. ESCOM Bundle 9. The
Well,
chairperson-
maybe before you proceed with your questioning, Mr. Sulega, with reference to Dr. Ngobane's supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
Let me raise something with Mr. Koko. I think one of the points you made about this letter, Mr. Koko, at page 1079, is in effect that it would have made no sense for you to send it to a supplier, I think. Is that correct? It would have been no use to them or something. You made a point along those lines. And I understood that to be saying, to the extent that anybody suggests that I was communicating with Mr. Salim Essa and that I knowingly sent this letter to Mr. Salim Essa if the info portal email address was his or was being used by him. That would not make sense, but it makes sense if I was sending it to Dr. Ngubane in order to raise the issue that I wanted to raise. Did I understand you correctly?
Most certainly, or any other third party.
Yes. What I want to raise with you is that if, of course, the position were that indeed the info portal address was Mr. Salim Essa's address, or that whatever came from that email address came from him, and whatever was sent to it was being sent to him, whether intentionally or not, but it would end with him. The position would be that, if I recall correctly, the documents, or there is a letter, there are documents or emails that came from the info portal address, which were raising the same subject, namely, which were, if I recall correctly, to the effect that the board should take a decision that ESCOM should not have any interactions or should terminate whatever relationship they might have with these three newspapers, the Mail and Guardian, the City Press, and I think the Sunday Times. Now, when Dr. Ngubane was giving evidence, reference was made to such a document, and that it was given to him, and he said he took it to the board, and the board made a resolution that was in line with what was being requested in the documents or emails that came from the info portal address. So if that is true, and if it was to be said that you were sending this to Mr. Salim Essa or to whoever had sent those documents, then what it could mean is that you were sending this letter to show that the board had taken the decision that they had wanted. So I'm saying that that's a possible line of looking at the matter if your evidence is not true. If the other evidence is that, if the evidence is, or if the suggestion is made that you knew you were not sending it to Dr. Ngubane, you knew you were sending it to Mr. Salim Essa, for example. What do you say to that?
Chair, there's, if my memory serves me well, because I listened to the evidence of Dr. Ngubane, that attachment was in one of the info portal email addresses that went to Mr. Ngubane. Don't think I'm mistaken.
Yes, no, I think you are right there.
Secondly, it is one of the documents whose properties show that it was originated by Mr. Dan Mancha and edited by Mr. Salim Issa. I also don't think I am mistaken there.
Yeah, well, I don't remember any reference to Mr. Mancha,
Yes,
but also about the
I can
properties.
tell you now that is what Mr. Seleka put to one of the witnesses.
Okay.
And let's just carry on that line, because that suggests that we are doing the bidding for Mr. Essa or his associate. When it comes to me and I'm part of the club, I'm part of the scheme, I would not stop it. I would not stop it. I would religiously instruct my teams and create reasons why my teams will execute it. But I did the opposite. I killed it.
So your answer to what I was putting to you is, well, I hear what might be said, but at a practical level, I stopped this.
Exactly.
And stopping it is not consistent with me doing Mr. Salim Essa's bidding.
Exactly.
And so on. Yeah.
And you will find, Chair, and we're going to go into this more often. All these transactions that I am accused of doing the bidding for Mr. Isas, guess who stopped them? It's me. It's the opposite. If I was doing the bidding for Mr. Issa, I would have found the reason to pay the 30 million invoice that Ms. Goodsell came to talk about. If I was doing the bidding for Mr. Issa, when Ms. Daniels came to me with the motivation for the payment of the 460 million rands to Mackenzie, part of it ended up with Chilean. I would have found a reason to sign it, but I stopped it. That cannot be the characteristics consistent with the person who's doing the bidding for Ms. Issa, for Mr. Issa. That cannot be.
Yeah. No. I just wanted you to get a chance to deal with that possible line of thinking.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Seleka.
Yes, thank you, Chair. But you would have seen from Dr. Ngubane's affidavit that he denies that the email address, firstly, is his, and secondly, which is more important for your purposes, that he had meetings with you pursuant to the documentation here attached to these emails you sent to InfoPortal. Your comment on that?
Chair, Dr. Ngubane makes sense to me when he says, when he suggests that he does not know the info portal. Oh no, he actually does not make sense. No, it does not make sense. Does not make sense.
He says it's not his email address.
Yeah, no, he says it's not his. So I may find that reasonable, but let me tell you the difficulty that Dr. Ngubane is faced with. And it's a similar difficulty we will deal with in more detail when we get into Ms. Daniels. Dr. Ngubane came here to you and told you that the only time he interacted or he came across the info portal address was August 2016. Was it? That's what he told you. It's in his affidavit. And he says at that point, he was told that it belongs to Mr. Seleke,
Mr. Richard Select.
Mr. Richard Seleke. When you and Mr. Seleka did the probing, and you put the affidavit of Ms. Matsietsi to him, that actually Ms. Matsietsi says she was the one acting as a DG at that point. Mr. Seleke was not in the employ of the department. And this email that you said you came across it could not belong to Mr. Seleka. So you can't be right. As a matter of fact, you used this email address in September 2016. You are not being truthful. That's not what you told him. You are more decent than that. You can't be it cannot be truthful that you only knew about it in September 2016. You actually used it in August 2016. You actually used it in September 2017, in September 2016, and in September 2016, Ms. Matsietsi was the acting chair, Seleke was not in the department. So your version is not right. I remember his body language was saying, oh well, that's all what he said. He said nothing further than that. He has a difficulty, Chair. He's entangled in this info portal address, and he's trying to distance himself. He's been dishonest with you on this email address. I am shocked that he denies the meeting that he had with me and Ms. Daniels, and Ms. Daniels denies that. It can only be the characteristics of people who have come to you, lied to you, to save their skin. I can't fathom the reason why you denied. I can't explain to you. I mean, my counsel takes me to task on many occasions, but Mr. Koko, why would these people lie about you? Why? And I said, but Mr. Barry, I don't know. Here is Dr. Ngubane, who came to lie to you about the August 2016 email. Why did he lie? I don't know. We now know that it's common cause, that he was not truthful. It's common cause. Why? I don't know. He's trying to distance himself from the entanglement he finds himself in. That's the only explanation I can give. And it's disappointing. Dr. Ngubane's interactions with me has been the interaction of a father and son interaction. And I would never have thought that at one stage, on a single day, he will deny the type of interactions that he had with me, which in those meetings, he made the right decision.
What do you say about the fact that Ms. Daniels also denies those interactions?
Ms. Daniels is worse. You've got a worse problem there. So, and to answer you there, and please, Chair, I want you to go to bundle 8. No. First, let's go to his last affidavit, the latest affidavit that you sent me last night. Can we go to it? Ms. Daniels' affidavit.
Well, if you are able to say what you need to say without us going there, do that. But if it's important, then we can.
I will do it, Chair, but my experience now with the commission is that I have to show you the documents. Otherwise, you forget. And let me tell you this. Let me say this. Ms. Daniels says to me to distance herself from the info portal address. She says to you that actually, Mr. Koko was my supervisor on the 20th of July, 2015. He had no reason to take an email from me and say it's for Ms. Daniels, it's for the chairman. There could not have been a reason for that because he was my supervisor. I was not in the chairman's office. What he said. I told you then that she's lying to you. But when I left, it worried me, and I went to dig up documents to show you that he's lying. for a start, bundle that I want to take you to is her
Yeah,
affidavit.
we can go there.
It's her affidavit. Can you go to her?
Let's go there.
Can you go to Ms. Daniel's latest affidavit? And you, Chair, I can't tell you why would Ms. Daniels come and lie to you. I can't just tell you that, but he's doing it. And the only reason he's doing it is to make me feel look bad, and hopefully she thinks that I will not have the documentary evidence to show you that she is indeed lying. That's the only reason. Mr. Silika, if you can guide me to,
You did state what bundle it is, eh?
I think it's bundle 8.
Bundle 8.
Am I right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I think it's in 8B, is that right?
Bundle 8B.
Let's see, page 1079.
Is it bundle 8B?
I'm guessing Chair now, but I want to see whether,
Well, find out where it is first.
Yes.
Or is it not, has it not been
No,
put
no,
in the
they've sent
right
it to me
place?
last night. It's the bundle that they've sent to me last
Or
night.
has it not been put into the bundle?
No, it is
properly?
in the
oh,
bundle.
it is in the bundle.
Is it bundle?
Just help Mr.
Well, your junior will remember, Mr. Selega, exactly where it is.
Yeah, page 1079. I have it in ESCOM bundle 8, bracket B. That's the very last affidavit. Yeah, that's the one, Chair, you have.
I've got bundle 8B, and page 1079 is the certificate of authentication, and page 10.8 is the beginning of her affidavit.
That's the one. That's the one, Chair.
Somewhere in here, Mr. Silika, if you find it, it says, Mr. Koko was my supervisor in 2015.
Oh, you want that?
Yes. Paragraph 11, Chair, page 1082. I'm going to read it into
I've
the...
got it. Yeah, do that.
Yes.
I met with Mr. Koko shortly after his meeting with Mr. Bester. At this time, I still held the position of senior manager in the office of the Group Executive Technology. Thus, Mr. Koko was my direct supervisor. Chair,
In that paragraph, is she talking about what followed after what she refers to in paragraph 10, which seems to be the morning of the 20th July 2015? So when she says shortly after his meeting, is he talking about the meeting on the 20th?
meeting on the 20th, yes.
Okay, all right. Yes, continue.
Now, Chair, Mr. Barry, what is the bundle on the 11th of April 2015?
So what the witness refers to
Yes.
is earlier in this very same bundle. I will just find it, I think it's page 6.
It's bundle 8, page 6.
Yeah, it is in fact page 6. And it's paragraph 8 on page 6 of this bundle. That is ESCOM 080006.
I guess it must be bundle 8A, not 8B.
Most probably.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's page 6, it would be bundle 8A. Yes, that's bundle 8A. I see that at paragraph 9 at page 6 of bundle 8A, she says, I was appointed group company secretary on 1 October 2015.
Chair, it's actually paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8. Subsequently, I was transferred to the office of the chairman on 11 April 2015. And then paragraph 9, I was appointed group company secretary on 1 October 2015 and held this position until 27 July 2017, when the current interim board of ESCOM accepted my resignation as company secretary. The duties of the company secretary are set out in section 880 of the Companies Act.
Chair, I also have brought in the minutes of the board of the 22nd of July, 2015, 2 days after I came back. You have to look at them.
Yes, but do you
So-
want to make whatever points you wanted
Yes,
to make
it-
with
it
regard to
may-
these
that,
two?
that minute, those minutes adds up to that lie.
Yes, and I guess your point must be that she did not hold the position that she says she held at that time.
The only reason she comes to you and say, Mr. Koko was my supervisor on that, is because she tries to create a distance. She's trying to say, but I was not in the chairman's office. I could not have given Mr. Koko an email address of Dr. Nkubani, and I could not have had access to it. That's all what she's trying to do.
Can you say she was still in the office of the
Chair, I
chairperson?
want you to look at the minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Barry, can you give the chair the minutes, please?
I have 4 copies here, Mr. Chairman, of the minutes of the special ESCOM board meeting held on 22nd July 2015.
Okay, the registrar will take those. We don't have them in the bundles.
Not as far as I'm aware, sir.
Okay, give us another copy to Mr. Selega.
Chair, what you have in front of you is the minutes of the board 2 days after I returned to ESCOM after my suspension, dated 22nd July 2015. And the first page is people who attended the meeting. At the top is the board members. In the middle is the officials. You will see at that point, Mr. Pukiwe was the company secretary. And then at the bottom is people in attendance. You'll see Ms. Daniel's name is there as the office of the chairman. So she has come to you to lie to you. Why did she come to you to lie? I don't know. I can't explain why she came to lie to you.
So you are saying when you go to bundle 8A, page 6, paragraph 8, she says she was transferred to the office of the chairperson of the chairman on 11 April 2015.
That's correct.
And then in paragraph 9, she says she was appointed as company secretary on 1 October 2015, which suggests an acceptance that in July 2015, she was still in the office of the chairperson.
Correct.
And you are saying the minutes of the meeting of the board of the 22nd of July 2015 reflect her as having been in attendance as somebody from the chairperson's office.
Correct.
Therefore, to the extent that she says in July 2015, you were her direct supervisor, you say that cannot be true.
I'm saying it's false.
Yeah, okay.
Now, the question is why? Why? I don't know. The only reason she does, I can, the lawyers use the word proposition. The only proposition I can give is that she wants to make, to come across as a star witness to you and present him to me in a bad light. And the only way, Chairman, the only way Suzanne, Ms. Daniels has been caught with this lie is when I present documentary evidence. That's the only time. If I did not have the documentary evidence, I would be the one looking like a lie. The very existence of the info portal address, I was the first one to link him to it, to link her to it. I said to my lawyers, you know what, Mr. Barrett, I got it from Ms. Daniel. She denied it until ESCOM went to check his computers. Boom, she lied. Why? I don't know. So I am saying to you, she is also lying when she says she did not print the document to have meetings with Dr. Ngubane. She is lying. Why is she lying? She's just entangled and trying to get out of it and create an impression that I'm a bad person and she's a good person, and she did not know at the time.
And you say, as long as she was in the office of the chairperson, then it's clearly understandable why she would perform the duty of printing those documents and giving
Most
them to
certainly.
Dr. Ngubane.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Slegger?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cook, I might come back to Ms. Suzanne Daniel in due course. Let me try to exhaust the issue of Dr. Ngubane. Dr. Ngubane has denied your version. You have commented on his version, but you have commented not in relation to his version. You have commented in relation to him saying the email info portal was of Richard Seleke. But you haven't said anything about his denial that that email is his, because even the version that it is an email of Richard Seleke shows that it's not his email. So
Can I ask you not to forget your question?
Okay.
Please, you'll repeat it, but I want to say, was Dr. Ngubane asked the question if he accepted when he was on the witness stand that in August or September, when he used that info portal address, because that's my understanding, if Mr. Richard Seleke was not the DG of the Department of Public Enterprise at that time, who could he have been intending to communicate with? Because on his version, it could not have been Mr. Seleke as DG.
Yes.
And it may well be that it may have been Mr. Seleke in another capacity, but it couldn't have been him as DG. But the only connection he made with Mr. Seleke was that he believed he was DG, and that was shown not to be true.
Yes.
Was that canvassed, and if so, what was his response?
Chair, we did put to him what was found at the disciplinary hearing. That most probably the email address belongs to Mr. Salim Essa. And he said he didn't do any inquiry or research. So He just accepted,
That's all what you did.
yeah, he just left it like that.
I watched it.
Hang on, Mr. Makoko.
Yeah, so,
Because there must have been somebody he intended to communicate with,
yes,
and it could not have been Mr. Seleke as DG. And if he had intended to communicate with Mr. Seleke as an individual, he would have told me so then. So the question would still remain, who were you intending to communicate with? Because it couldn't be Mr. Seleke as DG. So it may well be that he needs to be asked further questions around that.
you, yeah, we could do that, Chair, but if you pull the transcript, you will see we actually canvassed it quite
Well,
extensively.
if it was canvassed, it's fine. You must just
Yeah.
draw my attention to exactly,
Okay.
because I'm interested in finding out what his final answer was.
Yes.
You know, if he says I was communicating with the DG, Mr. Seleke,
Yes.
and it's shown that at that time Mr. Seleke was not DG,
Yes,
and then he needs to say who was he really talking to.
correct, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, just another point that I have to mention with relation to Ms. Daniels. I gave your legal team emails last time where Ms. Daniels talks to me in an emails and blind copies info portal address. Now, under what conditions do you blind copy somebody? You blind copy somebody because you don't want the primary recipient to know that you are talking to him. But you also blind copy the primary recipient because you know who you are talking to.
Do we have those in the bundle?
I gave it to your team.
I'm just asking Mr. Seleke.
Yeah, I'm asking, well, I personally didn't receive the email, so I'm asking my junior whether she received such emails. But she doesn't have a recollection, Mr. Cook.
Okay, will she check and then later this afternoon, let's get an answer because
tell you
I'm very interested in those emails.
I can tell you my counsel has it. It's her favorite. It's his favorite.
Okay, if those those can be made available
Yes, Chair.
later on, but I think it's important for Junior to check if you have got them, because the point that Mr. Kogo makes
Yes,
with regard to Ms. Daniels could be very important.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right, let's continue.
A mere denial on Mr. Dr. Bani and
Daniels
Ms.
part.
Daniels, don't cut it.
Because everything that happened in phase one is relevant.
Yes,
It's important that what is being dealt with now gets connected with what may have been testified about in phase one. Okay, all right.
So, yeah, thank you. So,
Well,
Mr.
it might, to the extent that it might be convenient if Mr. Koko, you sent them sometime this evening, I think do so, just in case it might be convenient.
Certainly, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right.
So the email explicitly says blind copying info portal.
Exactly.
Okay. Did you, well, ask her who is this info portal?
No, Chair, I got them as part of my disciplinary bundle.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, Chair, I did not look into those in detail then. The only time we had a deep, in fact, it was not even me, it was my counsel who looked at them, was when we were preparing to come here.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
So to the extent that Dr. Ngubane says this is not my email address, you say you can't quibble with him, but you say you quibble with him insofar as he says you didn't have meetings after you had sent the email to InfoPortal.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, so we bear in mind that we have established that InfoPortal will be an email address of somebody outside of ESCOM.
Chairman, I dealt with this topic the last time,
Yes,
and I said, given what I know now,
yes.
I think it's beyond doubt that it's not an internal ESCOM address.
Yeah, yeah. Mr.
Because-
Selega, just remind me, and Mr. Koko may also assist because he listens to some of the witnesses testifying in regard to ESCOM. Do we have a situation with reference to this info portal address that Ms. Daniels said she got it from Dr. Ngubane? And when Dr. Ngubane was asked, he said no. It was given to, he was told about it by Ms. Daniels.
Yes.
And now Mr. Koko also used it. He says it was given to him by Ms. Daniels as Dr. Ngubane's email, personal email address. And Dr. Ngubane denies it.
Yes.
So is that what we have?
We have exactly that, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Dr. Ngubane says no, given to me by Suzanne Daniels.
Yeah.
Suzanne Daniels is given to me by Dr. Ngubane.
Yes.
And they both say the one told the other that is Mr. Richard Seleka's email address.
Yes. Yeah. And Richard Seleke was not DG.
It was not
until
DG.
until December in 2015.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, I just wanted to
Yes.
to try and understand where we are with who says what.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You can continue.
Yeah, so insofar as the meetings are concerned, that's where you say you part ways with him.
Correct.
Correct. Now, to the extent, now that's a big question mark, because if now we know the email address belongs to somebody else, and they deny having meetings with you, it leaves a big question mark as to whether you were in fact having meetings with them after exchanging these documents with InfoPortal.
Well, there's no question mark, Chair. I had meetings with Dr. Ngubane and I had meetings in the presence of Ms. Daniels. And to the extent that they deny it, they're just being, for the upteenth time, misleading you once again.
And then lastly, because you will see again that question mark I'm talking about, if you go to page 1087, and we did traverse this, but I want to just finalize this and move on. ESCOM Bundle 18, Chairperson. Bracket B, back to the emails. Page 1087, Mr. Koko.
Page 10,
1087.
okay.
We might have touched on this, but quickly on it again.
Yeah,
So-
I think we dealt with it
Yeah.
previously. Yeah.
Yeah, so here again, which seems to give credence, and I say seems to give credence so that I give you the opportunity to deal with it, to their denial. It's an email from businessman to yourself with a
Well,
two-page.
we definitely dealt with it, I think, quite at length, Mr. Selek. I don't know if you want to repeat. He dealt with it, I remember, and you must tell me, Mr. Koko, if my recollection is correct. My
Yeah.
recollection is that this is the email in respect of which, in response to one of my questions, you said, when one looks at the topics or the issues that are being dealt with,
Can't come from the
it's
chairman.
not it could not come from the chairperson.
Can't come from the
Yes, we dealt
Yes.
with it, yeah. Unless
no,
there's something else you wanted, but we dealt with it.
Yeah,
but-
insofar, that's fine, Mr. Koko, but just in terms of their denials, that you forwarded it to Ms. Daniels. So you didn't send it back to Info Portal, you sent it to Ms. Daniels, which seems to suggest that you understand the distinction between Info Portal and Ms. Suzanne Daniels.
Not at all. I think Mr. Seleka is mistaken. Chair, the,
Don't be personal, sir, because I don't want to be personal with you.
Okay, I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr.
I
Koko?
think it's a mistaken view.
He says Mr. Seleka is mistaken. Chair.
Oh, yeah, no, but if he says it's me, you are mistaken, it can't be personal.
I'm surprised, Chair.
Yes.
But that's
But
fine.
Chair, I don't do that with him. I don't do that with him.
No.
I apologize, Mr. Seleka. Yes.
But hang on, I want to understand, because if there's something he said which he shouldn't say, I would like to know. And if you say something that he has a problem with, I would like to know. So he said you are mistaken,
Yes, Chair.
and you didn't think that was the right thing to say.
No, Chair, because all I'm saying to him
Yeah,
is he doesn't reply to Info Portal. He forwards the email to Ms. Daniels. That's on the face of the email exchange.
yes.
Yes. So he can comment on it without saying I'm mistaken. What is my mistake?
No, well, I don't know, but I would think that he must be saying that the proposition you are putting to him
Yes.
is that's where you may be making a mistake in
That's
terms
what
of
I'm
what
saying,
he's saying.
Chair. That's exactly
In other
what I'm
words,
saying.
you may be suggesting something to him, and he is saying you are making a mistake in making that suggestion on the basis that there isn't a proper basis for it. So that would be my understanding.
Fine, Chair.
Yeah.
The proposition I put to him is that it suggests on the face of this that he understands there's a distinction between Info Portal and Ms. Daniels. Yes.
Yes. Do you want to say why you say it makes that suggestion?
Chairperson?
Do you want to indicate to him what the basis is for saying that it suggests that he knows the distinction between Ms. Daniels and InfoPortal?
Yes, because,
So that when he responds, he can deal with the basis as well.
yes, I have laid it, Chair, which is if Ms. Daniels is businessman
Yeah,
and is the one sending this email to him,
yeah,
then you reply to Ms. Daniels.
yes,
You don't forward it
yes,
to Ms. Daniels,
yes.
which is a different email address. That's the basis.
Okay, all right. Mr.
Yes.
Koko?
So here is why I'm saying the proposition is mistaken. I've said at all material times that this email address was given to me by Ms. Daniels for the purpose of communicating to the chairman. So I am communicating to the chairman. I received this email from the chairman and I forwarded it to Ms. Daniels. But secondly, and we will get to this, Chair, and I hope we'll do so today, when we get to the guarantee, contrary to what people may want to suggest to you, the motivation for the guarantee was put together by the ESCOM treasurer, who is the delegated person to do so. It was not done by the third party.
But let's hold on or it does refer to the guarantee, that's why you.
It's a
refer to
guarantee
guarantee,
document.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Mr. Selega?
No, Chair, my question is not answered.
Okay.
You haven't answered the question, Mr. Koko, on the basis that I put to you, that you didn't reply to Info Portal or businessmen saying, what is this about? You forwarded the email to a different email address, to a different person, Ms. Suzanne Daniels, which suggests that you would have known the distinction between Info Portal and Ms. Daniels. What do you say about that?
Chairman, I really don't understand. Because at no stage did I say in the records of this commission that info portal address belongs to Ms. Daniels. So from day one, there's been a distinction between Ms. Daniels and info portal address. So I don't know what else can I say. I can't say anything further than that.
So your version is that Ms. Daniels gave you this info portal email address and said it's Dr. Ngubane's personal email address.
That's correct.
You may communicate with him
That's
using
correct.
it. And you say that on the basis of that version, whatever document or email you received from info portal, as far as you were concerned, you thought it came from Dr. Ngubane.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
It's
And
all-
your version is that you would send the documents to Dr. Ngubane for discussion afterwards.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the question that may arise is whether you would send the documents directly to Dr. Ngubane or whether you would send them to Ms. Daniels to pass on to Dr. Ngubane.
Yes, Chair. So the testimony of Ms. Daniels in this commission is that she had access to private emails address of Dr. Ngubane and not the official ESCOM email address of Dr. Ngubane. So I knew. That is why when you see my emails, I say, print this. Give this to the boss. Because I know who is printing them, who's having access to it.
Mr. Selega?
Yes, Chairperson, that's exactly where I'm going
Yes.
with this.
Yes.
Because Mr. Koko's version has been very elastic on this and very hard to comprehend. So you have said to us, Mr. Koko, firstly, at 7:02 you said businessman is Ms. Daniels. That's what you said. Number two, you have said Ms. Daniels had access to these emails and she will print out the documents before meetings with the chairperson. Now I'm asking you, if that is the version you have put, why not reply to businessmen? Because businessmen, Ms. Suzanne Daniels or Dr. Ngubane will get the document. Why forward it to Suzanne Daniels?
Because I knew there was a difference between Ms. Daniels and the owner of the info portal address, whom I identified as a chair. So that's the only reason. I knew who is info portal and I knew who's Ms. Daniels.
Of course, on your version, you didn't know who InfoPortal was or who was behind the email address, but you believed what you had been told.
Oh yes,
You believed, which you now accept was not true.
you are correct.
Yeah. But still, wouldn't the question arise, Mr. Koko, that to the extent that at any one time we could be dealing with a document which you had received from businessmen, from the info portal address, you wouldn't send it back to info portal address. You would, if you wanted to discuss it, you just send an email to say, let's discuss that document. You would send only documents which come from you or documents that you believed Dr. Ngubane did not have.
That's correct, and that's not what I did.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, and that's not what I did.
Okay. Mr. Sele.
Chair, I think I've asked a question. I want to move on
Yeah,
to
well,
different.
yes, that's fine. You can move on as your demeanor is that of somebody who is not
100%.
but if you want to, it's up to you. You can deal with it later if you want to. But if there is still something you want to explore, you can explore.
Yeah, well,
Or you can move on and if need be, come back.
yes, Mr. Koko, I would like us to, I'll move on because I know we won't take a lot of time. Let's look at the McKinsey.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Selega, you're moving away, I think, from the emails, is that right?
It will be exactly that,
Yeah.
Chair.
Of course, Mr. Koko, if you look at the emails on page 1088, the page after the one we were dealing with, you have there on 3 January 2016 an email from you to reception at grandstonebali.com, and then you have an email below that one from businessman, the info portal address on the 3rd of January 2016, and the subject is visa for travel. I would imagine, and maybe we did ask you this before, maybe I've forgotten, I would imagine that Dr. Ngubane would have nothing to do with visa arrangements for your visas and your family's visas.
Chairman, it was very strange later when I realized about this. Then I just looked at the visa and I printed it. I did testify here the last time, if you check my transcript, that when I came back, I discussed it with Ms. Daniels. I said, but it's strange that my visas came from Dr. Ngubane. And all what she said, and maybe it was my fault at the time, I did not dig deeper, but it was for convenience. That's what she told me, that I remember. I did not ask her further, and maybe it's my fault that I did not ask her further.
Okay, Mr. Selega, I just thought I would raise that, but I
Yes.
think we did discuss it last time.
Chair, I should point out, we have shared the affidavit of the travel agent, which we received recently with Mr. Koko. I think I have in mind the intention to give him the opportunity to look at that. And he can tell me if he's willing to answer questions relevant to that travel agent's affidavit, which is now obtained by the commission, as opposed to the one which was given to the commission by the Hawks.
Okay,
Yeah.
All
It
right.
deals with this issue.
okay, all right.
Mr. Gogo, the chairperson asking this question, I thought I could complete my question on the email of the 10th of December, 2015, with the guarantee. On your version, you would have had a meeting again with Dr. Ngubane.
Come again?
On your version, you would have had a meeting again with Dr. Ngubane and Ms. Suzanne Daniels after this meeting, after this email, I beg your pardon, 10 December 2015.
That's the email at page 1087.
Yes.
Chair, I'm going to invite Mr. Seleka to go back to the transcripts. We've discussed this before.
Yes.
And we did not have a meeting with Dr. Ngubane after this. What I've told you the last time is that when I received this in the morning, I phoned Ms. Daniels. I said, I see there's a document from the chairman dealing with prepayment. I'm going to send it to you shortly, and you will see, if you check my telephone records and the timing, they correspond. Look at it and tell me if we need to see the chairman about it. At lunchtime, I met Ms. Daniels, and we discussed this again, and she said, no, don't worry, we don't need to see the chairman. It's been dealt with, it's in hand. That's my testimony. It is not my version that we've met with Dr. Ngubane after this.
Okay.
We've discussed this in detail the last time.
Okay.
Okay.
Because Dr. Ngubane is on record as saying that the board did not even know about the guarantee because it didn't come back to the board.
I accept the version of the board when they say they do not know about the guarantee. It is my version too. And it makes sense looking at the documents, how the guarantee came about, that the board would not have known.
But does this email not indicate knowledge on your part of...
Or maybe Mr. Seleka, can I ask this question?
Yes.
When you say you accept that the board did not know, I seem to think that you exclude Dr. Ngubane from that.
Chair,
Or what is it, when you say the board, you include him?
I include Dr. Ngubane.
Oh, okay.
No, I include Dr. Ngubane.
Okay, okay. But of course, if this came from him, as far as you are concerned,
He should have known.
then he should know.
He should know, yes.
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 But that's why I expected you to say, when I say I accept that the board did not know, I'm excluding.
No,
Dr.
Chairman,
Ngubane.
I have the benefit of the evidence that's been led here.
Yes,
I
yes.
can't be that stupid.
Yes.
I'm not
yes,
that stupid.
Yes.
I'm saying-
Okay, all right. So you go back to basically, I think what you mean is knowing now
Yes,
that this email address was not Dr. Ngubane's
Yes.
one. In terms of now,
yes,
you accept that this did not come from him, but at that time, you thought it came from him.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
But
okay,
Chair,
all right.
we've dealt with this thing. I also said to you, the level of detail in this email is unlikely to have come from
Yeah, you
Dr.
did say
Ngubane.
that. Yeah, you did say that.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Seleka.
Doesn't it also indicate that you would have become aware of the steps taken to bring about a guarantee of 1.68 billion?
No, not at all. Not at all. I did not apply my mind to it. I did not read it. I forwarded it to Ms. Daniels, and that's all. The prepayment, Chair, once again, was done, and if you want me to take you to the document, I will do so, was done by Ms. Caroline Henry, who was a treasurer. I have never spoken to Ms. Caroline Henry of ESCOM, unless it is a suggestion of people out there that Ms. Caroline Henry, who was an ESCOM treasurer, was also captured. But that's not what I'm hearing.
Yeah. But I was asking you a different question. That doesn't this email, upon you receiving it and looking at it, calling Ms. Daniels about it, because you would call her about something you've read, doesn't it show knowledge on your part of the genesis of the guarantee of 1.68 billion rand?
No, it doesn't. I don't know the genesis of the 1.6 billion rands. The email I forwarded to you, I did not even know the content of it, Chair, other than to read a prepayment into it. That's all. When I saw this email, I read a prepayment into it. That's all. I saw prepayment. As a matter of fact, and I may sound stupid, I could not even, even today, well, today I can because I've read the documents, I could not even think that it is clever to do a guarantee than a prepayment. If I thought it's clever to do a prepayment, a guarantee, I would have done a guarantee. But in hindsight, I look back and says, I actually wanted to give this supplier 1.6 billion rands upfront. You know, it does not sound clever. I could have just given them a guarantee, then ESCOM doesn't part with the money. I did not even make that connection. But it makes sense why. Because within ESCOM, the guarantee is the domain and authority of Treasury and Finance, not on operations and engineering. If you ask me more details about how this, even now when I read this document, I get lost. I just read and stop looking at it.
I will check your transcript, Mr. Koko. My recollection of your evidence in part was that you were wondering why the guarantee, because the board had agreed on a prepayment.
That's
When you
correct,
received-
Chair.
Yes. So, but now you want to explain it in such a way that you express surprise and no knowledge of the guarantee.
That's correct, Chair.
So there is some distinction there from your previous evidence to the now you seek to make.
No, Chair. All I'm saying to you in my affidavit is that, remember now I'm taking you back to the user story. In this case, I am the user. In this case, I need to lock coal of 12 months supply, and I want to enable it with a prepayment. So I am the user, and I go to the board and I motivate to the board, and the board see my reason and they agree on a prepayment. At no stage did I talk to the board about a guarantee. I was out of depth there, it's out of my space. I can't even pretend that I know what's going on there. The CFO, the FD delegated to execute, and his team looks at it and say, but Mr. Koko is mad. Instead of paying the money, let's do a guarantee. But at no stage did the board see a document that I've presented to the board as the user talking about a guarantee. They did not. And we can't pretend they've done that. They did not. The guarantee arose out of the ESCOM Treasury and the FD applying their mind to protect ESCOM. And in hindsight, and reading what I read, I feel stupid that I almost got ESCOM to pay 1.6 billion upfront. But I'm glad that the FD of ESCOM and the ESCOM Treasurer had the presence of mind to realize that the guarantee is far better than 1.6 billion rands. And I'm grateful to them and I thank for it. If I meet them one day, I'll thank them.
Yeah. We will come to the reasons why the prepayment was even a suggestion. But I just want to follow this line. If we may turn to the McKinsey, just turn attention to McKinsey. I have a question arising from, and we'll go to the files, just a question arising from what you said this morning, that it was, and now I'm talking the master service agreement, service level agreement, that it was wrong to appoint McKinsey on a risk basis.
It was what?
It was wrong to appoint McKinsey on a risk basis.
Correct.
They needed Treasury approval,
Correct.
and they didn't get it.
Correct.
So we can park that aside, the MSA. I don't have to go into the details of it.
Oh no, Ted, I for once agree with the evidence leader.
Yeah. Then we've taken away 3 hours.
No,
of time, Chair.
for once, there was no approval from Treasury for the deviations. The only problem, Chair, that I will not move from this, and of course your word is final and accept it, is the evidence of Ms. Mutepu.
Oh, yeah, I can ask you about that.
The evidence of Ms. Mutepu, we have to deal with it. Because if left undiscussed, it's so damaging to me, and yet it's false.
No, it will be discussed.
Yes.
It's important that you get the opportunity to deal with all evidence that may be putting you
Yes.
in a light that you say is not correct.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Ms. Mutepu, well, just before I move to Ms. Mutepu, so the executives who took part in the steps towards the conclusion of that MSA, what do you say about their conduct? Well, I'm asking that because you were one of them.
What was my conduct about the MSH?
On the 2nd of September, 2015, Mr. Prishgavenda sent an email to you,
Correct.
and he has a draft in which he specifies that the PFMA requirement is required.
Correct.
Yeah. But before that, you had sent an email asking for an update. What are the, you must get the email.
What is the update, colleagues?
You were asking,
What is the progress, colleagues? I think.
yeah, something like that, and what needs to be tied up. What things needs to be tied up in that email. But you recall that email, I'll get it now.
Yes, please get it, but I know that email. I think it was sent on the 3rd of September, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. So the Mr. Koko's email.
The email will probably say, what is the feedback, colleagues? Sorry, the one-liner email.
Yes, no, Mr. Koko remembers that. But what it shows, Mr. Koko, and I want to take you in due course when I deal with Ms. Mutepu's of evidence to a whole range of emails exchanged with you from McKinsey.
Yes.
So I just want to know, I mean, you will know the level to which you were involved in this. The question is, what is your view about the conduct of the executives who were ensuring that this agreement gets to be concluded? And it gets to be concluded without a PFMA requirement when that aspect was drawn to their attention prior to the conclusion of the agreement.
Chairman, I will not comment about the conduct of the executives. And there's a simple reason for that. It's because I don't believe that the commission investigators have done their job, and I'm saying this straight on your face, in the investigations on this. I think they've been chasing people. They've been chasing people. What I can tell you now is that it was not right for ESCOM to contract or even sign a letter of award on the 17th of December 2015 without National Treasury's approval. That part is not right. What is my comment on the conduct of people? I don't have their investigations. All what I've seen is a focus on me. I've not seen documents dealing with investigations about who did what and why. So I cannot.
I want you to hold on there because I didn't hear Mr. Selega's question, and that's not his fault, because my mind is still with the emails that we have dealt with, and I want to go back to them, because if I don't, I'm going to forget Mr. Koko. So I'm just going back to the emails, then maybe after that, then you can repeat your question, and then I can follow. I wanted to say, Mr. Koko, with regard to these two emails that we were discussing earlier, the one of 10 December 2015 from businessmen to you, and then you forwarded that to Ms. Daniels, and the one of 3 January 2016 from businessmen to you. This one of 10 December 2015, the one with the issues that you would expect the chairperson to deal with. Did you ever raise that issue with the chairperson to say, why do I receive this email from you, chairperson, because you would not deal with these types of issues?
Chairman, you remember I said to you previously that I did not read the email then.
Yeah, I remember that.
So-
That's there. I mean, later.
So I did not appreciate the level of detail that went into this email. Only now I'm reflecting on the level of detail. I had no other opportunity to meet Dr. Ngubane, and this is true. Since he left ESCOM, I've never met him. I came to know about this email after he's left ESCOM, so I never knew about it before. The one that I knew of, that I came to know of, was the
3 January.
the 3 January, which I talked to Ms. Daniels about, and that's where I say maybe I should have asked deeper, probe deeper, or even go and talk to the chairman, and I didn't do.
Yeah, because that part is a little concerning to me, because at some stage, I take it, you would have become aware of these issues that are in this one of the 10th of December, even if you didn't look at them closely upon receiving it. But I would have thought that at some stage you would have become aware, and in which case, at that stage, one would expect you to say, no, this can't be coming from the chairperson. Let me find out what's going on.
Actually, no, Chair. The only time I became to appreciate the issues that arose out of this email was in February 2018, after Dr. Ngubane had left, and I've never met him since.
That would have been about 3 years
3 years
or so
later, yes.
later.
Yes.
And before that, you would not have had occasion to go back to these issues.
No, not at all.
And then the one of 3 January, but you accept that if you had become aware,
Of course,
of
course.
it would be expected of you to approach him and say,
of course.
yeah,
Of
what's
course.
going on?
Of course, and if I was
Yeah.
aware and I didn't do it, that would be irrational.
Yes, yes. And the one of 3 January, you accept that. I think when you came back from the trip, you say you approached Ms. Daniels.
Correct,
Yes. And she just talked about convenience,
correct,
and you left it at that.
correct.
But you accept that you should have gone deeper to say, but you told me that this email is that of Dr. Ngubane. Dr. Ngubane would have nothing to do with my visas for my family. What's going on?
Chairman, most certainly. Most certainly, I accept that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Selega, what was your question that was causing Mr. Gogo to say,
Yeah, I remember it, Chair.
yeah, what was the question?
It's just that as you ask these questions, Chair, these questions are rising from your questions.
Oh, okay, so I'm, I'm the cause.
No,
But are we
which is
still
fine.
using, are we still using bundle 18B?
Now, if we move away from those emails,
Yeah,
we will have to go to a different bundle.
but I mean, your question that we are talking about, does
Will
it arise
relate to
from this bundle,
Yes.
18B?
Yes, will relate to that.
Okay, all right. Just repeat the question.
And Mr. Koko, there is another email here about online vending, which we see in that list that you said, that Ms. Daniels talks about. On the 20th of July, she photocopied from your office. So, yes, by the way,
She did not photocopy it from my office, Chair. It was her document, she took it with her.
Let's go to the email first, the one about online vending, where it is.
Yes, Chair. That's on page 1056. 1056, ESCOM bundle 18,
1056.
1056.
Yes, the email is from Machela coco@escom.co.za, and is addressed to infoportal@zoho.com. It says, the subject online vending, and says we did not finish our discussions about this transaction. We did discuss it last time. I see I made a note here. Mr. Koko insists that he had this discussion with Dr. Ngubane, despite the fact that he accepts that the info portal address belonged to an external party.
Yes, Chair, Mr. Ngubane and Ms. Daniels, before the email I sent, we had a discussion about this. And this is the email, this is a transaction that is mostly misunderstood, and I hope, and I will follow Mr. Seleka's tune, and I hope that this is an opportunity to deal with it.
Yes.
Yes, okay, what was your question
Yeah,
about
the
it?
question is simply this. One, you don't deny having a meeting with Ms. Daniels in the morning of the 20th July 2015. Is that correct?
Chair, on the morning of the 2015, I had meeting with almost my direct reports, so I would not deny that I met Ms. Daniels on that day. I would not deny. I made a point that I meet all my direct report. And by the way, Ms. Daniels was not my direct report on that day, but I would not deny having met her. She was very important to my work, that I would not deny having met her.
Yes. You have said you got that list I'm talking about with the transactions, McKinsey being one of them, online vending being one of them, Duva 3 with the amounts. You say you got it from her.
Correct.
She said it was your list.
No, Chair. I got it from her, and I can tell you now, it was, even if I met Suzanne, and I don't deny meeting her on that day, in fact, I would be very surprised that I did not meet her on that day. So for all intents and purposes, we can proceed on the basis that I have met. It's unlikely that I could not have met him. I just, so let's proceed on that basis, Chair.
Okay.
That one pager that we were talking about never arose on that day. That one pager arose in the second half of October, when I was about to leave my job as a group procurement officer.
Yes, no, and you know that she has given evidence by way of a supplementary submission to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on this very aspect.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And her version was, you said the list is of transactions that your principals say you should focus on.
She said that at the Parliament, I think she said it here too.
And your comment on that?
That's nonsense, Chair. That I can tell you that's blatant nonsense.
But you have admitted that the handwriting on that list is yours.
That's correct, Chair.
When she was here last time around, she mentioned that.
Hang on, Mr. Selega. You took us to the email at 10:56 about online vending.
Yes,
But you're now asking him about another document. Is that right?
Yes, which relates to this email. Chair.
It relates to this email.
Yes.
Where is that document? I remember it from the discussion with
Yes, no.
both Mr. Koko last time and Ms. Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I see what Chair is saying. Chair, we will have to go back to that ESCOM Bundle 8, where we found the affidavit of Ms. Daniels, I think it's bracket B. We go directly to page 1084.
Got bundle 8, page 1084. That's bundle 8B.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, the other one is A, yeah?
Is the Chair on the right page?
Okay. Yes, no.
Page 1084, Chairperson.
Okay, I was getting, okay, page 1084, I've got it.
Yes. There is a screenshot there, Chair.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah.
Don't we have that document enlarged elsewhere? I seem to remember we saw it enlarged
We
somewhere.
do have it.
That would be, yes, okay. Continue.
Yes. We'll find it. It must be in 8A, I think. So online vending, here you find it. I'm counting from the bottom, Komati, laptop, desktop, online vending. Cash unlock is there. Duva 3, which is at the top, might also become relevant. But this online vending, Mr. Koko, appears on this list, which on,
I'm struggling to see it on this screenshot.
oh, we'll get the, I was reading from the bottom of the list here, the first time around. Komati replacement,
And then
laptop,
laptop.
desktop,
hardware. Yeah.
and then online vending.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, maybe your junior could try and find where we have the whole
figure out.
document, because this is not easy to, but you can continue on it.
Yes.
If she gets it in the meantime, then we'll
Yes.
use the bigger one.
So, Mr. Gogo, just to give you the opportunity to respond to this. One is, there is this list with these transactions and the amounts. On Ms. Daniels' version, you had the list. On her version, you said your principals have said you should focus on these transactions. And that is 20 July 2015. On 8 August
That is allegedly 20 July.
Yeah, on her version. You will respond, of course. And then on the 8th of August 2015, we see an exchange between you and InfoPortal on one of the transactions on the list, which is online vending PDF. And then you say, we did not finish our discussions about this transaction. This is what is going to board of 8 August. And if you look at the common cause fact now, that InfoPortal would have been a third party outside of Eskom, even most probably Mr. Salim Essa, a conclusion could be made from these allegations. One, from the established fact of InfoPortal being an outside person, even most probably Mr. Essa, that you are communicating with that external person in regard to one of the transactions, which on Ms. Daniels' version is one of those your principles said you should focus on. Your comment?
Chair, you know, this is very interesting. And it is a third of an example of its kind. I gave you three examples. This is a fourth example. So what was proposed in a meeting before the 18th of April was this. Eskom was up, and Ms. Mutepu said it. So if you go into the, for once I agree with her, but my agreeing with her only ends there. Eskom must appoint a master vendor, and the other 9 vendors must subcontract to the master vendor. And the master vendor must pay Eskom money upfront and then go and collect. That's what the board wanted when I came in there. And if you then assume, according to the narrative of Mr. Seleka, is what Mr. Salim Essa wanted, then I would have made sure it happens. I would have used my influence, my power, my everything to make sure that Eskom appoints a master vendor. The only reason Eskom did not appoint a master vendor then, go to the Eskom, they will tell you, Mr. Koko never wanted master vendor. I objected to it. I did not want it. There was a simple reason why I objected to it. Simple one reason to it. Eskom put together, in line with 1032, the 1032, 1034. I thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
1034 obliges Eskom to do a market analysis. Once you do a market analysis, then you put a procurement strategy. Once you put once a procurement strategy is approved by the board, then you put a specification. Then you have a bid specification committee that put a specification in line with the board approved strategy. Once the bid adjudication, the bid specification committee approves the specification that is in line with the specification that is approved by the board, you then issue it in the market on an open tender. You can no longer change the specifications once it's out in the market, because you level the playing fields there, suppliers come in, then you've got a bid adjudication committee that adjudicate the bids based on the specification that went out. Then the bid adjudication committee appoints successful suppliers, and there were 10 of them. And all what the board had to do was to approve it. You can't put the rules, and when you put the rules, you must accept the consequences of the rules. You can't put the rules, and then when the consequences come, and then you are dicey. This transaction, Chair, went to the board committee, to the EXCO and the board about 4 or 5 times, and has been kicked out of the board because there was a new strategy to appoint Blue Label as a master vendor. Now, only now, through the proceeding of the commission, I learned that Mr. Mark Pemensky was a director or CEO of Blue Label. I'm not suggesting any impropriety to that. I don't know how it arose that the board wanted to change the strategy to a master vendor. It was wrong. It was wrong. I was never going to support it. And I made it known to the chairman. I made it known to everybody. It never happened in my time. If I was doing the bidding for Mr. Salim Issa, I could have pushed that it happened. But it's the 4th example that I am mentioning to you. You know, we talked about the suspending Sunday Times, and I objected to it. We talked about invoices on McKinsey on 2 occasions. I objected to it. If you go to ESCOM now, they will tell you the person who insisted that the board sticks to its rules and what is approved is Mr. Koko. Mr. Koko objected to the change of strategy of appointing Blue Label as a master vendor. It never happened in my time. I heard Mutepu saying it happened 2 years later after I've left. I don't know what happens after I've left. But it was never going to happen in my time. So this story of a Blue Label has been thrown around wrongfully so. Measure me on what I've done. I've objected to the strategy that the board wanted. I insisted to the board, you have set the rules. You have set the strategy. It's been to the market. You've got winners here. Appoint them. You can't jack it up. And by the way, I was not even part of the adjudication committee. It was not even my space. I was just a procurement person. There was a user. They've done their job with your approval. They acted according to your mandate. You can't change. You can't. The rules are there.
Yeah. Mr. Kruger, I just need to say also, for the benefit of the chairperson, that obviously your version on that letter Dr. Ngubane had written to the minister and why you would have emailed it to him is new to us in the sense that we didn't have it before. So the letter specifically says the decision is given to the chief executive officer to implement and not to you. So we will have to go and find out with Dr. Ngubane whether your version is correct.
By all means, by all means. I did
But
tell-
I guess that Dr. Ngubane may or may not know whether Mr. Koko was the person to implement, to effect the implementation. The one person who would definitely know is the person who was group executive at the time. That is, apart from any documents within ESCOM that would say the person to implement such and such a decision would be the person occupying this position. So I'm saying you can check with Dr. Ngubane, but you might find that if you check with the person who was group CEO at the time, that person ought to know. But apart from that, documents within ESCOM which say who implements what would also be able to indicate. But I'm not sure that there's that should be easy to establish.
Yes, not correct, Chair, because in addition is what Mr. Koko is saying, that he stopped the implementation of that decision. So the board would have had to be made aware that
Yeah,
their
that's what
decision
it
has
is.
been
Yeah,
stopped.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, so the board, I mean, you certainly can check with Dr. Ngubane as much as you can, but certainly the question of, as far as the board is concerned, who did it know to be the person who stopped it? That would be fine, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Chair, all what I'm saying to you is, judge me on what I've done. And the evidence of what I've done is there.
Yeah,
The transactions that I am accused of, evidence will show you that it is me who insisted on compliance and on doing the right thing. And the people who accuse me don't show you the evidence. The people who accuse me don't tell you that actually this letter from the minister on boycotting Sunday Times never actually was implemented. They don't
yes,
tell you that.
actually, you now remind me, I saw when we were looking at that letter from Dr. Ngubane to the minister,
Yes.
that we were talking about, that he referred to a letter from the minister, and I did not remember having seen such a letter, and I would be interested in seeing that letter.
So all what I'm saying is the people who show you that Sunday Times letter don't tell you that actually it was Mr. Koko who stopped it. Actually, it never happened. The people who accuse me of paying trillion don't actually tell you. In fact, with all due respect, Ms. Goodson said so.
Mr. Who? Godson?
Ms. Goodson
Yeah,
said
yeah,
so. But
yeah.
none of these people accusing you
Yeah.
don't tell you that Mr. Koko is the one who objected to the 460 million rands.
Yeah,
None of them told you that.
Yeah.
And this is all what I'm saying. And now it is online vending. You are not being told that the person who objected to the online vending and the appointment of a master vendor of Blue Label, it's me.
yes, you know.
You are told too many
Mr.
things.
Koko, it shows how important it is to hear from everybody, because assume that you did not come to testify and participate, maybe nobody would have highlighted the things that you consider important to be highlighted, and they are legitimate things to be highlighted. So it's good that you are here, you are participating, you are highlighting what should be highlighted, you are putting your version. It's important. Yeah, yes, that letter, do we have it, Mr. Selaga, from the minister?
Not, yeah, I've seen it. The reference to it, we don't have the letter, Chair.
Okay.
We'll have to get the
It's
letter
just
between
that I wonder what it was saying,
Yeah.
because from the fact that that Dr. Ngubane refers to it,
Yes.
that fact suggests that the minister may have written to the board about the same subject matter of those newspapers.
Chairman, let me tell you
Yeah.
how damaging that letter is. And it is in this context that I need you to see the evidence of Dr. Ngubane when he denies that I've met with him.
Yes,
It's extremely damaging letter.
yes. And you have got a copy by any chance?
No, I read the transcripts. That letter was never produced. So this letter says,
Yes.
on this email from info portal address, attached to it was a letter from the minister. So Dr. Ngubane is suggesting to you that he received a letter from the an email from the info portal address with an attachment of a letter signed by the minister. You realize how damaging that is?
Yeah, you see, it becomes all the more important because I've had evidence. Well, certainly the minister, Ms. Brown, who gave evidence last week, said, if I recall correctly, she has never met Mr. Salim Essa. If I recall correctly, or she might have met once or whatever, I'm not sure, but I thought she said she had not met him, and certainly not in her house or official residence. She said the person that she had dealt with was Mr. Ajay Gupta. But of course, there is Mr. Tsotsi's evidence suggesting that there may have been some interactions between the minister and Mr. Salim Essa, because he said he had been called to the minister's residence and he found the minister in the company of Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Tony Gupta, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So that letter may well be important to look at for more than one reason.
Yes.
Well, Chair, after the denial by Dr. Ngubane, I think that letter is even more important to show the kind of person we're dealing with.
Yes, so if we don't have it, attempts must be made for us to obtain a copy. And I take it that the ministry might still have it. I don't know if ESCOM might have it, but let attempts be made.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Koko, that online vending in the email on the
Your
list.
junior hasn't found the page which has got that,
I have it, Chair.
because I'll find that much more easier to look at than the screenshot.
Is the ESCOM bundle 8A. Page 87. Point 88.
Mr. Koko, you were accusing the investigators of the commission of not having done their job in certain respects. If you don't mind, I would like a document in which you specify what it is that you think was important for them to have looked at, which you believe they have not looked at. If I could get that via your lawyers who would send it to the legal team and they give it to me, I would like to have a look at that.
But Chair, we've done that. We've sent you a letter. My counsel sent you a letter on issues that the investigating team ought to have looked at.
Is that the document you're talking about?
We've sent it to you.
Yes, no,
We can augment it.
No. What I'm asking is your answer that the issues on which you rely to make that accusation are issues contained in correspondence that has been sent already?
No, Chair, the question Mr. Seleka asked me is that I must comment on the people that effected the master services agreement. And my response to him is that I cannot do that because your investigators have not investigated the players and what they should be doing. They've not done that.
Yes, but you see, Mr. Koko, if you are making that accusation in good faith, I'm saying I'm interested in looking at that.
I'm happy to do that. I'm
Yeah,
happy
if
to
you
that.
say that information is already in correspondence that has been given, I'm happy to go back and look at that. I just want to make sure that I satisfy myself what is going on with regard to those issues.
Chair, I am satisfied
Yeah,
that you have before you
yes,
from my lawyers
yeah,
why I say
yeah,
the investigators have
Yes.
not applied themselves in a
Yes.
manner that they should have.
yes. Mr. Seleka, I would like to see the correspondence that I guess that might be correspondence that your counsel ended up here on one of the days when
That's
you are
correct.
hearing.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, and my registrar is hearing. I would like to look at that, but I would be I would like to look at that.
Yes.
And if I think I understand it, then I'll take it from there. But if there's something that I don't understand, I'll raise it. But I'm interested because there should not be any matter that should be investigated that hasn't been investigated, except for situations where the time constraints have made it impossible. But if somebody makes an accusation such as that, we should be able to look at the accusation on its merits, and if indeed there are matters that have not been investigated, which should have been investigated, we should be able to say, yes, it is so, and this is the explanation, or no, this is the position, and so on and so on. So my interest is just in making sure that
Yes.
The accusation is not brushed aside,
Yes.
but it can be looked at properly.
Yes. You do have a document to that effect from my lawyers.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Chair, if I may
Mr.
just refer to
Mr.
that.
Berry, if you can tell me, if
was,
possible, what date the letter is
We
in
provided the
particular.
letter on the 3rd of December.
Sorry,
believe-
Mr. Berry, hang on. Wait for me to finish, and then you can speak, because otherwise I don't hear you.
Yeah.
And you won't hear me. So my question is, what I'm saying is, I would very much like you to give me the date of the letter that has got the information that he's talking about. Then we'll I'll look at it. If you are able to tell me now, that's fine. If you would only be able to tell me later, that would be fine.
We handed the letter up to you, I believe it was on the 3rd of December, but I'm under correction, and your response to that was that we should support that on affidavit. And the letter was then addressed in the supplementary affidavit of Mr. Coco. I believe what you have put to Mr. Coco now goes wider than that. Insofar as
Yes.
you say that if there's anything else that Mr. Coco says should have been apart from
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
But those have been substantiated and have been dealt with in the supplementary affidavit.
yeah.
But if there's anything else, we'll address that as well, as you.
No, that's fine. Yes, it is so. If there's anything else other than what's in the correspondence already that can be added, but I will have a look at it. Let me say that my understanding was that correspondence related largely to information that you were looking for, and I was under the impression that the reason why there has been no complaint afterwards is because the information was provided. And I know Mr. Selega did tell me at a certain stage that he had either responded or caused the secretary to respond and finish a certain information. So one, we were going to meet, I was going to have a meeting on a certain Saturday, and the Friday before that Saturday, somebody working closely to me was tested positive for COVID-19, which made it necessary for me to go on self-isolation. As a result of that, no such meeting could take place that weekend. And subsequently, I think, ask Mr. Selega to address the issue of the information that was being sought, and he indicated to me that at some stage that he sent correspondence dealing with those matters. So I just want to place on record my understanding in regard to that.
Yes.
Mr. Selega, is there something that I misunderstood?
No, your understanding is correct, Chair. We just need to make a distinction between that information, the last part you're talking about, where there's a request for information relative to telephone records. That was made available to Mr. Koko and his team. The first part you talked about with Mr. Koko, which is areas which he thought the Commission should pursue an investigation on, that letter is there, but it was also responded to. So we did in one hearing deal with that aspect to some extent. And you will see, Chairperson, when you read the correspondence, it should refresh your memory. I can recall off the cuff that there were two aspects that Mr. Koko thought we should investigate. One was how Glencoe was treated. I think it was about the fair treatment or special treatment given to Glencoe. And then the Sumitomo issue. There might have been another one.
Miss Daniels.
Corruption at Medupe and Kusile.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we did respond to that
Yes,
fully,
yes.
but we will make that available to the chairperson.
Yeah, make that available.
Yeah. What then Mr. Koko, I think, was trying to draw to your attention, Chair, is his response to my question about commenting on the role players. So I don't know whether your question was in relation to that.
Well, let me say two things. With regard to allegations of corruption at Medupe, that I can tell you, Mr. Koko, was the subject of deliberation as to whether we should embark on that. And the legal team and investigators, I was approached at a certain stage last year, can't remember when it was, but when I was approached, I made the decision that we would not. And the reason was simply that by that time, I had taken a decision that if the commission was going to complete its work within the time given by the High Court, we had to try and focus. There would not be enough time to start and finish something that appeared to be quite big. So that is as far as that part is concerned. But I certainly am going to look at the correspondence so that at least if there is anything that I think the investigators should have done that they didn't do, and if I don't get a proper explanation, I can see what needs to be done. So I just wanted to make sure that no impression is created that you have brought to the attention of the Commission certain matters of concern with regard to the investigation by the investigators, and that is being swept under the carpet.
Chairman, let me tell you what I've done
Yeah.
after engaging with the Commission, in particular with Glencoe, and we will deal with the issues of Glencoe. I went to the public protector and opened a case with the public protector. I went to the police station and opened a case with Glencoe. I don't think I should have done that. I think this is the matter that this commission should be dealing with, because Glencoe has, contrary to many beliefs, and I will spend today showing you that it has taken ESCOM for a ride. And I am, I am beginning to be of the view that you are actually, this commission, or the reason this commission exists, and this commission is caught up in between the business interests of the current President of the Republic and the former President of the Republic, and the previous public protector actually took sides without looking into the evidence. And the only thing that makes me comfortable now is that you are guiding your team to look at the evidence. And I am confident that once you've looked at the evidence, the conclusion will be far better than Professor Thuli Madonsela. I've written an opinion piece actually saying, Professor Thuli Madonsela owes us an apology because she was caught up between the conflicting interest of associates of the current President of the Republic and associates of the former President of the Republic, and the grass suffered. But Chair, we're going to go through that, and I will have my opportunity to tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I am going to repeat a point that I did mention to you sometime in the past, Mr. Kuko. Some of the people who have had information may be bringing us relevant and important information at the tail end of the work of the commission, despite the fact that from 2018, I made announcements and said, please, if you have got information of matters that fall within the terms of reference of the commission, bring them to us. And when I made those announcements, I didn't say this group of people must do that, but that group must not do that. It was an open invitation to everybody. Of course, some people brought information as soon as possible, and then others brought it at some stage. And I'm sure now there might be others who have not even brought it, but yet it's relevant, it's important, and it falls within the terms of reference of the commission. So we may have a situation where if we get information that is relevant, that is important, it happens at a time when there is just no time. But we would have loved to have received it much earlier, and if we had received it much earlier, we could have done something about it.
I accept, Chair.
Yes.
I'm just
Yes.
eagerly waiting,
Yes.
and I can't wait to deal with the legal opinion, with the 3 legal opinions from CDH.
Okay.
Just to show
That's all
you
right.
how you've been taking for the ride.
No, that's all right. We are at 4 o'clock. Let's take the normal 10 minutes break, but before we do that, let's have a discussion so that we have a common understanding of the way forward. From my side, I'm expecting that we should be able to go into the evening as long as we have not finished. That's point 1. Point 2, which probably may not have been known to Mr. Gogo and Mr. Perry, is that there is a possibility that tomorrow may be available in case you are available, Mr. Gogo and Mr. Perry and your legal team. But let's first talk about going to the evening. We all accept that we'll go into the evening. Mr. Perry?
I am very definitely not available tomorrow, I'm afraid to say.
No, I was still talking about the evening. This
The
evening.
evening's fine.
This evening is fine, but tomorrow you are not available. Okay, all right. I guess, Mr. Gogo, it doesn't help even if you are available, if your counsel is not available.
But Chair, we can work all night.
Okay, all right. So it's fine. Let's adjourn for 10 minutes and then we'll come back and continue. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, still on the online vending, Mr. Coco, then. So we've gone to the list, we've gone to the email, and I wish to add to that Ms. Motepu's version talking about negotiations between ESCOM and McKinsey for the conclusion of the MSA. She says that Chair, I'm just going to read from her affidavit.
Where
Would you-
do I need to go there or you?
No.
I don't, okay.
Mr. Coco, you also know, yeah.
Okay.
Just, well, let me just put to you, I wanted to read from October 2015, but she simply says, Mr. Machela Coco and Anod Singh added initiatives that were not originally on the proposal. That is the proposal by McKinsey Regiment. These were online vending and DUVA 3 insurance. DUVA 3 insurance claim, and she adds build Hitachi insurance settlement. But for present purposes, online vending and the DUVA 3 insurance, which she alleges you and Mr. Singh added to the proposal. You want to comment on that?
Yes, Chair. Chair, you have a timeline that stands like this. Mr. Coco participates in a conspiracy and a sham suspensions on the 10th of March 2015, so that on the 26th of July 2015, in his absence, the board approves a mandate to negotiate with McKinsey. The negotiations with McKinsey and the board approves the negotiating team. In my affidavit, I list the negotiating team that the board appointed. You will find it on a BTC document dated the 6th October 20, no, you'll find it on a document dated that was approved on the 6th of July, and you'll also find it on the document dated 6th October 2015. In that document, it's titled Feedback to the Negotiations. The team says, we have been mandated by the board tender committee to do the negotiations. The negotiating members are the following. Negotiations started on the 28th of July 2015 to the 29th of September 2015. I think my second date could be due to correction, but I think it's the 29th of September 2015. And this is what has been negotiated. We have stepped outside the board mandate, and for that we ask for a condonation, and the board ratifies that. And the board then says, go and conclude. So, and that's all in October. On the 23rd of October, I get a new assignment. That's a document I wanted to have discussions with you during break, and I still want us to go back to it because it explains all this. And I completely move out of this situation of McKinsey on the 23rd of October. Of course, now that I've seen the document that I have brought to you today, I understand why Mr. Motepu continued to send me emails to my email address, and I've not responded to any of them. I could not have negotiated the contract in November, because the evidence before you in writing tells you when the negotiation started, when the negotiating ended, and it tells you in names who did the negotiations. One of the things I'm saying I'm not happy with the investigations is that the people who did the negotiations are there, are mentioned in names. It would be very easy for your investigators to go to them and say, this document says you've negotiated it. Did you negotiate? And what was Mr. Koko's role? That has not happened. But somebody throws my name that I've negotiated. I did not. Evidence before you. Again, Mr. Chair, I keep on saying, let's follow the evidence. What is the evidence in writing, as minutes say? It does not say Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh was a negotiator. The negotiation teams were listed. I have never responded to any of the emails Ms. Mutepu sent me. I had nothing to do with it. I had no reason to respond. My counsel kept on asking me, but why would she continue to send you this? And I said, the only explanation I could give is because I concluded via a letter of award the business plan transaction, and she probably thought I'm still involved. But now that I see in a letter that, and at the right time I would like to discuss it with you, Chair, you will see why I think she continued to do that. But I was not in the picture. The delegations is to the office. If you are the Deputy Chief Justice, you've got the delegations of authority. If we move you to another, to be the Judge President of Pretoria or North, you've got a different authority. And that's all what happened. I just don't understand why it is so complex for people to say the PFMA and the ESCOM delegations, you delegate to the office. And once the person moves out of the office, we can quibble about when did you leave the office, like we did with Ms. Daniels. But once you left the office, you leave the delegation in that office. The person who's left in that office is the one that must deal with it. It then makes sense to me, in hindsight, why I insisted Mr. Mabelani is in the meetings that I'm called in that relates to things that I'm not involved in, because he had the delegation. So I really think, Chair, you need to zoom into this with a fine comb. Forget the gossips. Because Mr. Mutepu has never given you anything other than to simply say, trust me. Trust me, Chair. Trust me as Ms. Mutepu. Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh negotiated this. That's all what he told you. Besides that, he gave you nothing. And by the way, she told a big lie about the Indian chap in my office she was communicating to, who happened to be my personal assistant, who's Black and African. And when you pushed her, she says, oh, I remember. That part of the transcripts is blue lie. Now again, why would Ms. Mutepu come here and tell you a blue lie and stand by it? I don't know. I just don't know why would she come here and lie about it. But I would like you to ask her, but this is a lie. Why did you lie? What interested you further to lie about Mr. Koko? Because now I know it's common cause that it's a lie.
Mr. Selaga.
Sorry, Mr. Koko, you didn't comment on my question. She says you and Mr. Anod Singh expanded the scope of the original proposal by adding other initiatives, which included the online vending. What is your comment?
My comment is I could not do that. I had no authority to do that. I could not. But I could not, Chair. That's my comment. I had no authority to do that. But I want to add another piece of evidence that you need to consider. If you look at all the transactions that Ms. Mutepu lists, including Duva 3 Insurance, are all in the delegations of the finance department, not in the scope of the role I was playing at the time, which is group executive generation and technology. If he was saying it was a technical matter and I added it, maybe, but all of them without fail. I mean, I heard Ms. Daniel saying the same. I mean, when Ms. Daniel was dealing with this document, he tried to make you believe, he says, all these things are in Mr. Koko's space. She said that. But let me tell you, Duva 3, for example, if you go to ESCOM today, everybody will tell you, Duva 3 is reconstruction. It's building a new boiler. It's group capital. It would have been under Mr. Masango's space. It would have had nothing to do with Mr. Koko. So it's a lie again. And why would they lie like that? The ESCOM delegations of, if you go to ESCOM now and say, who is responsible for group capital? Mr. Koko was never ever in his 23-year life in ESCOM responsible of group capital. Mr. Masango was responsible for group capital for 9 years of his 24-year life in ESCOM. But why do people come here to lie to you like that? And we tolerate them, we don't press them hard. We don't say, show us the evidence.
Well, Mr. Koko, you come here, you do affidavits, you put annexures precisely for that point, so that once there is evidence that shows that they may not be telling the truth, then they can be confronted with that. So everybody is asked to make their input, who has personal knowledge, who knows something, so that at the end, where it looks like somebody should be confronted with a document or a version from somebody else, that's done. That's why even with you, Mr. Selega is putting to you versions that come from other people. Even with them, he would be doing so to say, Mr. Koko says this about that. Those who have testified already doesn't mean that they can't be called back if something crops up that wasn't there before, to say, what do you say about this? So all of that.
I would like Ms. Mutepu to be confronted.
Yes.
With the evidence, with the evidence that Ms. Mkijima is not an Indian person.
Yes.
She's a mere secretary. She could not have been assigned to you as a secretary to deal with high-level financial staff that are not in Mr. Koko's area. 1. 2, the Duva 3 and all others are not in the scope of Mr. Koko. 3, the negotiations with McKinsey were completed on the 29th of September and were presented to the board of ESCOM in a document of the 6th of October. 5, the negotiating team members are listed by the board of ESCOM. That's the evidence that's before you.
But also, Mr. Koko, apart from the fact that the commission has to probe certain matters when a witness gives evidence, the rules also give persons such as you, if a witness has said something that implicates you, the right to apply to the commission for leave to cross-examine them and challenge their version. So in other words, not just the commission, from your side, if they've implicated you and said something about you that's not true, that seeks to put you into allegations of state capture or corruption, you have been free to make that application, so that you could challenge them and confront them with all of that.
And in most cases, I've been invited to do so, Chair.
Yeah.
I accept.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mr. Selega.
Thank you. Mr. Koko, that feedback report you're referring to, I know you know it, Chair. I could refer the page reference for you. It was to EXCO Procurement Subcommittee, 8 October 2015, to the Board of Directors Tender Committee, 22 October 2015, and the compiler business unit, a name is Ntom Bizodwa, and the end user is yourself, Machela Koko.
Where are you reading from now? Hang on, Mr.
Yes.
Berry, where are you reading from?
No, I did say I can give you the page reference, Chair.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. What bundle 8? Bundle 8A?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Have you left me behind?
Yes, no. It's just that Mr. Koko referred to it. It's in bundle 14, Chair. 14C.
Okay. Do I need to go there or I can?
No, it's just, I want to
Okay,
prove to
read.
Mr.
Okay,
Koko that
read it to just hang on us. Mr. Berry, your issue has fallen away?
I That's the information that I wanted.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Mr. Koko, I think follows, he mentions.
I followed you.
Yes.
I
Are you referring to the document that gives the names of the negotiating team?
He says he does,
Yeah, it does.
but you will show me, Mr. Koko.
I'm going to show you, Chair.
Yes. Let's go to then the ESCOM bundle
If you give me that,
14C.
if you give me that opportunity, I will I'll do so. I think it's quite important.
Yeah, on the second last page, the names are there.
Okay.
Yes.
And my point is, Chair, if the names are
Hang
there,
on 1 second, Mr. Koko. Mr. Selega, my space is limited here.
Yes.
I have bundle 18 and bundle 8, 8B. Which one should I keep at the moment? Which one could I send away until when you need to use it?
Chairperson is going to need 8A for that list. So 8B can be removed.
Okay.
8B can be removed.
And bundle 18 can remain.
Bundle 18, remove it for now, Chair. Also remove it for now.
Okay, let me not remove it because I can keep two. Looks
Okay.
like you will still come back to it.
Yes.
What page on bundle 14?
That's 829.36. $829.36.
Yes, I've got bundle 14, page 829.36.
136, feedback report.
Is that the document that is supposed to have the list of the negotiators?
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
You will find the list, Mr. Koko, you will correct me, on page 829.43.
Chair, you will not only find the names in that document, but you'll also find the negotiated outcome. And my council has got the minutes of the board that approves and condones the deviations from the board's mandate.
That will be important to have also, but in the meantime, this document document is written feedback report. It's addressed to the chairperson of Chairman, EXCO Procurement Subcommittee, Board of Directors, and the Tender Committee. It's dated, there is the date of 8 October 2015, next to the chairman, and then the date of 22 October 2015 next to the Board of Directors. And it's, the compiler is reflected as Ntombizodwa Mukwatle, the business is commodity sourcing, and unit and name of end user is reflected as Majela Koko, and the description is about feedback on negotiated outcome with McKinsey and Company to develop the current top engineers program into an internal consulting unit that can provide world-class management consulting services capable of resolving emerging company-wide risks by unlocking cash without prior tendering. Yes, now we know, and Mr. Selega, you said the list of the negotiation team appears
Sorry
at
to
page.
interrupt. I'm a bit at sea here. Are we on bundle 8, page 29.36,
We are at bundle 14,
bundle 40?
yeah, but the page is 829.86, and I've just moved to page 829.43 of the document, and the names of the negotiation team are given there as Prish Govender, Dombizodwa Mwatle, Johnston Makubu, Freddy Ndo, Snehal Nagar, Mandla Gobinza. You said there is the negotiation outcome as well, Mr. Koko. Do you want to draw my attention to that?
My apologies, I'm behind you. If you give me the page.
829.43 is where the list of the negotiation team appears. 829.44 is the last page of the document, I think.
Chairman, I have the document in front of me, but it's in a different bundle. But if I can take you to paragraph section 2 of the same document.
Section 2 of,
The same document, the first document you just read on is the first, number 1 is introduction. Am I correct, Chair?
or where it says approved mandate, parameters and negotiation results.
Correct.
Oh, okay, you say, so that's where the results of the negotiation are to be found under that heading.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr.
And you
Selega?
see, it's got, on the left-hand side is the approved mandate,
Yes,
and on the right-hand side
is
is
the
the
results
results
achieved,
achieved, and the results achieved and approved mandate, not all of them are
the same,
the same, and
Yeah.
that's why the board had to
ratify.
ratify.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Selega, at least now we,
Yes, Mr. Koko. Quickly, because we are dealing with the Ms. Motepu's version that you amended the scope of the original proposal, you and Mr. Singh. But I think you've taken it a step further to the negotiations, whether or not you were involved in negotiations. So, well, we will deal with, you've already answered the first, which is you couldn't have done that. You couldn't have amended the originals. But let's see the original proposal. Let's see at this document. The feedback report was signed by you. You are the last signatory.
Yes.
On the 6th of October 2015.
Yes.
Chairperson, if you need the page reference, you will let me know.
no, I just wanted to say,
Yes.
that document at page 829.43,
Yes.
apart from listing the names of members of the approved negotiation team,
Yes.
also has in another column a list where it says negotiation team participants. And I see that it lists under that the same names, if I'm not mistaken. No, there are more names. It lists certain names. Some of those names appear under the approved negotiation team, but others do not appear, but it says those are negotiation team participants.
Yes.
As opposed to the approved negotiation team. And maybe to state the obvious, Mr. Koko does not appear, Mr. Koko's name does not appear under any of the two lists.
Yes.
Yes, so what we do, Chair, and the board insists that for transparency, because most of these projects take long, and people are not always, don't stay in the same position for long. So the board approves a negotiating team, and for some reason there's movements, and the team leader pulls in new people that were not approved by the board. The requirement of 1034 is that you have to be transparent to the board about who participated in the negotiations, who were not originally on the list. So that's why you got before and after.
Yes. Okay, so the point of these two lists, the point you are making, Mr. Koko, just now, the point you are making now is that there is an approved list
Yes.
of members of the negotiation team,
Correct.
and there is a list of participants in the negotiations,
Correct.
which might include people who were not approved.
Correct.
But those are people who, as a matter of fact, participated.
Correct.
The other is a list of those who were approved.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Koko, then, did they give you the right file?
Yes, they have. Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Thanks. Please turn to page 829.37. I just want you to explain to the chairperson
29.
37.
I am there.
Yes. Paragraph 1.4, I would like you to explain it to the chairperson, which reads that a negotiating team that will also serve as a steering committee for the development of ESCOM's top engineers consulting unit be authorized under the chairmanship of the group executive, technology and commercial, to develop, negotiate, and implement the above, subject to ESCOM delegation of authority. Is that group executive, technology and commercial yourself at the time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how should we understand this, which includes not only to develop and implement, but also negotiate? As the chairperson, so the negotiating team will serve as a steering committee under the chairmanship of yourself
Yes.
to do, amongst others, negotiation. So how should that be understood?
Well, it's self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory, sir. It's as it is. The only issue that I
Well, I'm not sure if it is self-explanatory, Mr. Koko. You said you did not negotiate this. There was a negotiating team. There was a document which gave a list, which we have looked at. That's true. Your name is not there. Mr. Koko is saying, here is clause or paragraph 1.4, which says the negotiating team will also serve as a steering committee for the development of ESCOM's top engineers consulting units. And it says under the chairmanship of the group executive, technology and commercial, to develop, negotiate and implement the above, subject to ESCOM's delegation of authority. As I understand it, and not having looked, it refers to above. I haven't gone back to see the above, and I haven't looked at the delegation of authority because it also says subject to delegation of authority. But on the face of it, as I understand it, it seems to say there is a negotiating team, and that negotiating team, for certain purposes, will be taken to be the steering committee. So maybe under certain circumstances, you don't call it a negotiating team, you call it the steering committee.
correct.
And they say when it is the steering committee, it will be chaired by the group executive, technology and commercial.
Correct.
And then it says what they should then do as the steering committee chaired by the group Group Executive Technology and Commercial.
Correct.
It says they must develop, negotiate, and implement the above. Now, the above, I suspect, is this top engineer's program. I suspect.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. So, Mr. Seleka's question, therefore, is, in the light of paragraph 1.4, can you answer that you were not involved in negotiations still stand?
Correct, because
Yeah.
this is post
Yes,
BTC. This is
Yes.
a post board approval,
yes,
which happened on the 22nd of October.
yes.
And on the 23rd of October, I started a new job.
Now, this document, as I said, it's got two dates. One is 8 October 2015. Another one is 22 October 2015. I'm not sure whether it is intended to say it was given or sent to the chairman on the 8th of October, and it was sent or given to the board of directors on the 22nd.
Chair,
I remember you said there was a meeting of the board on the 22nd.
can I explain it?
Yes, explain, yes.
Before a transaction sits at the board tender committee, it must serve at the executive tender committee. So the executives must approve it before it goes.
Yeah, yes.
And that happened on the 8th of October.
Because one or more of them must take it to the tender committee.
Yes.
Yeah,
So, and that happened on the 8th of October.
8th of October.
Yes.
Okay,
And then on the 22nd of October, the board tender committee met.
yes. So this board of directors, which on the face of it, or which might give one the impression that this 22 October is directed at board of directors, it might simply be there, it might be there to simply say this was a tender committee, which is a subcommittee of the board of directors.
No, Chair, the way it says, you see, it says board of directors tender committee
Yes,
of the meeting of the 22nd of October 2015.
yes, but that's the point I'm making, that I shouldn't think it is talking about the board. It's
No, no,
talking about the tender committee of the board.
Exactly, Chair.
Yeah, okay. So,
And the subcommittee of the board tender committee resolved as per 1.4,
yes.
right? So that's
Okay.
futuristic.
Oh,
We resolved
okay,
that in
okay.
the future,
Okay.
this
So-
must be implemented.
So you are saying that this document, as I say, it's, okay, I see that in terms of signatures, it is signed in October. 3 of the people who signed it signed on the signed it on the 2nd of October 2015, and then you signed it on the 6th of October 2015. So the document was, but if it was signed so early in October, how can it have 22 October? How can it refer to a meeting that took place after?
No. It's done on the 6th of October. And the meeting is on the 22nd of October.
Yes,
So it's after, the meeting is after.
but I thought that it seeks to record what had happened already by the time those who signed it signed it.
Yes, so what you see here has happened already.
But the 22nd has not happened,
No,
the
Chair.
meeting.
No. The negotiations happens
Yeah,
before the meeting,
yes,
based on the mandate that was given in July.
yes.
So the negotiations are done, but you can't implement until you go to the authority that gave you the mandate,
Yeah,
which is the board tender committee. The board tender committee sits on the 22nd of October. And this document is prepared for that purpose.
yeah, you see, as I understand you, at least earlier on, you were saying that date of 22 October 2015 reflects the meeting that took place on that day.
Exactly,
of the
Chair.
tender committee.
Exactly.
So what I'm putting to you is that, but on the 6th of October, when you signed this document, you could not say there was a meeting on the 22nd that had happened because it had not happened.
Yeah, Chair, that's how the process is set up, Chair.
Yeah,
So when there's a future meeting, documents are prepared 3 weeks in advance. You sign them 3 weeks about, it's ESCOM law. 3 weeks in advance, documents must be ready. 14 days in advance, the board members must receive them. And then 14 days later, the meeting sits.
so, no, what you are saying, that I understand. but you agreed earlier on when I said it seemed to me to reflect a meeting that had happened and yet it had not happened.
No, Chair.
Yeah.
If I said yes, I apologize.
Yeah.
This is the meeting that had not happened.
Yeah, it was a future meeting.
It was a future meeting.
Yeah.
It was a future meeting.
But then I hope that the document does not anywhere purport to reflect what happened at a meeting that had not taken place.
No, it doesn't.
It
Chair.
doesn't.
No,
Okay.
no, not at all.
Well, in this commission, we have had such
No,
situations.
no,
Okay.
Chair.
All right.
All what this document said on the 6th is this is what is happening. This is what has happened.
Yeah.
We must go and inform and get a new mandate from the board that is in the future. And the date of the future date, all the documents you'll see, they always have a future date. So when I sign it, I know the next board meeting is on the 20th. When I was signing it on the 6th, this document tells me, actually, I'm signing this thing on the 6th for the board meeting of the 22nd.
No, I understand when you say that, but one would have expected that the document would say something like next meeting of the committee, 22 October.
Chair, this is what that is supposed to mean in the first
No,
place. So I
I
accept.
accept that you say that's how it's understood, that's what, but I would have expected that it would say like next meeting, just to alert everybody, the next meeting where this document is supposed to be presented is that date.
I accept your point, Chair, as long as we understand what it
Yeah,
means.
yeah, no, that's fine.
I accept your point.
That's fine. Mr. Selega?
Chair. Mr. Koko, let's go to the first page of this feedback report.
But let's complete this point, Mr.
Yes.
Selega and Mr. Koko, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, Mr. Koko, is your point, or part of your point this, that as at the 6th of October, which is when you signed this document, the idea was that the person occupying your position, whether it was you or whoever, should be the chairperson of the steering committee.
Exactly, Chair.
Is that right?
Exactly.
And then you say the tender committee sat on the 22nd of October and approved this.
Correct, Chair.
But on the 23rd of October, you moved out of this position,
Correct, Chair.
and therefore you could not play any role. You could not chair the steering committee anymore.
Exactly, Chair.
Yes, okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was trying to do exactly that finalization, Chair. If we go to page 1, Mr. Koko,
Sorry, I took that away from you.
I will deal with it differently. I see
Yeah.
what the chairperson here.
Okay.
829.36, Mr. Cook. The introduction. And because I'm trying to understand this in the light of your explanation to the chairperson. Paragraph 1 says introduction. In accordance with a mandate approved by BTC, Board Tender Committee via round robin, on 6 July 2015 to negotiate with McKinsey & Co. to develop the current top engineers program into an internal consulting unit that can provide world-class management consulting services capable of resolving emerging company-wide risks by driving savings and unlocking cash. This report reflects the results thereof and requests ratification of the negotiation feedback. Then it says, the mandate provided was as follows. Now, that's the mandate provided on 6 July 2015. The mandate to negotiate with McKinsey & Co. to develop the current top engineers program into an internal consulting unit that can provide world-class management consulting services capable of resolving emerging company-wide risks by driving savings and unlocking cash is hereby approved subject to the following. So, Chair, this is a restatement of what was decided on the 6th of July 2015 by BTC. Then you have 1.1, they give you the points that was decided, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and then 1.4. Because I'm trying to...
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes. Because I'm trying to have the chairperson and us be on the same page. Yes, no, that's fine. Just keep it there.
But if you
Then,
agree with him, Mr. Koko, okay, on the 6th of July, you were still on suspension, is that right?
On the 6th of July, I was still on suspension.
Yes, yes.
so,
Well, if you agree with him, then the question would be between the 6th of July and the 20th of July, obviously, because you are still on suspension, you would not have chaired the steering committee. Maybe it was chaired by whoever was acting in your position. But when you came back on the 20th of July, between the 20th of July and the 23rd of October, you have already said you never formed part of the negotiations.
Certainly, Chair, I never did
Yes.
this.
Do you know whether anybody did take your place? You did chair the steering committee when you were back?
Chairman, to the best of my knowledge, and I am certain that I'm not wrong at all, there was never a steering committee. The steering committee was never set up.
So, well, I guess there was no need to set up the steering committee because 1.4 says the negotiating team will just put on a different cap
Yes,
with the steering committee. There will
Yes.
only be one addition. The chairperson would be
Right, so-
yeah. So the structure was there by virtue of the agreement
Correct.
of this document.
correct.
So the only question is whether the chairperson ever called a meeting of the steering committee.
There was never a meeting, Chair.
Now, before you came back from your suspension, do you know whether there was somebody who chaired such steering committee?
I have no
Yeah, you
knowledge.
never had.
I have no knowledge
Yeah,
of that,
but
Chair.
you say when you were back, you
There
never.
was never a steering committee. All what happened in September, once we decided that we need a corporate plan, I sent an email to the team for an update. These guys, how far are you with the negotiations you are doing with McKinsey? And that is a document that Mr. Seleka was referring to, that they gave me the feedback on. That's the only thing that has happened.
But seeing that you signed this document on the 6th of July, and you would have seen this clause 1.4 before signing it, how did it come about that you did not give effect to it? Because you were the person who should have given effect to it once you were back.
Because the negotiations were complete by the time I signed it on the 6th. There was nothing,
They were completed before you came,
before the 6th. There was nothing to do after the 6th.
or before the 6th of,
On the 6th,
Of
when I
October.
signed this document,
yes, they had been
they
completed.
had been completed. There was nothing more to do.
And from 20 July to that time, you were not aware that you were supposed to chair this committee?
Not at all.
Is that so?
Not at all. The
And
document-
nobody told you
and
about
nobody
this
told
thing?
me about it.
Yes.
All what I knew as a commercial executive is that there is this transaction on engineers and it's on risk basis. And that's why I had a meeting with the chairman. But this resolution never came to me at all. In fact, the first time I saw this resolution was when I signed this document.
Mr. Select?
A couple of things arising from there, Mr. Koko. Let me clear one. There was a steering committee. Mr. Anod Singh was here, testified. He was the chairperson of the steering committee.
No, Chair.
And there are minutes of that steering committee.
No, Chair. Please, I
Let him finish.
Yeah,
Continue,
I think,
Mr. Select.
yeah. I managed to finish as he was interrupting. Chair.
Oh, okay. Mr. Koko, response?
Chair, again, it's a case of a mistaken identity. The steering committee that Mr. Singh was talking about started, to the best of my knowledge, in January 2016 for the
Corporate plan?
not for the corporate plan, for the MSA.
Yeah.
Then Mr. Singh had his own steering committee for the corporate plan, for the contract that I signed on the 29th of September. It was a financial transaction for the purpose of the business plan. So, and this is why I said, people tend to combine these two, which are different. Mr. Singh was running a project to draft a business plan that must be ready in February. He managed it, he ran it. I don't even remember being in those meetings. It was a financial thing that he ran. And if businesses had to contribute, there were people that were part of that. But that's not the steering committee that is envisaged here.
Okay.
Chair, I'm in no way, Mr. Koko, confusing corporate plan, business plan with the top engineers program. The top engineers program became part of the MSA. The steering committee was formed. It was chaired by Mr. Singh. We have minutes of that meeting.
I don't have those minutes, Chair, and I don't know. I can't talk to it. I was not part of it. I don't know.
But are you saying, Mr. Selega, that the steering committee that Mr. Singh chaired
Yes, Chair.
is the steering committee contemplated in paragraph 1.2?
Yes, Chair.
1.4?
Yes, Chair. And I want to explain. I've heard the chairperson interpret that paragraph 1.4.
Yes.
And I want us to go back to it
Yes, yes.
so that we can understand.
Yeah.
You see, Chair, the BTC, when it said on the 6th of July 2015, the resolution actually says the acting group executive, technology and commercial, is authorized.
Is?
So
Is
it says,
authorized.
It says resolve that a negotiating team that will also serve as a steering committee for the development of ESCOM Top Engineers Consulting Unit be authorized under the chairmanship of the acting group executive and technology commercial to develop, negotiate, and implement above strategy subject to ESCOM delegation of authority. So the paragraph reads the same, except that in the resolution, the word acting is inserted.
Yes. Where is the
The
resolution?
resolution is on the same bundle, page 829.14. So that's ESCOM bundle 14C, page 829.14.
Okay, I've got it. It is resolved that 1.1, and then 1.4,
Yes.
that a negotiating team that will also serve as a steering for the development of ESCOM Top Engineers Consulting Unit be authorized under the chairmanship of the acting group executive, technology and commercial, to develop, negotiate and implement above strategy subject to ESCOM delegation of authority. I guess that the inclusion of acting would make sense because at that time, whoever was in that position was acting.
We know who it was, Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Koko will also know.
Yeah, was it Mr. Mabilane?
Correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
But of course,
But you,
I don't know whether Mr. Koko is going to say, well, that was specific to the acting person or not.
No, Chair, I have nothing to say, actually. I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, he
It
will
was
not.
did, you know, in my language, Chair, we have something called Naka Chagurweshwa. And Mr. Seleka, I don't know if you understand that. This is exactly what it is. You are putting things to me that I have no knowledge of.
No, Mr. Selega, continue and put the point you wanted to put.
Yes.
But one of the things you were saying, or you were, I think, suggesting, is that you may have a certain interpretation of clause of paragraph 1.4 that might differ from the interpretation I have.
yes,
And that's separate from the acting.
yes, no,
Yeah.
that's separate from that.
What is that interpretation?
And maybe we should go to it when it is decided on the 6th of July, 2015, Chair, because it will make sense.
Well, maybe start before I go there, so I can, simply looking at 1.4.
Yes.
Well, what is that interpretation?
Where is the chairperson now?
I'm at 829.37. I'm sorry, Mr. Berry.
Mr. Chairman, it is with some trepidation that I would now wish to just assist. If, and again, coming back to the point, if one tries to attribute meaning to a document, then one has to read it in context and the whole of it. And
Yes,
if
no,
you
no.
read-
That
pardon me.
no, that might be the reason why Mr. Selega wants us to go to
No,
another
I
place.
understand that, but that's the very point.
Yes.
If you read the document as it stands there, and you will read the same wording on the 6th of July, no doubt. But
Yeah.
if you read it in context, it's clear that the negotiation of the initial agreement is covered by 1.1.
Yes. No, but let me
But-
hear his
Pardon.
his interpretation first.
Yes, but
Yes.
I mean, just read the whole thing. And then it's very clear that 1.2, 1.3,
Yes.
and 1.4.
Yes, no, but let me hear his first, then we can go
1.2,
further.
1.3, and 1.4 deal with the implementation phase.
No, that's fine, Mr. Berry. I'm saying for now,
But
I
I
just
mean,
want
all
to
I'm
hear
saying
it.
is, please,
Yes.
sir, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Please, just read the whole document.
No,
in
Mr.
terms
Berry.
of the
No,
prescripts
Mr.
of
Berry.
law.
No, Mr.
Pardon, you're
Berry.
interrupting me.
No,
in
Mr.
terms of
Berry.
the prescripts
No,
of law
no.
regarding interpretation
Berry.
of written matter.
Mr. Berry,
That is your
please sit
obligation.
down. Please sit down. I don't want this to happen again, Mr. Berry. It has happened before.
Chair,
I am chairing here.
What I'm saying
When I
is,
say sit
please-
down, sit down. Please.
Sir, please, just
You
read
are
the
continuing
document
to
in
speak,
accordance
Mr.
with the
Berry.
precepts of
Mr.
law.
Berry,
Mr. Barry, sit
I
down.
said, please sit down.
Thank you.
I'm not going to tolerate this anymore.
Chair, I stood up, I said with some trepidation. That's the
No,
point
when
that
I say
wanted to
sit
make.
down,
I-
sit
Allow-
down until I've finished what I'm saying. If you ask to speak after I've spoken, indicate that you'd like to speak. And if I permit you, you speak. If I don't permit you, you don't speak.
If you interrupt me, should I just?
I will interrupt you when you
Mr.
don't
Barry,
want to
please sit
listen.
down.
Sorry?
I will interrupt you when you don't want to listen to me.
I thought that I was suggesting to you.
Sit
how
down
this
now,
document
Mr.
should be
Berry.
read.
Sit down, Mr. Berry. Mr. Selega,
Thank you, Chair.
let me hear your interpretation, please.
Yes, Chair. So the paragraph reads, and I think the timing, if you look at 6 July 2016, it makes, 2015, it makes sense. It says that that a negotiating team. Then you have this addition that will also serve as a steering committee. Be authorized under the chairmanship of the acting group executive, technology and commercial,
Okay,
to do certain things.
you are not reading 1.4 now, you are reading the resolution.
I'm reading the resolution, which is also 1.4,
Okay,
Chair,
I wanted you to read 1.4
of the feedback
as
report.
is, because I understood you to say,
Yes,
my interpretation of 1.4
yes,
or yours is different from mine.
yes,
Now, if you say it's different from mine
Yes.
because you read it together with something else that appears somewhere, that's fine.
no,
But if you say it's different reading it as it is, then I want you to tell me what that interpretation is.
Okay.
Reading 1.4 as is.
yes. The interpretation is, Chair, the
Yeah.
negotiating team. It is being authorized, the negotiating team, under the chairmanship of the acting group executive.
Yeah, you see now you put acting, whereas 1.4 doesn't have acting on page 829.
Yes, okay, that's because, no, it doesn't matter, Chair. Let me
Yeah,
get to
let's leave out acting for now.
Yes.
Then we later on go to it if we need to
Yes.
go to it, yeah.
Okay, let me go to where the chairperson is, because it still reads the same, even without the word acting.
Yes,
Yeah. So it says that a negotiating team, because they are reproducing what was resolved by the BTC, that a negotiating team that will also serve as a steering committee for the development of Eskom's top engineers consulting unit be authorized. So the authorization is to that negotiating team under the chairmanship of the group executive, technology and commercial, to do certain things, to develop, to negotiate, and implement the above. So I know that,
all right.
Yes.
Then just indicate what the difference is between my interpretation and yours.
yes, what the chairperson was saying, he was saying that when the negotiating team become the steering committee,
So I was
Yes.
saying that it could be different hats.
yeah, that's
Yes.
right. You were saying
You
when
say-
it becomes,
Yeah.
sorry.
You were
wanted to say-
saying your interpretation does your interpretation contemplate that the negotiating team could wear different hats as steering committee?
Yes, that, I
Yeah.
agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But where we seem to have different interpretation, Chair, is on this. My interpretation is a steering committee, when the board, the BTC, makes this resolution, it gets to be authorized under the chairmanship of the GE Commercial and Technology to develop and negotiate. So it doesn't wait when it becomes a steering committee. It is already under the chairmanship of the GE Commercial and Technology.
Okay, so what you are saying is the Group Executive Technology and Commercial becomes chairs the negotiating team and not necessarily chairs primarily the negotiating team. But that negotiating team can also sit as a steering committee. And when it sits as a steering committee, it is still chaired by the same person, namely the group executive. Is that what you're
You see,
saying?
the second part is not clear. That second part, Chair, is not clear from
The one of the group's executive, technology and commercial, chairing the steering committee.
yes,
Is that that's the one you say, that part is not here?
it's not clear, yes,
Is
from
your
my reading.
interpretation that the negotiating team becomes, also becomes a steering committee without the group executive Who chairs it when it is the steering committee?
No, I'm just saying it's not clear from this, Chair.
Yeah,
It says the negotiating team that will also serve
yeah,
as the steering committee
yes,
for the development of
yeah,
the top engineers consulting unit
yeah,
be authorized. So it seems to me that the reading of this paragraph could be made without you could read it without that will also serve us. And when you do that, I think you come to what I'm saying. It could read that a negotiating team be authorized under the chairmanship of the Group Executive, Technology and Commercial to develop, negotiate, and implement. You see what I'm saying?
okay, all right. So you are saying there are two possible interpretations, maybe more than two,
Yeah.
and you choose a particular one. The one is that the negotiating team
Yes.
exists without the chairmanship of the group executive. And
I say the opposite.
in one scenario. And in another scenario, it exists under the chairmanship of the group executive, technology and commercial.
That's the scenario.
And you say this latter scenario is the one that you believe 1.4 is dealing with.
Correct.
So that you say the group executive, technology and commercial is contemplated to be the person who is, for all intents and purposes, the chairperson of the negotiating team.
Correct. Correct.
And then where it says that will also serve as a steering committee for the development of ESCOM's top engineers consulting unit, you say that might be the negotiating team acting without the group executive chairing it.
Correct, because we can discern from
Yeah.
this paragraph who is contemplated as to be the chairperson.
Yeah, okay. That may be that may be one of these may be the correct interpretation, but now I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, you
And-
can,
and-
and then we say acting group executive when we go to the resolution.
That's right.
Okay,
That's
at least now I understand it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And I think that interpretation is given credence by the fact that the BTC at the time, since July 2015, was opening a door for negotiations. So it is saying we are establishing this negotiating team under the chairpersonship of X. This negotiating team, in the future, it will become a steering committee.
Okay. Okay.
But now it is established under the chairmanship of Mr. X.
Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Continue. What do you put to Mr.
And then, Mr. Koko, you come back on the 20th of July 2015. Yes. Now, you have said to the chairperson, well, let me ask you, what do you do? Because then you're coming back to your position on the 20th of July 2015. Mr. Mabelani, who was acting, would give way to you. Did you assume your role as the GE Commercial and Technology?
Yes.
And you then, much later in October, well, before we reach October, the feedback report says the negotiations started on 28 July 2015. That's when you were back, 8 days
That's
after your
what the document says.
Yes. Tell the chairperson, insofar as that is concerned, did you play any role in the negotiations?
I played no role, zero.
You said no.
Did
Now-
Mr. Mabelane report to you when you came back any activities in which he had been involved as chairman of this
Chairman.
committee, this team, or not?
Chairman, you can be persuaded to adopt a particular position. And you will be wrong. This is what happened. The board tender committee appointed a negotiating team. Mr. Governor was a lead negotiator, and he negotiated the contract. That's it. Brought back the outcome of the negotiating on the 6th of October to me. On the 3rd of October, on the 3rd of September, I wrote a note to a couple of them asking for progress. That's exactly what happened. The rest is gossips and people trying to think.
Well-
What has happened, Chair, is exactly that. The board
No,
appointed.
that may be what happened factually.
That's what happened factually.
Yes, but what is written here on 1.4 is
I've
not
never,
gossip, of
I've never
course.
had sight of what happened in
Yes,
1.4 because I
yes.
conveniently suspended myself.
Yes.
I conveniently participated in a suspension scam so
Yes.
that I don't have sight of this document.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Yeah, but the document is reproduced in your feedback report of October 2015, talking about negotiations that started on the 28th of July 2015.
What's wrong with that, Chair?
No, you say you distance yourself from this document. You would have had sight of it to reproduce what is there.
No,
in
I
your
signed this
feedback report.
document. I can't distance it.
Mr. Koko, let Mr. Selega finish first before you respond.
Yeah. You signed it, so you would have had sight of the BTC resolution that we have just gone through.
Yeah, on the 6th of October. Yes.
So, was there any handover report that Mr. Mabilane gave to you when you came back?
Chair, there was in my view, a detailed discussion about the handover. It was detailed enough for me to think that I need to go and talk to the chairman, and hence the email I sent. What Mr. Mabilani did not give me, and it may have been an omission on his side, and that's the part that you must put to him, I can't speak for him, is to bring to my attention that there's a steering committee that I have to chair. And let me tell you, Chair,
But let's get this out of the way. There was no written handover report.
no, there was no written
Okay,
report.
all
There was
right.
no written report.
Continue.
But I need to continue to this. I can tell you now, in spite of what Mr. Seleke wants you to believe, there were no steering committee, and he says he's got minutes of it that were chaired by Mr. Singh. I would like to have sight of it. I know of nothing of that sort. I can tell you now, and I don't think I'm wrong. There were no steering committee on the MSA, on the Mackenzie SLA. The steering committee that I know of is the steering committee of business of the business plan of the contract I signed on the 29th of September, and the one on January 2016 on the MSA. I know of no other steering committee. It is not common in ESCOM to have steering committees during negotiations that are chaired by the group executive. It's not there. So I invite you to ask for Mr. Seleka to let you have sight of the minutes that he says he has for the steering committee.
But what you are saying means, if it's true, is that the negotiating team that negotiated wasn't composed in the manner in which paragraph 1.4 or the resolution may have intended, because as I understand it, Mr. Govender led the negotiations and concluded everything.
That is correct, Chair, and this is what you see
Yeah.
on page 829.43. That's what you see.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair.
But Chair, I'm really interested in these minutes of the steering committee. I want to
Yes.
see them.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I tell Mr. Cook, I'm not trying to persuade the chairperson one way or the other. I have put to you the version of Mr. Singh. He has produced the minutes. He deals with the minutes in his affidavit. He chaired that minute. It's not me who producing that evidence. It's him.
Chair, I am still interested in those minutes.
And Chair, you will recall he testified before you. Now, Mr. Koko says there was no steering committee for the SLA.
No, Chair, there was a steering committee for the SLA that started in January 2016. There was no minutes for the negotiations of the SLA in 2015. No, there was no steering committee for the negotiations of the SLA in 2015. I know nothing of that sort. Mr. Seleka says it is there. There was steering committee in 2015 and there were minutes. I'm simply saying, can I see them?
You would like to see that?
No, sir. No, don't misunderstand me. The negotiating team is one thing. The steering committee I'm talking about is in respect of the SLA, which is, I've said, Mr. Anod Singh was the chairperson of and has produced the minutes. He has said in his affidavit stated the date of the steering committee in regard to the MSA. February, March, June, July, and he mentions August as well. So that is the steering committee I'm talking about. If you understood me differently, that's an incorrect understanding.
That is the steering committee that related to what?
To the MSA chairperson.
To the MSA.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
which is what is contemplated. I've said to the chairperson, is that steering committee contemplated in this resolution we have been looking at?
Chairman, there was no steering committee
Yes.
in 2015
Yes.
during the negotiations of the MSA.
Yes.
There was no such.
But Chair, I'm not even suggesting that, because that's the negotiating team in 2015.
Okay. Now let's get clarity on where there are differences in terms of understanding. The steering committee that Mr. Seleka, you say, Mr. Anod Singh has testified about,
Yes.
that relates to the MSA.
Yes.
Did he say that sat for some months in 2016?
Correct, Chair. They started.
Not in 2015?
No.
Okay. Here we are talking about 2015
Yes.
in this resolution.
Yes.
Okay. And this resolution talks about a steering committee. Okay.
Firstly, the negotiating team.
Negotiating team.
Yes.
And it refers to a steering committee.
Yes.
Mr. Koko says there was no steering committee in 2015.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
There was no steering committee in 2015 that was chaired by, or supposed to be chaired by the Group Executive Technology and Commission.
Yes.
I'm
what
not
is-
saying anything
You
different.
are not saying anything on that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay,
I
think
didn't say that.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So, okay, I think we are on the same.
Yeah,
So the minutes of the steering committee that you were talking about.
Yes.
Are those, are minutes of meetings of the steering committee that happened in 2016?
Correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mr. Koko, you say nothing about that either, or do you?
No. I agree there was a steering committee in 2016 that started
Yes.
in January.
Yes.
I participated in some of those.
Yes, okay. All right.
All I was correcting, Chair, is a statement that there was no steering committee in respect of the SLA, but I think Mr. Gogo has now clarified. He's saying there was no steering committee in 2015. I'm saying I never said there was one in 2015. It was established in respect of the MSA, but it started in 2016.
16, okay,
Yes.
all right.
Chair, the side we must not lose is why we are here. We are here because Ms. Mutepu makes an allegation that I've changed the scope with respect to Master Services Agreement and the border self-contract. I have showed you the negotiating team. I've showed you the negotiating outcomes. I've showed you the delegations of authority. I could not have done that purely on paper. And Ms. Mutepu has told you, has given you nothing to support her allegations other than to simply say, trust me.
Yeah.
Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Well, let's take it step by step, Mr. Koko. Because I think what you're at pains to seek to show or say to the chairperson is that you were not involved in the negotiations for the MSA.
I'm not at pains, Chair. I'm
Yeah.
simply taking you through the evidence. I'm simply taking you through the paperwork, and I just want you to conclude not on what I'm telling you, but on the evidence before you.
Yeah. But you are telling the chairperson that you were not involved in the negotiations.
I'm not saying, Chairman, all what I've told you is to go to page 829, you will find the negotiating team there.
No, the answer, Mr. Koko, is
simple.
yes, that's what I'm saying, and it's supported by the documents. That's what you should say. Yeah, okay.
Chair.
Okay. Now, let's see these emails that are, amongst other people, sent to yourself. Let's turn to page, still on ESCOM Bundle 14, Chairperson,
Yes,
page 811.113.
I'm sorry, what page again?
811.
8011.
811.
Oh, 811.
Yes. Point 113. Now, Mr. Koko, there's a couple of these emails, and with patience, we'll go through them. And I would like you to explain to the chairperson what is going on there. Are you on that page?
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Yeah. So this is an email from a gentleman at McKinsey, sent on Friday, 24 July 2015. You are certainly back from suspension, and you are the first person to whose email address appears on the email. And you are also the first person to whom the email is addressed. So the subject is draft LOI for ESCOM TOPS program. So you confirm that's the top engineering program we've been talking about?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. There's an attachment there. It says, Dear Machela, Edwin, and Prish, please find enclosed a draft for an LOI for immediate commencement of our work. It has been aligned with our legal department. Let me know what you think, or put us directly in touch with your legal people. Have a good day, Lawrence. Please tell the chairperson what this is about.
I have nothing to say about this, Chair. There's a negotiating team that is dealing with it. And the negotiating team leader is copied in it. He deals with it. I don't get involved in it.
the question is, the email includes you.
Yes, I can't stop people.
How would it include you if
I
you were
can't-
not involved?
I can't stop. I've never discussed with Lawrence. 2 days after I came back from work, he knows I'm back because it's published. So he sends me a note. I don't command him. I don't instruct him. I've never negotiated with him. In my daily life as a group executive, people think I'm that important and they sense me. And for me, for as long as the right person is involved, who's allocated, he's dealing with it. That's it.
Did you by any chance respond to it?
No, I did not.
You did not.
No, I did not.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Mr. Koko, can you, well, let me simply, let's look at the attachment. Because he said, please find and close the draft for an LOI for immediate commencement of our work. It has been aligned with our legal department. Now, The attachment is on the next page. It's a draft letter which is intended to be addressed to McKinsey and specifically addressing Mr. Saga. Is it correct that this draft letter was a draft emanating from ESCOM?
I don't know. I have no clue. I've never seen this thing. I have no clue.
I think it will help if you assist the commission, Mr. Koko, because you are the first person addressed in this email.
Yeah, you see, Chair, this is the conspiracy, and I know he's going to be upset, and I'm going to be upset too. Because my name is there, I must know.
Well, if there is a letter that's addressed to you, one would expect you to know unless you say, I've never
But why do you say this
received it."
letter is attached to me? Chair?
Well, it says, Dear Machela, Edwin, and Krish.
Yes, it's attached to three
Yeah,
people.
let me make sure that did you receive it at all?
No,
This
I don't,
email?
No, I don't even remember this email.
Yes.
But even if I had received it, Chair, let me tell you what happens.
Yeah.
My PA would open my emails and action my items. And my PA would have known that the board has delegated Mr. Governor to deal with this. So the right person will deal with this. The right delegated person by the board would deal with this. In
Do
fact,
you mean she or he would not even let you see it and then get the instruction from you to pass it on to
he
other
will,
people?
she will do if she's unsure. If she's unsure, she will ask. If she's sure she knows it, she will action it to the right person. But there was no ambiguity or lack of clarity about who the board delegated to deal with this. And the fact that my name appears to it, on it, shouldn't, in fact, the way ESCOM works, Chair, it would be irregular for me to intervene and deal with issues that the board have not delegated to me. Because then I could be accused of influence. It has happened many a time. So what I do when these things comes, I ask, and you will see in some document, who is delegated to deal with this? It's so and so. Let him deal with it. I'm not in getting involved. I should not get involved, legally so. The board has deemed it prudent to delegate a person. I should not interfere with him. And
Yeah. But it's very clear, Mr. Koko, from the documentation we've gone through, that Mr. Edwin Mabelane was only delegated insofar as he was acting, and for as long as he was acting. Now you are back, 20 July 2015. This is 4 days later.
Chairman, I take exception. The commission should be presented with Mr. Mabelane's evidence. Mr. Mabelane must tell his version about what was happening at the time.
Well, Mr.
So I cannot-
Mr. Selega is entitled to say to you, to probe why it would be sent to you and you would not deal with it in circumstances where you were back at work, and number one. Number two, the resolution contemplated that Mr. Mabelane would only deal with it insofar as he was acting. Now, he was not acting, so one would expect that now that the incumbent was back, one would expect that the incumbent would
Chairman,
take over.
this is where I'm trying to assist you.
Yes,
I told you what factually happened,
yes,
not the hearsay.
yes.
The board appointed a negotiating team. You saw the names of the negotiating people. You saw the names of the people who participated. It's not a hearsay. You saw them. These were the people who were mandated by the board to negotiate. The other people participated. They were also there. I would have been, in that context, I would have been improper to interfere with the team. I would have been extremely improper to me to interfere with the team. The board has decided in its own prudence that this team of people must negotiate this contract. So whatever comes to me, I don't respond to it, or I forward it, I leave it to the person who is in charge of that negotiating team. I can't stop people from sending me anything. But when it comes to me, only this team that is approved by the board must deal with it. If I interfere with the team, it would be improper.
Mr. Slega?
Thank you, Chair. And the position is even made clearer in your feedback report, which you signed. You removed the word acting, and now you put GE, technology and commercial.
Is it Mr. Selika's evidence that I have removed the word acting?
Well, the people who drafted and signed that document, the feedback report. When I say you, I'm saying the collective.
Chair, Mr. Selika just said you removed the acting. Is it his
Yes.
evidence?
But he says he's not talking about you as an individual, he says the group of people who signed it, which includes you. You know, English says you, and the singular, you.
No, I need to
plural.
know if Mr. Selika is presenting his own evidence or
Well,
he's
he's
presenting
suggesting
evidence of
to
others.
you, he's suggesting to you that, as I understand what he's saying to you, that the people who signed that report are the authors of the report, and when they wrote that report, they did not talk about an acting group executive.
And there's nothing wrong with
Despite
it.
the fact that the resolution talked about an acting group executive. So that's what he is saying.
Chairman, let me tell you why
Yeah,
that's wrong. The board delegates to a position, not to an acting position. So it was not right from day one that there was an acting position. The resolution from day one on the 6th of July 2015 should have said from day one, General Group Executive Technology and Commercial, not acting.
well, I'm not sure that you are right about
I am
that,
right, Chair.
Mr. Coco, because when the position might remain the same, but the person could be permanent or acting. Okay?
Chair, you are wrong.
No. The person, when he or she is not the permanently appointed person, would be the acting person. That is why, if the president is out of the country, there would be an acting president. But the powers and the duties would usually be the same for both the incumbent and the acting person.
Chairperson, ESCOM delegations of authority never delegates to an acting GM or the acting CE. Delegations of ESCOM delegates to a CE. I've been an acting CE before. The delegation is to the CE. The person in that office has got those powers.
The same powers.
They've got the same powers.
Yeah.
So it's unusual and improper for a resolution to read, we delegate to an acting group executive.
Well, I'm not sure how much it matters because the fact of the matter is the resolution says acting group executive.
Yes, but-
rightly or wrongly.
But that is, let me tell you where it matters, because now I am accused of changing it from acting to not acting. It's an accusation, it's an allegation that I take exception to. If the resolution came in and said acting, I would have said, but why acting? There's nothing like this.
Well, the fact of the matter is the resolution talks about acting group executive.
Yes,
The report, feedback report, talks about group executive.
which is the correct way of doing it.
Yes, but the two are not the same.
Yes, but
Yeah.
you can't cast aspersion because I've done the right thing.
Well, I guess, Mr. Koko, you have said what you want to say about this. Mr. Selega?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, to the extent, well, Mr. Koko, to the extent you've said we should ask Mr. Mabelani. Chair, let's go to page 702 in the same bundle, point 60.
702.60.
That's correct. Well, so the affidavit start on page 702.38. Now that's the affidavit of Mr. Edwin Rupani Mabelani. but let's go to the relevant page. Chair.
I am at page 702.60.
That's right. There, we'll give Mr. Paragraph 12.3. Chairperson, you see under the heading, the McKinsey MSA contract under paragraph 12. But we'll give Mr. Koko a chance to get there. You are at it. So there he deals with the McKinsey contract, and I'm skipping paragraph 12.1, 12.2. Let's go to 12.3, Chairperson. He says, when negotiations with McKinsey started, Mr. Koko had returned from his suspension and my acting period had ended. I handed over all commercial functions back to him and returned to Group Technology. The negotiations took place over a 3-month period and culminated in a submission to the Board Tender Committee for the approval of the negotiating outcome on 22 October 2015. And he goes on to talk about other things. So, Mr. Koko, you went back into your position. He handed over, he says, all commercial functions back to you.
It is not, it's common cause, Chair, that I came back on the 22nd of July 2015.
Or 20th, not 20th.
20th of July 2015, and came into my position of Group Executive Technology and Technology and Commercial, and assumed all the powers of the office. It's common cause.
Yeah. What is said in that paragraph, Mr. Selega, as well, is that...
I wanted to go.
Oh, you wanted to continue. Okay,
I wanted to
continue.
go there, but
Yeah.
he says the SLA October key to the approval was the format of the contract being an SLA instead of NEC as per the mandate. The SLA format of contract was proposed by the project team led by Prish Govender and supported by ESCOM internal legal department. I was not directly involved with the preparations for an execution of the negotiations. However, I continue to interact with members of the negotiating team to provide clarity where required, which included discussions with ESCOM's internal legal and compliance departments. So you see that email that is also addressed to him as the second name there, he's going to say he did not take part in the negotiations.
Well,
Yeah, it's-
before Mr. Koko responds,
Yes, Chair.
I note that in this paragraph, Mr. Babelane does say the SLA format of contract was proposed by the project team led by Prish Govender.
Yes, Chair.
And that's what the
If
board
the-
mandated.
if team there means the negotiating team,
Yes.
then it seems to support what Mr. Koko was saying, that Mr. Prish Govender was leading that team.
Chair, I'm saying factually that's what happened.
Yes.
That-
So although Mr. Mabelane says in the first line of paragraph 12.3 that when the negotiations with McKinsey started, Mr. Koko had returned from his suspension and his acting period had ended, and he says he handed over all commercial functions back to him and returned to Group Technology.
Yes.
He doesn't in this paragraph say that Mr. Koko then chaired or led that negotiating team. He seems to say Mr. Prish Govender was leading that team.
Yes, no, that's correct, Chair.
It may well be that Mr. Mabelane needs to be asked about some of these matters in the light of Mr. Koko's evidence.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Specifically, because we can see from the resolution and the feedback report, or from the feedback report, that Mr. Prish Govender is already identified as leading the team. But over and above that, you have that 1.4,
Yeah,
which says under the chairmanship
yeah.
of the GE.
I think that must be raised with Mr. Mabelane and whoever else
Yes,
to see whether they say the factual situation is different from the factual situation that Mr. Koko
yes, Chair.
testifies about.
Yes, Chair. Chair, you still have that ESCOM bundle 14 in front of you.
Yes.
Shall we then go to page 811.119? Point 119.
Yes, I've got it.
So, Mr. Koko, this is an email again from a McKinsey official, Dr. Alexander Weiss, or Weiss, Wednesday, 29 July 2015. The email is addressed to Mkijima at ESCOM. Couple of people are copied there, but you are also there. And the subject line is workshop with Marcella Monday afternoon. And it reads, "Hi Tando, hope this email finds you well. Christine and I today in the morning saw Marcella. Over the discussion, Marcella suggested to have a workshop on Medupi Monday afternoon, where he suggested to also invite Abram. Did Marcella and you talk? And what would be a suitable starting time for this workshop? I will align the troops on our side. Many thanks and all the best." Can you explain to the chairperson
Chair.
what is this about,
This
Mr.
is quite a very simple.
Yes, well, I was going to say, Mr. Salega, is your understanding that the workshop related to the matters of the negotiating team?
Yes.
That the issues, Chair, which were being discussed regarding the workshop related to matters of the MSA. So he can clarify it.
Yeah, Chair. I think this is what happens when you try to connect the dots. So first you must understand that McKinsey has been in ESCOM since 2007. And McKinsey has been working, and my affidavit says that has been working on
A number of matters.
a number of matters. McKinsey was employed at Medupi and Kusile by Group Capital. So I don't know why.
Say this is not necessarily
Yeah,
connected
I
with.
don't know why Mr. Sekela tries to connect these dots. But here is the relevance. Here is the most important part. This workshop, in fact, I think I phoned, I may have phoned McKinsey to initiate this, and they came to see me. Because it was after the meeting of the 22nd of July, where the board has endorsed the design to cost strategy. And you'll see part of the scope of work on the business plan agreement is Medupi and Kusile cost, what do we call them? Cost estimates, the final cost estimate. Because we're going to put a business plan, now it became very important what will be the final number of Medupi and Kusile. And I think I may have called McKinsey to say, we need to know, because you guys are working at Medupi, McKinsey was resident on McKinsey, on Medupi and Kusile. They were based there.
Yeah.
So I says, I will bring my engineering team, and preferably on a Saturday, because I will not find time over the weekend.
During the week.
Yes, let us workshop this thing and get the final cost of Medupi and Kusile, because the cost as they stand now cannot be accommodated in the NERSA determination. They cannot be. So we need a very deep cut in costs. And we need the right people on site to workshop what do we cut at Medupi and Kosile. And that can only happen with the top engineers and the McKinsey team that has always been on site since 2007.
Mr. Slega?
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Koko, you are saying to the chairperson that the issue regarding Medupi did not relate to the MSA.
This issue did not relate to the MSA.
This issue.
This issue did not relate to the MSA.
He
Oh,
says this
so-
workshop did not relate to the matters that were being dealt with by the negotiation team,
Yes,
but it related to Medupi.
yes. So,
Did I put it correctly, Mr. Koko?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes. Was there an issue regarding Medupi that would have fallen under the MSA?
Yes.
Okay, which one is that?
Yes, because what is in the MSA was claims management. The ESCOM claims were running away. So part of the scope of the MSA is claims management. How do we remove or reduce
That is claims against ESCOM.
the claims against ESCOM on Medupi and Kosile?
Yeah.
They were horrendous. And those were part of the MSA. They were there. But this workshop here on Medupi and Kosile was meant to fit into the business plan in February 2016 that was meant to be designed to cost strategy. But the guys were there. We did not have to employ them. They were employed already. They had a running contract.
Okay. So the emails on page 811, the following pages, basically. 811.120 and 811.121, you will give the same response,
Yes,
that this doesn't relate to the MSA.
yes. It's connecting the dots very wrongly. It's a bad connecting of the dots.
Okay, now let me get your response to this. On page 811.125. Or no, let me go page by page. Let me go page by page. Page 811.122. Can you explain to us what is this email about?
I don't remember this email. And I can tell you now, I don't think this meeting took place.
It says update on the negotiations.
Update on the negotiations, yes.
So this one you don't remember.
No. I am saying to you, even if I remember, for your sake, I would not have had this meeting. This is a meeting request. This is a meeting request.
Is it because it relates to the MSA negotiations?
No. I don't. I would have used an offensive term, but I will not.
Mr. Koko, is the document at page 811.123 an attachment to the one at page 811.122? Or Mr. Selega, whoever can assist.
Chair?
The document at page 811.123, was it an attachment to the document at page 811.122?
No, Chair.
No, okay, all right. So the update on the negotiations,
Mr.
that
Koko,
was said to be attachment, where is it?
no, Mr. Koko says it's a meeting request. Is it a meeting
This,
request?
this would be a meeting request, and I would not take such a meeting.
But Mr. Seleka, you referred us to that email. Is the position that the update is not available? The update on the negotiations. You see that document?
Oh,
at
yeah.
page 811.122
Yes.
says attachments, update on the negotiations. And I was trying to see where is that update on negotiations?
The investigator says it will be a calendar, because it's a meeting request. It will be a calendar with the date for the meeting indicated, Chair. I don't think they've printed it out here.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
all right.
Chair, not necessarily, not necessarily.
Yes.
This, I don't even see where is the attachment?
Where is what?
Where is the attachment on this email?
Well, that's what I've been
That's what the chairperson is asking. We don't have the
Yeah.
attachment.
No, I can't comment on this.
Yeah.
I just can't comment on
Yes.
on
But
this.
Chair, I was asking Mr. Koko, is it because this is an update on negotiations in regard to the MSA?
Yeah, but Chair, I'm saying to you, I would not take an update on anybody about negotiations that the board has delegated to somebody else and I led to somebody else. I would not do that.
Okay, so the answer to my question is yes,
Yes to what?
that this is negotiations on the MSA.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he says he doesn't know because
I
the
don't know.
document is not even there.
I don't even have the attachment.
Yes, Chair, he says he won't take an update.
No, but
From the person.
Mr. Silka is being unreasonable. He must put the attachment to the document. Let me look at the document. On the basis of the total package, I can try to jog my memory.
Yeah.
You can't give me half stories and try to zoom me in the location and say, young Patreka, then I must be able to comment. Give me the whole entire document, then I can comment. This is not an entire document. It's
Yeah,
unreasonable.
no,
to accept
the attachment is not there.
We
that's
will
for
find it,
sure.
Chair.
Then-
My
yeah,
investigator's here, he will
yeah.
print it out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Now, let's go to the next page. 811.123. It's another email from a McKinsey official, Wednesday, 12th, August 2015. Okay, that's the same date as the previous email. The time is at 14:50. It's addressed to you directly. The subject line is, for your perusal, for your personal use only, strategy online for 10 program. Hi, Marcella. As discussed, please find and enclose the preliminary slides for the turnaround strategy. Please keep this confidential, Lawrence. So explain to the chairperson what is this email.
Chair, it's really frustrating to see how things get twisted. So I have,
Chair, sorry. Can I ask who's twisting what? Who's twisting what?
Mr. Koko, who is twisting what?
this information has been twisted for the purpose of this commission, Chair. I cannot be intimidated by Mr. Selek. I will not.
Sorry?
This information is being twisted for the purpose of this commission, and Mr. Seleka, you're not going to intimidate me. I will not
No,
allow
no,
you
no,
to do that.
Mr. Koko, Mr. Selega is entitled to say when you say this information
No,
is
but
being
he's been
twisted.
intimidating me
No, no, no.
all
no,
along.
no,
I will
no.
not tolerate that, Mr.
No,
Seleka.
no, Mr. Koko, no. Mr. Selega has not intimidated you. You said, he asked you a question about this document. You said this document or information is being twisted. He was entitled to want to find out what is being twisted and who is
Sure,
twisting.
let me explain to you why I said this information has been twisted.
Yes, but clarify first, who do you say is
I'm
twisting
going to
it?
explain to you
Yeah.
why
yes.
this information has been twisted.
And who is twisting it?
I'm going to explain to you.
Yeah. Okay.
So Chairman, McKinsey has been in ESCOM since 2007. McKinsey has developed a program for us for what we call a top engineers program. We had close to 30 of them on the job. They worked under the tutelage of McKinsey. They were permanently at ESCOM. They had a permanent office. Lawrence was a team leader for McKinsey for the top engineers, full-time. And they will write strategy documents for me with the top engineers. And this one will be one of it. This will be a strategy document that the top engineers and McKinsey sits with me and we say, what is the landscape at ESCOM? What is going on in ESCOM? Where are the levers? How do we fix ESCOM plan? It will be done together with the top engineers. This had nothing to do with the MSA. It had everything to do with the top consulting engineers that sat at the second floor, that met every day. I met them every Tuesday. And every Tuesday, they will take me through the strategy documents between McKinsey and ESCOM. Now, that is the twisting I'm talking about. That simple, I mean, the first thing is that it was McKinsey at Medupi Mkhosile. You twist it to want to link it with MSA. Now you've got a top consulting engineers document and program. You want to twist it and force it to MSA. It can't be right.
But who are you saying is
Mr. Seleke is doing it. This is Mr. Seleke putting it
How
together.
is he doing it?
Because he's taking a document that has nothing to do with the MSA, with the MSA, and he's trying to force it on the MSA.
Well, Mr. Skoko, you must understand Mr. Selega's role. Mr. Selega is the evidence leader. He was not at ESCOM. He was not employed at ESCOM. He doesn't have personal knowledge of how things happened at ESCOM. He relies on what information is given to the commission. When he relies on that and you give evidence, he is entitled to probe what you say, and he's doing nothing more than probing. You are entitled to say, you remember when he was taking exception when you said he was mistaken, and I said I didn't see anything wrong with that. You are entitled to say you are mistaken in connecting these two. This is the position because you know what the position was, and he's giving you a chance to say what you know. That is the position. He's not trying to twist anything, but he's entitled to test whether it could be that this information means A or it could mean B without necessarily saying A is correct or B is correct, but to test what you say.
Chairman, there was McKinsey at ESCOM before the MSA. There was a McKinsey at ESCOM before MSA.
Yeah.
People are feeding Mr. Seleke with documents that come before the MSA, and they're trying to force them on the MSA. Alternatively, Mr. Seleke's investigator going into my former emails and looking for anything that is McKinsey and trying to force it and twist it, I repeat, twist it into MSA. It's not acceptable.
Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. As far as I remember, Chair, I gave Mr. Koko the opportunity to explain the email. I didn't put any version to him. But Mr. Koko, this email has an attachment for turnaround strategy. Please keep this confidential. And the document follows after that on the next page. The document is titled ESCOM Turnaround, Changing the Game. Discussion document, 3 August 2015. There is an executive summary there. I would like you to explain, because I see some of the issues they discussed. The second, it says ESCOM's proposed path forward, as understood from the recent management discussions, is untenable. The forecast growth in operating, primary and capital costs create a funding hole of 2.23 trillion rand over the next 15 years, with the approved tariff trajectory of 8% per annum. Then you have the next bullet point, which says, it is time for a more creative response, one that delivers a long-term sustainable tariff trajectory of 10% per annum in line with BRICS peers and reinstates ESCOM as a catalyst for growth and not a stumbling block to it. 4 pillars are necessary to deliver this design to cost-led turnaround, brackets, a cost-reflective tariffs-led approach. And then you have the sub-bullet points there, generation excellence, editor rocks, no excuses, new build and capital delivery of Kusile, Medupi, and Ngula with P50 targets, bracket including claims management. Are you saying to the chairperson, this turnaround strategy, as they refer to, does not relate to the MSA?
No, Chair. Chair, I'm going to ask, I'm really going to beg you. I am really, really going to beg you. There was a McKinsey before ESCOM, before MSA. It worked with the top engineers. This is the scope of the top engineers. McKinsey was a resident in that office. I'm going to ask you, ESCOM in their own, when they were on the real hunt, they went to tell people that there was no such a thing called the top engineers. It never existed. The poor engineers were coming to me and crying and says, we were sitting in front of the chairman who was telling the media we don't exist. I'm going to ask you, Chair, to go back to ESCOM and ask for an affidavit from the top engineers. They are there. And this is the scope document that they reported to me. It was their job. Some of them were sitting at Petro SA. We seconded them to Petro SA to do a similar turnaround work of Petro SA. Mr. Seleka, no, this has nothing to do with the MSA.
Did you just attribute some knowledge on my part there?
Beg your pardon?
Did you just attribute knowledge on my part?
No, I don't think I had.
Chair, I've answered the question.
Yeah.
Did he not say Mr. Seleka knows?
No, I didn't hear that.
Oh,
Did you say that, Mr. Coco?
No, Chair.
Okay.
okay. Thank you. Because, you see, McKinsey has spoken about a turnaround program which relates to the MSA. In their affidavits before the commission.
Well,
And it makes sense, Chair. It will make sense, Chair, why McKinsey will do that.
Yeah.
Because what we were trying to do into the future was to bring the top engineers and McKinsey and blend them and have one program. It would make perfect sense. So the turnaround in the scope that was envisaged in the MSA into the future, it makes sense to talk about turnaround. There's no other way it can, because all that we're doing was to turn around ESCOM.
Okay. Chairperson, I thought you wanted to give some indication of when we should stop.
I think we can still go on. I know Mr. Coco said we can go into the midnight. So I think we can go on. We might just need to take a 10-minute break. You know, after every 2 hours, it might not be a bad idea to take a short break. As far as I'm concerned, we can, after the break, go on and then we can review the situation at 8 or thereabout. I know that when I say that, I must be alive to the fact that you have been standing from morning. So you are free to indicate when continuing beyond a certain time would be unfair to you because you are the only one standing. Is that all right?
That's fine, Chair. That's fine.
I'm more worried about the support staff.
Yes, well, the commission support staff, I mean, we do go beyond 6 quite often, but if there has been a problem whenever we have gone beyond 6 o'clock, as far as the support staff is concerned, but it has not been brought to my attention, then it should be brought to my attention. So if there is a problem, maybe it could be brought to my attention during the adjournment. But I do want to say, as I normally say, I very much appreciate everybody's cooperation with regard to these evening sessions. I know that it may be quite inconvenient, but I think the support that everybody gives is based on the realization that nobody would be wanting to work during the day and in the evening unless it was really necessary. And we are trying to make the best we can of the time available. So we'll take a short adjournment. If there will be a problem, if we go up to 8 and review the situation at 8 in terms of the support staff, let me be told during the adjournment.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a 10 minutes adjournment. Well, it's about 12 minutes, 13 minutes past 6. Let's resume at 25 past. We adjourn. nobody approached me.
Yeah. They're afraid of you, Chair.
No, I don't think. Yeah, you see, your junior shakes her head. It's not true. They are not afraid. They just want to support the work of the commission.
Indeed.
Okay, all right. Let's continue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like Mr. Koko for us to go to the same bundle, page 702. So we're going back to Mr. Mabelane's affidavit, 702.58. 702.
$702.158.
58.
58.
Yes. Well, Mr. Koko, I think this relates to the answer you gave about McKinsey being present there in regard to the top engineers program before 2015. Mr. Mabelane here deals with the background to McKinsey involvement with the top engineer program. He talks about it from 2010, 2011. In 2011, him appointed as the senior general manager, motivated for McKinsey retention to assist the outreach management function. Then you go to 11.5. 11.5 says, the training program codenamed Top Engineers Program started in earnest in February 2013 and was housed in the engineering department of the Group Technology Division. Now I'm going to read only the portions that I wish you to comment on. And then 11.6, and you are welcome to go to more than beyond what I'm reading. 11.6 then reads, during the 2014 financial year, Eskom was experiencing cost challenges and restriction on the use of consultants came into effect. I believe this was also in response to Treasury Instruction Note 2013-2014 and the Business Productivity Program that was implemented in response to a lower tariff determination and to fulfill a condition for government support package. The Top Engineers Program stalled due to drying up of consulting work for McKinsey, and a team working with the divisional executive secured an ESCO approval for a business case for the creation of a permanent Top Engineers Program that will help to deliver and accelerate critical business projects for Eskom whilst reducing reliance on external consultants, and continue the development of top engineers beyond the foundational year currently on the offer in March 2014. Then 11.7 says, although both approvals were granted, they could not be implemented due to funding challenges. The engineering department did not have an adequate manpower budget to absorb the top engineers, and Group Technology did not have funds to implement the required top engineers program. All attempts to secure funding proved fruitless as Eskom was itself faced with challenges. The top engineers were deployed to support individual executives in their day-to-day functions, as well as supporting the CFO, then FD, on the business productivity. These undertakings were executed without McKinsey's support. 11.8 says various funding avenues were explored for almost 8 months until the proposal for the Master Services Agreement was developed and supported by the newly appointed acting CE, Mr. Molefe. At the time, I had undertaken custodianship of the program in my role as acting group executive, group technology and commercial. The team from McKinsey introduced me to the various unsolicited proposals that have been shared with various stakeholders, and in particular, Mr. Koko. Now, having read this, I want this time around to put what I think I see from these paragraphs, and then you can comment. One is that there was a point when McKinsey involvement came to an end because there was no funding for its involvement. And this, it would appear to have been during 2014. Let me stop there and hear what you have to say.
That's false, Chair. That's definitely false. Mackenzie was involved at Medupi and Kosile for certain. What is true is that the scope of Mackenzie shrunk significantly at Eskom in 2014. But it's false to say Mackenzie's work came to a stop at Eskom in 2014.
So when Mr. Mabelane says the undertakings were executed without McKinsey's support, how do you understand that statement?
Yes, so, and this is one thing that makes me proud, Chair, and I'm not credited for it, and I get criticized for it. When I started with the Top Engineers program, I wanted to have 100 top engineers, and the term top is a very descriptive term. It's not an arbitrary term. We had in my group 3,000 engineers, and I wanted the very top, and the top was not defined at that point. We would even go back to the high school and take the aggregate of the high school matric, I had a simple rule.
That is in order to arrive at the understanding whether a particular individual could be classified as top.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
And everybody will tell you, including Mackenzie, I had one mandate for Mackenzie. I said to Mackenzie, I want you to create a Mackenzie in Eskom, and you walk away. It was my objective. And I had discussions with the highest people at Mackenzie that you're going to do the recruitment of the top engineers for me. I've got a pool of engineers, and this pool of engineers, you're going to recruit them as if they're going to work for Mackenzie. You're going to train them as if they work for Mackenzie. And I want to see them performing at the same level as Mackenzie performing. And Chairman, I must declare upfront, I had a lot of admiration for Mackenzie. If somebody gossips and tells you that, then you must know it's true. I had a lot of admiration for individuals at Mackenzie. So I wanted to produce Mackenzie, and I had a number. I said I want to have 100 top engineers. We later changed them to top consultants that will do the work. I think we had close to 30, just over 30, when the National Treasury Practice Note came in that we talked about, that discouraged the work of Mackenzie, and the Mackenzie work dropped. Now, it dropped at the right time, Chair, because I had 30 Mackenzie people that are Eskom people, if you know what I mean. And it is these people that Mr. Mabelane is talking about, that when Mackenzie numbers dropped, we had 30 people. And let me tell you, Chair, and one of the pains I had is cutting contact with those young men and women, because they are the ones who had the brain power to tell me and advise me what to do to stop load shedding, and Mr. Molefe. So Mr. Mabelane is right when he says work continued with ESCOM top consulting program. But he is not correct to say there was no Mackenzie footprint in ESCOM, because they were there at Medupi, they were there at Kusile. And the way we funded the top engineers program is that we will say to Mackenzie, we're going to give you a contract to work at Medupi and Kusile. And in return, we have what we call SDNL obligation to train us for the top engineers program, but we will not pay you for that. We will only pay for, if you take these top engineers, you take them to Lufthansa, for example, we will pay for that because you are training them. If you take these top engineers, so what the agreement we had with Mackenzie is that if you get jobs in other state-owned companies, as part of the training, these top engineers will be part of your cohort to go and work there. So it worked well. And I'm glad Mr. Mahabelane raised it here. They did the work. I wanted 100, but he is not correct to say there was no footprint of Mackenzie at ESCOM. And every time there's a footprint at Mackenzie at ESCOM, it ties into the top engineers. Because the understanding was you don't work on your own, you work with the top engineers, and we want to increase them from, we started from 0, we had 30, and we wanted to take them to 100.
Yes. Then in paragraph 11.8, he carries on to say various funding avenues were explored for almost 8 months until the proposal for the master services agreement was developed and supported by the newly appointed acting CE, Mr. Brian Molefe. Let me stop there in that paragraph. The team from McKinsey introduced me to the various unsolicited proposals that have been shared with various stakeholders, and in particular, Mr. Koko. Your comment on that paragraph?
I can confirm that I had various proposals from McKinsey. I can confirm that. I can also confirm to you that the intervention by National Treasury on the use of consultants was having the desired effect, because you see here now we are struggling to increase the scope of McKinsey. And the only reason we are struggling is because we are complying to that practice note of National Treasury. So Mr. Mabelane is right when he says various funding models, avenues were then explored to deal with the requirements from National Treasury. But here is what is interesting, Chair, and I don't know why many people miss it. If I was captured and doing the bidding for Mackenzie, who would later come with Trillion, at this point, that's when I get suspended.
Is this around about 11 March
Yes,
2015?
yes.
Okay.
And this is the part I'm saying we should stop connecting the dots and look at exactly what happened. Mackenzie, Mr. Mabelane replaced me in my office. Then Mackenzie continued working with Mr. Mabelane and says, the man that is suspended, this is what we were discussing with him. So if I was part of this ploy, remember I gave the board an opportunity to not suspend me on the 11th of March in the evening when I fought back. They would have said, but this is our man, leave him to do our bidding for us. Leave him to get Mackenzie for us. The evidence just doesn't tie up, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Koko, talking about that, but we know that you were the only executive that came back at ESCOM.
Chairman, I did not bring myself back.
Yeah, but
The
this is
board members brought me back. They have to be held to account. I think they were irrational to suspend me in the first place and leave Mr. Cavender, who ran generation for 7 years, and ran it to the ground. And they left him there. They left Mr. Utsokolo there, who was running generation, to the ground, and went for somebody who has nothing to do with generation. I think they were irrational from day one.
Yeah. I wanted to complete it by saying which turn of events happens to be, I don't know whether it happens to be or turned out to be, according to the evidence of Ms. Daniels in regard to the meeting of the 10th of March, 2015. That's what I wanted to complete that. Then
Chair, I'm glad Mr. Seleka has brought this topic again. It's one of the topics I wanted to tell. I told my council if it doesn't come, we must raise it. I say a fascination in the committee about the balcony at Melrose Arch. It's just an interesting fascination. Chair, and here I'm going to beg you, and I'll be very disappointed if you say no. But I'm going to ask you to go to Ms. Goodson affidavit. Mr.
I know we're going to put that version to Mr. Masango.
Mr. Barry, if you can go to Mr. If you can help me with Mr. Goodson's affidavit, please. 18.3, that paragraph 18.3. And what I want to tell you, Chair, is this. The commission, and I don't think I'm wrong, is laboring on the basis that Mr. Masango went to Melrose Arch once.
Well, that's what he said.
Yes, that's what I told him. So when you are taking pictures on...
I'm
Chair,
sorry.
I see I'm just looking at the index. I see Ms. Goodson's affidavit at page 423 of bundle 14. But I have electronic numbering, so I have difficulty getting there. But I think Mr. Coco
Okay.
asked for a reference to Goodson's affidavit.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe, Mr. Koko, you can tell me first what it says, the part that you want to draw my attention to.
So when you ask Mr. Masango, when Mr. Seleka asked Mr. Masango, did you ever go back to Melrose Arch? He says, I can't remember. I think that's what she says. When Mr. Seleka asked him again, have you ever met Mr. Esa again? He says, Mr. Koko tried to ask me to go meet him, and I refused. And I don't know of my other colleagues, but I refused. That's what's on the transcripts. What I want to show you here is that the evidence of Ms. Goodson says in December 2015, Mr. Esa introduced her to Mr. Masango in her office.
I do recall that there is a witness, and it may well be that it's Ms. Goodson who says in his or her affidavit that, if I recall correctly, he found Mr. Masango in Mr. Salim Esa's office or Trillian's office.
That's Ms. Goodson.
Yes, so I know that there is such evidence, and it caught my attention because Mr. Masango, as far as I could recall, had said he had never been, he had never gone there.
Yeah.
So
In that case, I don't need to go there.
there will be a need to put that to him and test it.
So either Ms. Goodson is not telling the truth, or Mr. Masango is not telling the truth, but both of them cannot be right. But in the event that Ms. Goodson is telling the truth, you don't need to send people to Melrose Arch to take pictures. You can even do it on Google Map, but Mr. Masango has been there in December. So he will know there's a balcony. And that balcony had nothing to do with me.
But wasn't that December December 15.
It was December 15.
Yes, yes.
So why would he not remember? If you are there, it's December 15, you would know there's a balcony today.
Well, he said, when he testified here, he said when he was going to the meeting with you, because he said you had called him, he said when he was close, he saw you on the balcony and he was talking to you over the phone.
Yeah, he probably saw Salim when he went to visit Salim.
Sorry?
He probably saw Salim on the balcony when he went to visit Salim.
Yes, so what I'm saying is, he did say that, he did talk about the balcony when he gave evidence here, talking about the balcony in relation to the 10th of March.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Chair, all what he had to do was to be at Melrose Arch to see the balcony. And according to his version, according to Ms. Goodson's version, he's been to Salim Issa's office on the 10th of December, so he will know there's a balcony.
No, but if Ms. Goodson is talking about December 2015, when she, according to her version, met Mr. Masango in Mr. Salim Essa's office at Melrose Arch, December 2015 happened after March 10. So he couldn't say, if Ms. Goodson was saying, actually December 2014, I'd met him there, and then Mr. Masango gave evidence as if on the 10th of March 2015 it was the first time, then I would understand what you're saying.
But Chairman, maybe I'm not explaining myself.
Yeah.
Let me be direct.
Yeah.
Mr. Masango is recreating an event, and the balcony story, he did not see it on the 10th because he was not there on the 10th. He saw it on the other day, and the only other day I can point to is December 2015.
Okay, all right. Mr. Select.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah. Mr. Gogo, I hope you can deal with the issues that pertain to yourself.
I'm dealing with the issues that pertain to myself, but I'm showing you the type of weaknesses you are dealing with.
Yeah,
That implicate me.
because we can address the version they have to answer to them.
No.
Yes, no.
No.
Mr. Koko is right to
No.
point out, Mr. Koko is right to point out what, in his view, may be inconsistent or may conflict with Mr. Masango's evidence.
Yes.
So he's right to say, this witness said to you he only went to Mr. Salim Essa's office or to Melrose Arch on the 10th and he never went back there. So if Mr. Koko gets to know that another witness says she met him in that same office in December 2015, he is right to raise that, to say this person is not telling the truth when he says he never went back to Mr. Salim Essa's office. Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I take the liberty, just for purposes of the record, to refer to the relevant page in this bundle?
In regard to what?
In regard to what Mr. Koko just testified, so that you just have it in the same place in the record.
No, I know it. I don't need, as I say, I've read it and I've noticed it. I will know where to find it. It's fine.
Very well.
Yeah. Yes, okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Before I forget, Chair, we printed out what is the calendar attachment to that email that Mr. Koko was saying is a meeting invite. So what you see, the attachment is it's like a calendar with a highlighted date, and I can hand it up.
Or have you got a copy for everybody? Copies for everybody? Okay.
Yeah.
just repeat what is this again?
This was an email on,
Is it an attachment to the email that had no attachment that we referred to earlier, where the subject was update on negotiations?
correct, Chairperson. That's what it is.
And Chair, and this is the part that I said is the,
A request for a meeting.
it's a request for meeting. It's a, and I feel disadvantaged because this is a type of thing I have to comment on. That because there was a request for meeting, then there must have been a meeting. I think it's just unfortunate.
Nobody. You said it's a request for a meeting,
Yes.
and so I said I want to see the attachment if it's available. Mr. Selega has now made it available. So I'm not sure what your complaint is.
No, I'm not complaining, Chair. I'm simply showing you what I have to go through. Because this is rather a very unfortunate proposition to use to say, because of this, therefore you are involved in negotiations.
Well, Mr. Koko, I think just wait, because we didn't have the attachment to that email. We now have it. Mr. Selega hasn't said, now that he sees the attachment, what he would like to put to you.
Understood, Chair.
It's because then I could ask you, Mr. Koko, whether did the meeting take place, as appears to be indicated on the attachment. The attachment says when, Wednesday, 12 August 2015, and they indicate the time 1300 to 1315, location, Marcella's office.
The answer is no, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to have to slot this document behind that email and then paginate it appropriately?
I will. Yes.
Okay.
It will come in, Chair, if I may indicate it now
Yeah.
for the record, as page 811.122.1.
Is the top page,
That's correct.
and then the next page will be 811.122.2.
Point 2, yes, Chair.
Okay. And that was bundle what?
That's ESCOM bundle 14 bracket C.
Okay. Yes, okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just to finalize Mr. Koko and Mr. Mabelani's affidavit, the proposals that he refers to, because he specifically says in paragraph 11.8 that funding avenues were explored for almost 8 months until the proposal for the master services agreement was developed and supported by the newly appointed acting CE, Mr. Brian Molefe. And in the same, he says, at the time I had undertaken custodianship of the program in my role as acting group executive. That is in your position.
My apologies, Mr. Seleka, I've lost you a bit.
Okay, we are back at the
Oh, yes,
affidavit?
no, 11.8.
Say again?
You're at 11.8.
11.8, yes.
Yes, 11.8, yes. Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I'm with him now.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega, please don't forget the question you wanted to Mr. Koko.
Yes.
But I just want to go back to something you said, Mr. Koko, about paragraph 11.8. You said that this is the time when you got suspended. Is that correct?
All these proposals
Yeah.
were happened before and just prior to my suspension.
No, what I wanted to point out is that either there may be something inaccurate in what you say, or there may be something inaccurate that Mr. Mabelane says in his affidavit, because when you got suspended on the 11th of March 2015, Mr. Molefe had not arrived at ESCOM yet. He only arrived around the 20th of April. So when he arrived, you were on suspension.
When Mr. Molefe arrived, I was on suspension.
Yes. It's just that you see in paragraph 11.8, Mr. Mabelane says various funding avenues were explored for almost 8 months until the proposal for the Master Services Agreement was developed and supported by the newly appointed acting CE, Mr. Brian Molefe. And when you said, this is the time that I got suspended, so when I look at it, I say, but it can't be because you were suspended before Mr. Brian Molefe arrived.
Yeah, so what Mr. Mabelane is saying here, and as I understand it, and maybe this because I'm too involved in this.
Yes,
so,
yes,
so,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I know what was happening.
Yeah.
In 2014, the consulting work, not only for McKinsey, for the whole of ESCOM, took a dip, and that was the consequences of the directive that we've put in place. Put it simply,
National Treasury
Yes.
Directive.
yes, put it simply, National Treasury took the arbitrary nature of ESCOM to, I could not decide, management could not decide. You had to justify yourself.
Made it more difficult to use consultants.
It made it more difficult
Yeah.
to use these consultants. That even when you need them,
Yeah.
becomes very difficult. So we explored different ways to
To
get
find
them,
a way of using that.
to find a way of using them. And then I was suspended. Now, this is why Mr. Mabelane says in paragraph 11.9 that the most feasible proposal was based on a self-funding principle. And so the team, after I left, thought, if it's difficult on a fixed rates basis to employ consultants, maybe we can introduce a risk fee to the consultants and say to them, you will only be paid on the value that you create in the business. Right? There were two problems with that, always. One is that measuring value is always difficult, and you fight in between. But two, National Treasury was very clear and emphatic in their directive of 2012 that you can do it.
Yes, okay, Mr. Selega.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Koko, I hear you say the proposals were made prior and after your suspension.
Chair, I can't talk about what happened during my suspension. I was not.
Yeah, you
at
say
work.
prior and after.
I
know you referred to before.
I apologize. Prior. That's
Okay.
what I meant.
Yes.
Not
Not after you had
after.
come back.
Yes. I apologize.
So, I thought the chairperson was going to this point, which is that you would have, well, he says the team from McKinsey introduced me to the various unsolicited proposals that have been shared with various stakeholders and in particular Mr. Koko. So those proposals, is Mr. Mabelane correct here that they had been shared with you?
Oh, yes, Chair. Before my suspension, Mackenzie had different options about how to progress the top engineers program and can be funded. Yes.
And that's specifically related to the master service agreement.
Well, eventually, remember master service agreement came after I left, but all those initiatives ended up into the master service agreement. In fact, the original document that was shared, it was shared here and was shared at the board. I think it was presented here by Mr. Mabuza. It's a document that was motivated by me to EXCO, on a sole source, appoint McKinsey to progress the top engineers. It's dated 2014. You may remember, Chair, it had a lot of writing. You spent a lot of time not seeing what it was saying.
I might not remember. There are so many documents that
Yes,
I couldn't
so
read.
if you go to 2014 documents on top engineers program, you'll find it is signed by Mr. Dimes, Mr. Lakmiharan, Steve Lennon, Mr. Govender, and Steve Lennon made a comment at the end that he supports the program, but we must go on an open inquiry. But Mr. Dimes approved it.
Okay.
So that was done by me. And what I think has happened post 2014, and when I was suspended, was a difficulty of implementing that resolution that was approved by then Mr. Dimes and matching it with the National Treasury regulation.
Instruction note.
Instruction notice. And if you are a third party, you'll be happy because you then say, yeah, National Treasury is having effect on ESCOM. So ESCOM could not take the document that was approved by Mr. Dimes and implement it as it is.
The instruction note came after it had been approved by Mr. Dames.
No, Chair.
It was before.
No, Chair. So what has happened then was that I think the instruction note, I may be wrong, Chair, but I think the instruction note was 2012.
I thought that the document we looked at, the directive of ESCOM.
The directive of ESCOM
was 2014.
Was 2014.
Yes, but you say the instruction note was
Yes,
much
so
earlier.
there were two instruction notes from National Treasury, and maybe I'm confusing you. The first instruction note from National Treasury was fixed rates. So it did not deal with how you appoint consultants.
It did not make it difficult other than that it said fixed rates.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think there was a second one in 2013-14. And that one is the one that we followed up with our own directive. And that one made it very, very difficult. So once ESCOM, Mr. Dimes approved the top engineers program, I think from commercial point of view and legal, matching what was approved and the new approach from National Treasury created difficulties. And we could not carry on with it. In fact, if you read the letter that was written by Ms. Nonkululeke Dlamini Veleti, relates to the infighting within ESCOM of the internal consulting unit of ESCOM in the top engineers program. And what precipitated that infighting, and because that infighting started in my time, is because the internal consulting unit of in the CFO was pushing back on the top engineers program because of the National Treasury issues. So I think the MSA was a fix, albeit a bad one, to deal with an approved ESCOM program, but to accommodate the National Treasury problems.
Thank you. Shall we go back to the last bit on this exercise regarding the emails exchanged with you in regard to the MSA, Mr. Koko? And I want to go back to page,
Do I put this over, the 14C away?
is it ESCOM bundle 14?
This is 14C.
14?
C.
C, no, that one.
Okay.
Page 811.168.
Eight 11.168.
Yeah, point 168.
I'm there, Chair. I am there, Chair.
Yeah, I think that's the email we touched on, well, we touched on this morning, but without making reference to the page number. So the email is dated 31 August 2015 at 14:45. It's from yourself to Mr. Mabelani and Mr. Govender. You copied Mr. Singh. The subject is McKinsey contract negotiations. And you say, colleagues, what is the update on the progress made with McKinsey? What needs to be done to conclude the negotiations and any other sticking points? Could this be the email you're referring to?
Yes.
This one?
Yes.
So you are saying this email indicates that you were not involved in the negotiations. You wanted feedback from them.
Yes, so Chair, look at the people I address it to. These are the people delegated by the board, except Mr. Mabelani. But the reason Mr. Mabelani is copied is because he was in commercial. Right. Now, the email is dated 31st August 2018, and the 2015, and the board has already resolved that we must have a business plan contract. Now, let me get my bearing right. I said to you earlier, me and Mr. Singh met with McKinsey between the 22nd of July 2015 and the 31st of July, and the 3rd of July, or 3rd of August 2015. I gave you that window. And we briefed McKinsey about what we need them to do for us for the business plan of February. Now, the reason I sent this note is because at the back of my mind, I thought, why do you recreate the wheel when there's a contract being negotiated? And this contract may have progressed sufficiently for us to use it, if it has. And I knew the real issue here, and all what I wanted them to tell me, Chair, is that the rates issue is resolved. And if they responded to me and said the rate issue is resolved, I would have said, let's sign so that we can do the business plan. But I would not send and ask for feedback if I, according to Ms. Mutepu's version, I was directly involved in the negotiations with Mr. Singh. I would not do that because I would know I'm directly involved. I'm the first one to know. So I won't.
Because if you were involved, you would have been the leader.
I would have been a leader if I was involved. So I would know. But the leader is Prish Governor. That's why I'm sending to him. Colleagues, what's going on? And I'm asking you a further question. What bottlenecks do you have? Can I help you? Can I help you resolve this bottleneck so that you can move on?
Sorry, I couldn't hear. You were saying what is resolved? I couldn't hear the word you used.
What bottlenecks?
No, earlier. So that you were saying You needed to know something is resolved so that you can know whether you can deal with them in respect of the business plan.
The only sticky issue with the MSA negotiations was the National Treasury.
National
Or
Treasury
the National
note.
Treasury. Yes,
Okay.
it was the only sticky issue. The rest are within our control. The rest, if they come to me and say we have an agreement
On the rest.
on the rates, do you know what I've done?
Okay, I think that's what Mr.
Yeah,
Suleka
that's what I
made,
just wanted to know.
It's
yeah.
on the rest,
On the rates,
on the rates.
yes.
Oh,
Okay,
the
on
rates
the
are
rates,
resolved.
Yes,
Yes.
okay,
Oh, yes, that's what I
Yes.
wanted.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
they came to me, Chair,
Yeah.
let me tell you what I would have done.
yeah. If they said the rates are sorted out.
Yes. You know what I would have done? I would have said to you, cancel everything you're doing,
Sign.
sign. Cancel, whatever you're doing, just cancel,
Yeah.
sign. But I could not do that if the rates are not resolved, because the rates are outside our
They
control.
are subject to,
Ah,
well.
they're
well,
outside
they are-
ESCOM's
They were not necessarily subject to the National Treasury, the recent National Treasury note, because that was not just about rates, it was
Yeah.
about the actual use
Exactly.
of consultants.
Exactly, so they are outside our
Yeah.
control.
Yes.
So I can't push.
Yes. Okay, I understand. You could also explain the second line of your email, which says, what needs to be done to conclude the negotiations and any other sticking points.
That's what I've just,
Were you aware of sticking points other than those you wanted to know about in this email?
no, the only sticky points that I was aware of was National Treasury related issues. That is why, Chair, I'm asking, what needs to be done to conclude the contract?
The negotiations.
The negotiations. I am asking, I'm not involved, but there's a need for this contract. I want to help, I want to expedite, but I couldn't.
Yes. What do you think is the reason why Ms. Motepu would say you were part of the team, or the persons, let me use that, the persons who were negotiating, and that the two of you, yourself and Mr. Anod Singh, expanded the scope? Why would she say that?
Chairman, this is part of what I've dealt with you before, that people come here to tell you different versions that are,
That you don't know why they tell.
they don't know why to do it. But
Yeah.
can I give you a very short example, which is very clear, which was brought to you and you asked for more details. So I'm using this opportunity to tell you my view so that when you get more details, you know. One of the painful moments, experiences at ESCOM was on the 2nd of March, 2017. And I bumped into Suzanne. I think he came to my office and said, what's going on? I said, Ms. Daniels, I apologize. I said, what's going on? He says, we just came out of the meeting. Prepare yourself for the worst. Something is not right.
It was Ms. Daniels saying that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, I'm just giving you a heads up,
Yeah.
but prepare for the worst. I did not know what she was talking about, and because it was a heads up from the board, you don't know what to ask, because then soon you'll be charged for wanting information from the board that doesn't belong to you. So I keep a distance. But it turns out that week I have moved people out of Kusile on the basis of the evidence that I had that they're involved in corrupt activities at Kusile. I had a meeting with Mr. Masango. Then we were still tied. Mark.
That is the year when also being tight ended at some stage, 2017.
No, in fact, it ended up there.
Oh, okay.
That's when it ended up. Because I had this evidence that the people at Medupi are involved in corrupt activities and they're working with Abraham. When I looked at the evidence these people gave me, which was damning, I could not directly link Mr. Masango to it. Later I did. I was given a file. And then I called him. I said, Maki, I'm in a very difficult situation. And we may not be related, but I think we've got a position of conflict here, based on what I know. And based on what I know, I cannot leave you in the position that you are in. If I do that, it will be negligent on my part. I know we are friends, but what I know, I just don't think it's proper for me to leave you in that position. So I'm going to move you from your current position. 2, Ms. Cry, this I counted them. I'm mentioning Ms. Cry because she was here. These people are implicated. These ones, remove them immediately. Don't give them option. And if you don't, I will do it for you. I'll get people, these ones you have no, just remove them. In the same way, I'm not giving you an option to remove you. And then I'm called to a meeting to be suspended because I've suspended Mr. Masango, because I've moved people from Kusile. I said to the chairman in that meeting, fortunately I still had that file. I said, Mr. Chairman, you are protecting corruption. If what you're going to suspend me on is because, and Chair, the fortunate thing about this, there's an audio recording of that meeting. I have that audio recording.
Was the chairperson still Dr.
Just Dr. Ngubane. Just Dr. Ngubane.
Mm-hmm. And he said that you have been suspended in connection with suspending other people.
Chair, there's an audio recording of that meeting. I have it. If the legal team don't have it, I will pass it to them in the same way I gave them the others. Well, every time I listen to that audio, I feel like crying. That for doing the right things, Mr. Masango lied to them, and I was suspended. My counsel asked me, but why would your friend do this? You're saying it's Maki. You call him Makelwan. Why would he do this to you? I said, Mr. Barry, I don't know. I can't explain that to you. But in hindsight, time has solved it. Because that crowd is now on a 300,000 bail, facing charges of racketeering, fraud, and corruption. If you asked me the same question then, I would have answered you like Mr. Barry asked. Mr. Barry, this person is my friend. His son shares the same name with me. I do nothing without him. That is why on the 10th of August, 12th of March, when I was supposed to, when I knew I was going to be suspended, the first person I called was him. So going back to Mr. Seleka's answer, why is Ms. Mutepu
Question.
Why is Mr. Mutepu saying I was directly involved with the negotiations with Trillian when I was not, when the evidence shows so? I do not know. I can't explain it. But like Mr. Masango, over time, I think it will come out of the wash. I don't buy the story that, he had a very acrimonious fallout with Trillian and Mackenzie. And that should not affect me. I think we are old enough. When you fight with your employer, you should not drag me in. So other people have said, but that's because he's fighting with Trillian Mackenzie and Mr. Essa, and therefore she sees you as Salome Essa, and that's where it comes from. She is on the state capture Bastin Brigade, and she sees you as state. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. All what I'm saying to you is, look at her evidence. It's glaring at you. It's false. It's a lie. And I don't need to spend a lot of time to show you the documents that that is a lie.
Yes,
To the extent that it may be necessary for understanding certain things, that audio, if the legal team doesn't have Mr. Koko, you can send it to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
In that audio, you'll hear board members saying, Mr. Koko has gone too far. He suspended Abraham. He must go.
Okay.
And then comes a story from Ms. Daniels that actually Ms. Koko did not get suspended on that day because a G brother, I heard him saying a G brother phoned.
Yes.
A G brother phoned and
Yeah.
Mr. Ngubane laughed at it.
Is that the same incident?
That's the same incident.
Okay. And you say you were suspended?
No, I was not suspended.
Or you were not suspended?
Because I told the board.
Yes.
I was not nice with the board, with the board that day.
You told them your reasons,
Yes,
and then they understood the point.
exactly.
Okay. And you say that's the reason why you were not suspended.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
It was not the board.
I think it becomes more important that we get the audio
Yes.
in the light of that.
It was not the board, Chair. It was a delegation of the board, and there were three of them.
It was Dr.
It
Ngubane.
was Dr. Wani, Ms. Klein, and Ms. Zitembe Khoza.
Okay. All right.
In the audio, there were supposed to be four. And the one that was very vocal about my suspension said, I'm not going. I've said my say, you go. And that was Ms. Kwaita Mabude. A very sad recording, Chair. And that you go out there to do the right thing and you get suspended for it.
Mr. Silaga.
Mr. Koko, thanks. I am in those emails, but I want to go to Ms. Motepu's emails just to show what she has given to the commission. Then I'll come back to these emails. The same bundle. Let's go to ESCOM bundle, page 811.255.
That's bundle 14 now.
The same bundle, Chair, yes.
Page 811,
Point 255,
255.
yes. Now, I should say here, Mr. Koko, I know the feedback report says your negotiations were until September. But when you read the affidavit of Mr. Amankwa from McKinsey, he says they went.
Hang on, Mr. Silaga.
Yes,
You said we should go to page 811.255.
Yes,
And then,
yes.
are you reading something from there, or are you making some point in commission?
I wanted to underscore what I'm going to do
Okay,
here,
I just
Chair.
want to make sure I follow. Yeah.
Okay. And I will underscore it still. But let's look at this email. Mr. Koko, on your previous appearance,
Well, let's first say it's an email from Mosilo Motepu, dated 30 November 2015 at 1500 hours 43 minutes, and it's addressed to Mkijim NL at escom.co.za, and Mr. Machela Koko is CC'd there, and the subject is balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking financial initiative streams, then you can take it from there.
Yes, Chair, and I must also indicate her email address is musilo.m@regiments.co.za. Mr. Koko, you dealt with this last time. Let me just read it quickly. It says, "Good day, Marcella. I hope this email finds you well. And it was a pleasure meeting you last week." If I stop there, Mr. Koko, is that what she said about meeting you last week, correct?
Chair, I had no relationship with regiments in ESCOM. I have met Ms. Mutepu several times as a subcontractor of Trillion, of McKinsey.
As an employee of
No,
Trillion,
as a subcontractor to McKinsey.
you mean she as an individual or she as representing a certain entity?
She is representing a certain entity, and she was not alone.
Okay,
She had other hangers on with
yeah.
Yes.
And what entity was she representing?
regiments.
Regiments, okay.
Yes, regiments.
All right. Okay.
And they worked for McKinsey
As subcontractors?
as subcontractors to
Yeah,
McKinsey.
as regiments subcontractors?
Yes.
Okay,
They worked for McKinsey on the business plan project.
yes,
Remember,
Okay.
the business plan project had a 30% outsource.
yes, yes.
So they were
yes,
part of the 30%
Yes, yes,
outsource.
yes.
I cannot recall this meeting, but I can confirm that I've met him
On a number of
on a
occasions.
number of occasions.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I understand the point you sought to make when you said you had no relationship with regiments when you were at ESCOM. If you did meet her as a representative of regiments.
So I have a relationship with Trillion, with
With McKinsey?
McKinsey.
Yes, okay.
Now, McKinsey had two BEE companies they worked with at ESCOM. One was Letsema, and the other one was Regiments.
Yeah,
So I've met Letsema. People, I can still visualize them. I can recognize them when I meet them. And I've met Regiments.
okay. So the only point you were making is simply that although you did meet with people attached to regiments, in particular Ms. Mutepu, that didn't mean that ESCOM had a relationship with regiments.
ESCOM had no relationship with
ESCOM had a relationship with McKinsey.
Yes.
And McKinsey had a relationship with my regiments.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Chair, let me say this, and if I will be remiss if I don't say it. The subcontracting part, both on consulting and other areas of the business, was my passion.
Yeah, okay.
So that
Yeah.
part, in fact, if if Mr. Seleka came on the part that says you were pushing
The subcontractors.
the something part,
You would confess.
I would confess.
Okay, all right.
I'll give you another big example that forced me to be out of favor at ESCOM, which people don't know. I insisted that the coal suppliers at ESCOM must have 50% BE partners. And it is the only reason, Chair, if you don't know, that Anglo-American had to disinvest in South Africa and sold its assets to Seriti. And it's one of the sins I've committed, but I don't feel bad about it. I get criticized left, right, and center. So I put a lot of pressure on McKinsey, and I told you that I had a lot of admiration for McKinsey. And I said to McKinsey, I want to see you creating top engineers in South Africa, but I want to see McKinsey in South Africa being 50% owned. I was not prescriptive on who they must go to bed with. When they brought in Litsema,
You were happy.
I was not only happy, I drove them to do that.
Yeah. Mr. Slugger.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Koko, talking of your passion for the subcontractors, is that the reason why you would have met with Ms. Motepu?
Chair, I had a very soft spot for Ms. Motepu, and I had a very soft spot for Ms. Goodson. You know, one day I want to have coffee with Ms. Goodson in particular. I had a very soft spot for them. Both of them came across stronger in areas that I was not strong in. They were not engineers, they were financial engineers. And from the interactions I had with them, they had that strength. So but besides, there were black women in church. When you come across a very competent black woman who does not need favors from anybody, you will be stupid and naive not to protect her. And that was my approach. This lady seems to know what she's doing. She seems to be competent. Let the politics of the country not affect her, especially where you have control. I had the control. So I don't know how I ended up interacting with her. I must have volunteered reaching out to her, or she must have volunteered reaching out to me. Either way, I would not deny.
Yeah. I think my question was more at the level of the transaction that was being discussed here, the balance sheet optimization, cash unlocking, financial initiative streams, not necessarily the meeting with him as a person, but the meeting with her as a person, but the meeting with her as the company that she represented, your passion for the BEE.
So, Chair, I would not have had the reason to interact with Ms. Motepu on sale and leaseback on optic fiber, prepaid electricity vending, EFC disposals, Hitachi claim, replacement on the boiler, and Duvat insurance claim. And let me tell you why. They are not in the scope of generation and technology, which was the position that I held at this point. I would not have done that. All these are in the financial space. These are the space of the CFO. So I would not even know how to brief them. The best I can do when they come to me is to say, hey, go and talk to so-and-so. Go and talk to so-and-so. I have no knowledge of this. I'm not trained in insurance issues. I'm not trained in leaseback and EFC disposal. When you dispose an EFC loan book of ESCOM, you don't need a person trained in boiler technology. My role, Chair, at ESCOM, I was a corporate consultant for the boilers. I grew up through the ranks, and I was recognized as an engineer, not as a EFC assets disposer. So I would need help with this. I would not have a meaningful discussions with them.
What is the answer to my question?
No, I had no reason to interact with Ms. Motepu on these transactions.
Yes, but that was not my question. My question was it your passion for BEE that made you meet with her for BEE subcontractors?
Chair, I said earlier, if that's how, if you say, if somebody says to me, you approach Ms. Mutepu because of her BEE credentials or because she was a black woman in ESCOM, I would not
Deny it.
I would not deny it. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember whether she came to me or I went to her. I don't remember that. I think I remember going to Ms. Kutzel. That I think Ms. Kutzel, I'm the one who came closer to her. And Ms.
So is your answer that while you do remember that you met with Ms. Mutepu on a number of occasions, you can't remember whether either in part or in whole that was driven by your passion for subcontractors and BEE?
No, let me tell you what my passion would be on. Chair.
Yeah, but remember, he's asking about
Yes,
passion
no,
that
it
may
had
have
not-
driven you.
No.
If you say it did not drive me,
No,
that was not the
My
reason.
passion for BEE
Yeah,
will drive me towards Mackenzie,
yes,
not towards its Mackenzie subcontractors.
okay.
My passion for BEE and transformation will say to the big guys, I'm doing business with you. I'm going to contract with you. I need to see change. I need to see you changing at both operational management and operational level. That's what I did with Anglo American. But I would not go to Mackenzie subcontractors. No,
Okay.
I would not do that.
Is the position that you have no recollection what reason may have brought the two of you together over those number of occasions?
That's correct, Chair.
Mr. Selenga?
Thank you, Chair. The reason I was asking you that, Mr. Koko, is because of what you said earlier, but also what you said at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, which seemed to be in line with what you were saying earlier. Remember when you were asked about why you went to the offices of Trillion after what you said was the workshop?
Yes.
You also cited your interest in the subcontractors at ESCOM.
Oh, yes, Chair. I paid particular attention to subcontractors that are declared to me by the main subcontractor.
That are what to
Are
you?
declared to me
Okay.
by main subcontractors. One of the discussions I had with Ms. Kutzel, and I apologize to Mr. Seleke for dragging her in because that's the relationship I remember the most. I don't remember Ms. Mutepu's relationship, quite frankly. I don't. So when we had a discussion, one of the first things I asked her, I said, so you are a subcontractor to Mackenzie? Yes. I have employed Mackenzie. Tell me what exactly are you doing in Mackenzie? List the projects.
Now, you were speaking to whom now?
Ms. Kutzel.
Kutzel, okay.
Yeah. List the projects that.
Is that meeting where you were asking her these questions, the meeting at their offices? Or?
No, at Megwat Park.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
At ESCOM, yeah.
Yes. Tell me what are you involved in?
On the day that she became emotional or on
That's the
another
day.
day?
That's the day.
That's the day,
That's the
okay.
day. What are you working on? And I did that, Chair, because I am aware of a rent a black mentality. You know, one of the biggest complaints that would come to me is that, Mr. Koko, you forced us into this, you forced this guy into this relationship. And all what this guy is telling us is sit at home.
I expect to collect the money.
Yes, just sit at home. Just come and collect them. We don't need you, man. Just sit at home. And my discussions with Ms. Goodson at that time was, and I was very passionate about that. When I meet subcontractor, I ask them, what are you busy with? And then when they tell me 100%, remember, I know what is mission critical. And typically these people will give these guys tasks that are on the periphery. And they will do what they think are critical. So if I show a sign that this project is critical, they put themselves on this project because according to them it's mission critical. The others can do other things. And that's why I always get involved with these people. And if you talk to ESCOM suppliers, they will tell you about more than 10 initiatives of this nature. I had another similar one called engineering consulting, purely for the engineers. Same. I say, Mr. Consulting Black and Which, you come from the US, this is what I want from you. And then I'll spend time with these BE guys. What are you doing? What are you busy with? And then they come back and say, no, this guy just tells me to sit at home. So that's my context. And when they call me to their office's chair, I never said I will not come. I will go. I just will not go alone. I will go. I will not go alone. I will listen to them, and where I can help, I will help. Where I can't help, I will not help.
Well, you made an intriguing statement about Rente Black, and they might complain saying, you forced us into this person, but he's making us to sit home. Are you suggesting that you were forcing Trillion as a subcontractor to McKinsey as the main contractor?
I did not attribute that statement to Trillion. All I'm saying is the big white guys, I forced them into those relationships. They don't voluntarily.
They would be the ones who would complain to you.
No.
The main contractors.
No, I would force the main contractors into these partnerships. I would do that. I forced, and for those public that are listening, I forced Anglo-American to sell 50%, and they could not do it, and they disinvested. And I'm happy they did that, because now we've got Seriti, which is black. So I would force these big guys to say, guys, I'm not only here to generate electricity. I'm here to transform ESCOM and its supply chain. That part, you're not going to negotiate with me. That part, if you want to negotiate, then better run, because I'm not going to entertain you. But these companies, then they go and make partnerships on their own. And once they make these partnerships, it's like in a marriage when things are nice, you never hear anything. Once there's a fallout, then this subcontractors,
they come to you and
then they come to me, and they will say, you forced these guys to have a relationship with us.
Oh.
You forced these guys to have a relationship with us. Now these guys just tell us to stay at home and come at the end of the month to collect a check. It's not what we want, Mr. Koko. We want to earn our money. We don't want to sit at home to collect a check.
Are you, Mr. Koko, able to comment on this? When Ms. Mutepu was here, she was asked about what relationship Mr. Salim Essa had with regiments. And she said he was the business development partner. Not supplier, but business development partner. And that she was, well, Ms. Goodson, on the other hand, says she's told by Mr. Clive Angel that Mr. Essa is the one who makes things happen. So he makes the deals, and that's how regiments would get the deal, or at that stage also Trillion. But what happens in 2014 is that Ms. Solofelo Molefe gets introduced to Mr. Salim Essa. specifically in regard to the funding plan for the corporate plan. And they are introduced, he's introduced to her by Mr. Colin Machila, according to her, at Monte Cassino, as the people who can do this balance sheet and cash unlocking initiative. And a meeting gets arranged where they do a presentation at ESCOM, Mr. Eric Wood and others. And when they were asked about whether they have the capacity to render that service, Ms. Tulufelo Molefe says the response was that no, we normally contract with McKinsey. Well, according to her, the end result was that she refused to sign the contract that was presented, which was supposed to have been a proposal. And they did, ESCOM Treasury did the work of the corporate plan and funding plan. Now, could it be that Mr. Salim Essa was also in this case involved to broker the deal for ESCOM to give work to McKinsey, and that Regiments become a subcontractor?
Chair, McKinsey did not need Mr. Essa to get a job in ESCOM because they were in ESCOM.
From 2007.
From 2007. And Chair, I am confident that they never tendered for a job in ESCOM for the better part of the 2007, because the tendering part was forced on me. I'm probably one of the first persons who forced McKinsey into a tendering in 2014. So all along they were getting jobs on a sole source from 2007, and they came at ESCOM during Project AA2 with Tulani Kabash. So they did not need Mr. Salim Issa to get the contract. But in any event, what is the evidence, Chair? The evidence is that McKinsey, the board of ESCOM, the BTC, on the 6th of July, approved negotiations with McKinsey. So if ever there was a time that the ESCOM board played its hand, that they will continue working, doing business with McKinsey, was on the 6th of July, 2015. They did not need Mr. Salim Essa. I am aware, Chair, of the incident that Ms. Molefe talks about. At that time, I was in commercial. Ms. Molefe did not tell me the details that you've just mentioned, but I was aware of it. And she shared some of the difficulties she had with Mr. Colin Machila she didn't tell me the background of the meetings. She didn't tell me.
Yeah.
But let me finish my answer this way. McKinsey did not need Salim Issa, Mr. Issa, to do the lobbying for your regiment. The board had played its card. McKinsey had not tendered for ESCOM's job since 2007. They got jobs on the platter. And I did not know Salim Issa in 2015. So I could not know what role he was playing.
Okay, shall we go back to this email of Ms. Mutepu? I read the first sentence. I'll carry on the second. So the first one is, we had pleasure meeting you last week. I had a chat with Eric Wood regarding additional financial initiatives that need to be included as part of our balance sheet optimization and cash unlocking financial initiative stream. These include the sale and lease back on the optic fiber network, prepaid electricity vending, EFC disposal, Hitachi claims, replacement of boilers, and Duva insurance claim. We are currently compiling a business case for these initiatives and require some information from you and your team. Why would she address such an email with such contents to you?
Chair, you've asked her that question and she answered it and she lied.
Please what?
Mr. Chair answered Ms. Mutepu that question.
Asked her
Ask-
that question.
ask her.
Yeah.
Chair, it tells you
Yeah, you
My
seem
time.
to have a problem, Mr. Koko, referring to a question as an answer.
my engineering colleagues have got a worse. One of my engineering colleagues says you have a problem with the he and she's. Chair, you asked her the same question. And regrettably, she lied to you.
That was the answer she gave.
She said, first you asked her, why did you copy Mr. Koko if he was the direct recipient of this email? And her answer was, I introduced her to an Indian gentleman. And this Indian gentleman, I told her that has answers for me for this. And she in the following emails, she met this Indian gentleman and she was giving me feedback of the meetings with the Indian gentleman, suggesting that Mkijima is an Indian gentleman. And she was like, I have after that appearance of her, and after a lot of challenging and difficult times with my cancer, the only reason I think she sent me this email is because I am the one who signed the September 29 contract. And she did not realize, I think, that I'm out of the office, that I'm no longer the person who has the line of sight of this. This email communication continued until December, and you'll see in the middle of them, then Mr. Mabelani comes in. I think they begin to realize that actually there's a new guy in the office. We have to be talking to Mr. Mabelani. And eventually in December, they disappear. These emails don't come to me anymore. Because they were not meant for me. They are not my emails. They are all financial emails. I'm even inclined to think that they were being done, this project, within the business plan project.
By the way, who was in kitchen?
It was my secretary.
Yes. So, I guess probably the reason why I asked her that question was because I would have expected her to address the email to you
That's exactly what
rather
you
than
told me.
copy you.
That's exactly what you asked her.
Yes.
You asked her exactly that question.
Yeah, because if she had addressed it to your secretary and not copied you, but the text was meant for you, one could understand that maybe she was meant to correspond with your secretary and not directly with you or whatever. But the fact that she has shared your email address, she copied you and addressed the text to you in terms of the salutation, but addressed the email to your secretary was a little unusual for me.
Yeah, Chair, I can tell you, I did not action these emails. I did not discuss with her these emails. Even if I wanted to, they are outside my competency. I regret the fact that Ms. Daniels has come here to tell you that these are in my area. I think if you take the delegations of authority and you bring back Ms. Daniels, she'll once again apologize for not being correct.
Yeah,
Mr. Selaga?
yeah.
I say we
So-
have 4 minutes to 8, so
Yes, Chair.
you can, yeah, okay.
Sorry, Ms. Cook, I missed the part about Ms. Daniels.
Chair, Ms. Daniels' testimony is that she has followed Ms. Mutepu's testimony, and she confirms to you that these issues were in my area of responsibility,
Oh, is that what you're saying?
right?
Um,
And I'm saying, in the unlikely event that she comes back and you take the delegations of authority and you ask her again, she'll confess to having made a mistake.
Well, without coming back, she physically, she can be asked to be available, and she can be asked.
yes, no,
Yeah, okay.
okay, because we didn't put these emails to her.
No, you didn't put these emails to her, but these projects
Yes,
are in a list somewhere in the commission where Ms. Daniels refers to
yeah,
in Ms. Mutepu's affidavit.
okay. Tell me, is Ms. Motepu not sending you this email because of the meeting she had with you, as she says, the week before?
No, Chair. Not at all. I would have very little to discuss with Ms. Mutepu on these transactions. So she comes in, Chair, and say, let's discuss the sale of EFC disposal. Say, so you're going to sell the loan book of ESCOM. I don't even know where it sits in ESCOM. I can't even spell it. It's in Treasury. So the best I can tell you, Ms. Mutepu, is that go to Treasury. There's a person there responsible for EFC loan book. I don't know it. And then you come to the next one, and then it says, Hitachi claims. It says, Ms. Mutepu, Hitachi claims are at Midupi and Kusile. It's group capital. At best, Ms. Mutepu, go and talk to so-and-so. I can't help you there. I have no knowledge of what's going on with the Hitachi claims. Then you go to the next one and say, sale and lease back on fiber optic network. Ms. Mutepu, I have never interacted with that. But at best, please go and talk to so-and-so. That's the best discussion I can have with her.
So let me close with this. Not that I'm finishing the topic on this, but insofar as you said the emails ended in December, please turn to page 811.358.
I just want to say before you go there, Mr. Cook, it does appear that certainly from a reading of this email at page 811.255, that she seems to be telling you whatever she is telling you in this email. That seems to be a follow-up on the previous week's meeting that she talks about. What do you say to that?
Chair, I would not have a meeting with her
Yeah.
to discuss this.
No, that's
So
not the question.
what I think she may be referring to is the meeting that, and I'm even supposing, Chair, I think I'm
Yeah.
walking on a dangerous ground.
Yeah.
What she may be referring to is a meeting that she was in with Mackenzie, and I was there. And we may have had a chat, and then she follows up with the email. Chair, I'm guessing, and I don't want to go
Yes,
there.
no, but my question is a different one. Whether do you agree that when you read this email, you get the impression, one gets
there
the
was a
impression
meeting.
that not only that there was a meeting, because she makes that point clearly,
Yes,
but that she is following up on the discussion that happened in that meeting.
correct,
That's the impression one gets.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
correct. But Chair,
Yes,
while
you're
you are,
saying there was no such meeting. Oh, no, you didn't say there was no such meeting. You said you had a number of meetings with her, but you can't remember whether you had a meeting with her during that particular week.
yes, but that's correct. But there's another piece of information that you have to revisit. Is when is her testimony to you about this.
Yeah.
Because her testimony to you about this throws everything out.
Yeah. Mr. Selega,
Thank you, Chair.
I think we can wrap up
Yes, for tonight.
for tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, because that last paragraph,
811?
well, let's stay here a little bit, because that last paragraph says we would like to set up time early this week with yourself and your team to source the information in order to complete the business cases by the end of the week. I mean, she's so specific in her writing about you and your team that
That's correct.
that it is puzzling why she would write like this if this is not a follow-up to your
And
meeting.
it's even strange is that, Chair, my team would not have anything to do with this. That's even strange. My team, my entire team put together would have nothing to do with every single thing that is put here.
Do you have any recollection whether you did receive this email?
No, Chair.
And whether if you received it, you responded? Or
No, I can tell you now I did not respond to it.
Yeah, but you also don't
And
remember
I
receiving
don't
it.
recall seeing it.
You were saying earlier that your PA would bring an email to your attention. That in this case, did that happen?
No, Chair, I don't remember this. But I'm also saying my entire team put together will not have the competency to deal
To
with the
deal with
issues,
these matters.
with this matter.
Yeah,
You
that,
think, so what, have you got a reason why you think she might write to you about matters that you neither discussed with her nor matters that fall within
Chairman,
your
she has
competence?
answered that question in her affidavit.
Yeah, just remind me what she says.
She says I gave her an Indian gentleman to work with
Yes,
who
to discuss these matters
to
with.
discuss with these matters with.
And she thought she was referring to your PA,
She was referring to my PA.
and you wouldn't refer to your PA to discuss
I
this.
would not refer her to my PA to discuss this.
Yes. Okay. Maybe that might be,
this last one, Chair.
yeah, okay.
The page I was referring you to, Mr. Koko, is 811.358.
811
.358.
358.
358. So this is from her again, Musilo Motepu. Musilo Motepu at Musilo Emmet Regiment, Tuesday 12th, January 2016, and specifically addressed to you, copied by Fahima Baidat. And then the subject is EFC. And we saw in that email EFC disposal.
Yeah, I mean, this is
So
even,
I'm drawing,
this is even worse. I mean, EFC.
yeah, but where?
Why would we discuss EFC with you?
Let Mr. Selega finish, Mr. Koko.
Yeah, remember you said to the chairperson, this email, the emails to you disappeared in December. She no longer sent you emails in December.
Oh, yeah, Chair.
So what I'm saying to you is, here are emails in January 2016.
No, certainly. I was not aware of this.
So you were not aware of this?
No, I was not aware of this email.
There's another one on the 20th of January in the next
Yes,
page.
I can see it.
You were also not aware of this one.
Yeah, but again, read it, Chair. I mean,
Yes, she says, hi, Tando.
hi, Tando. I mean, really.
Thanks for accommodating me this afternoon. As discussed, Marcella has requested a meeting with me on Friday afternoon. My team is available after 14:30. Is this,
Yeah, and this one has no title about the meeting. I don't recall this meeting time, Chair.
subject meeting with Marcella?
Yes, meeting with Marshall.
You You don't remember this?
No. And this meeting, I never.
Why, why would you not think that this meeting that she is talking about may be one of those many meetings that you said you did have with her?
Yes, and that's correct, Chair. That's why I'm saying I don't remember. All what I can confirm is that I met with her several times, but not to discuss transactions, financial issues. No, that I would not do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Chair, lastly, look at the one of the 12th of January, the one you say you don't remember. Also, she says, "Hi, Marcella, compliments of the new year. As discussed telephonically, I would appreciate it if you can assist in facilitating a meeting with Mike Beshi and his EFC team to understand the EFC business for the ultimate sale from Eskom's ownership."
Yeah.
So yeah, she specifically refers to a telephone conversation with you.
Yes. Now, this is a very, I'm glad that we have this.
Can I ask you this question? Do you admit that part? You had a telephone conversation with her.
It's possible. It's not possible. I don't recall. But look at the question. It's possible.
Yeah.
I don't recall. But look at the question. It says, please.
Please facilitate a
a
meeting with.
Yeah, these are people outside my department.
Yes.
And it suggests that she is struggling to make relationship.
On the face of it, this email, that's the thought I have, Mr. Selega. On the face of it, this email may be consistent with Mr. Koko's version of saying these matters are not matters I would discuss. I would rather refer her to other people. That's the sense I have. What do you say? Mr.
Chair, Ms.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Matepu has provided us these emails
Yes.
to substantiate her version
Yes.
that Mr. Koko was involved
In
in.
the negotiation.
No, but he can't say I'm involved. He's asking me to connect her to other people.
Sorry, let me
Yes,
just
no,
add.
yeah, let him
Mr.
finish.
Koko, also for increasing the scope, extending the scope.
I can't increase the EFC scope. Where will I start? It's like saying a lawyer in Johannesburg comes to increase the scope in the office of the DCJ.
As Mr. Koko dealt with these emails in an affidavit.
No, Chair, I'm seeing these emails for the first time today.
So
No,
may-
no, Chair, they are, some of these emails are attached to Ms. Motepu's affidavit.
Oh, but
Not this
some
one, I
are
can
new.
assure you. Not this one, I can assure you.
So
Not the one of the,
No, not this email, I can
not the
assure
one
you.
of January
Not
2016.
the one of the general.
Yeah, I don't think that one is attached.
No, Chair. No, Chair, I am telling you it's not.
yeah, okay.
But the others are attached.
The others are.
But did you deal with them?
Yes, I have. I've
Yeah.
got them in bundles and I've dealt with them.
Okay. All right, I think let's stop here.
Yeah.
For the evening. Thank you to everybody for all the cooperation to try and assist the commission to do as much as it can to finish its work. We appreciate all the sacrifices. And I know, Mr. Koko, you are still ready to go up to midnight. Thank you for everyone's preparedness to assist. Thank you to the staff, the technicians and everybody. And of course, Mr. Selega, who has been standing since 10 this morning, and your team. Mr. Berry, thank you. You're instructing at 10. Mr. Koko, thank you to all of you for your cooperation. We will adjourn now. Tomorrow there will be no hearing. Or maybe we need to start here. What is the position, Mr.
Yes.
Selega, in terms of the witness who was meant to be here anyway tomorrow?
No, the witness hasn't indicated that he's not available. So that's Mr. Zwanich.
Yes. So he's still scheduled to be here.
Yes.
So we should meet. You might just not be able to deal with certain matters with
That's
with him.
right. It's the other two witnesses whose
Yeah.
availability I was exploring. Who were
Well,
available.
I had thought that you would have spoken to him or his lawyers so that he doesn't come here just for 1 hour.
Oh, no, I can still do that.
Yeah, try and do that because there is not much point to assemble just for 1 hour and then go
Yes.
away for the whole day.
Yes.
We would have to arrange a day when he can cover all the matters that you need to question him on.
Yes.
But you'll need to talk to me after you have spoken to
I'll do so.
him or his lawyers.
I'll do so, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair,
Okay.
I beg your pardon, Chair, just before the chairperson adjourns, that aspect Mr. Koko raised this morning about the president. Mr. Koko, you mentioned that you made the point in your statement that during the adjournment I was seeking to draw to your attention that the statement I've seen doesn't deal with your suspension vis-a-vis the president. It deals with the allegation of his interest in Glencore. Maybe you could clarify
Well,
for me.
my understanding was that he did not dispute that in his statement he did not refer to the president instructing the ESCOM board to suspend him or fire him, but he did that only in his oral evidence. But he said even in his oral, but I don't know whether he said even in his oral evidence. No, he said in the labor court, he simply said the presidency,
presidency, yeah.
and not the president. But in his oral evidence, he said president, the deputy president then. Is that right?
I think.
What I just need to correct Mr. Seleka is that I deal with my suspension in my affidavit.
Yeah.
I do deal with that.
Yes, but I'm making a point in regard to the allegation that it is the president who had given instructions for you to be suspended.
I deal with it in my statement, Chair, and I'm saying it's government, and it's very clear in my,
You say government as opposed to
yes,
the president.
yes,
Okay,
it's
I
very
think
clear
that's
in
what-
my statement. I think my statement of the 20th of November.
I've seen that part. That part I know, Chair, because
Yeah.
I did put it to him.
Yeah.
That if I give the president that statement,
Yeah,
and the president was at that time not the president,
yeah.
how does it implicate him?
Chair, that is why I said I inquired that I have not seen the statement from former Minister Martins, Deputy Minister Martins, or Ms. Mokgokolo, because I got a call from the DG.
You don't want to repeat your evidence now, which you have
No,
already
no,
given. Yeah.
no, I have. So my statement is that I gave here is clear in
I
my
think I
transcripts. are
understand,
clear.
Mr. Koko. I think the difference between you and Mr. Seleka is that Mr. Seleka wanted to say to you, he did look at your statement and he did not find anywhere where you attributed the instruction to the board, to the current president. And I think your answer is supposed to be, as I understand it, yes, I didn't attribute it to the current president, but I attributed it to government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But I'm mentioning, I'm asking you not to stop there.
No, that part, I think we dealt with it. I think Mr. Seleka just wanted to confirm with you that in your statement, you don't attribute it to the current president.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much. We will now adjourn. We adjourn.